This magician is simply not scientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Steam World Ship. Master is coming. Master's Nest Tower. Huff. Exhale. Tucker slowly opened his eyes with a long breath. After more than 4 months of practice, the Chaos Master seed has become much heavier and thicker than when it was just concluded, and its body outline has also increased. Let it stabilize for another 2 or 3 months, and I can almost be promoted to the 9th level. With the conclusion of the Master Seed, Tucker's daily practice and growth cultivation consumes about 1 steam core every week. The Chaos Master Seed is constantly strengthened, and the strength of Tucker's chaotic life frame and the burst strength of source energy are also increasing. For the mastery of various source energies, witchcraft abilities, and forbidden spells, Tucker has a more and more feeling of lifting a heavy weight. Tucker has read the information on this before, and he also knows. The growth after the conclusion of the extraordinary Master Seed is itself a process of entering the room. The various means and abilities of oneself, and even the use of forbidden spells, will be comprehensively improved. Feeling the seeds of each forbidden spell sequence in the steam sequence, Tucker gently opened his palm. Swoosh! A meteorite fell from the sky and landed precisely in Tucker's palm. Boom, boom. A small flame mushroom cloud bloomed in Tucker's palm. Then a dark golden star meteorite ring with silver texture condensed in the flames and floated quietly in Tucker's hand. Under Tucker's operation, the star meteorite ring expanded rapidly. With Tucker's in-depth strengthening and all-round understanding and mastery of the Chaos Forbidden Spell and the Star Meteorite Ring, the first section of the Star Meteorite Ring was developed by Tucker to have the effect of precision strike. The falling meteorite was like a precision guide, and it could be blown up wherever it wanted. The second stage was the moment when Tucker's Chaos Mystery and the power of the world would explode. The condensed Star Meteorite Ring, Tucker was confident that he could crush the General Extraordinary Master to death. Moreover, now that he has concluded the Extraordinary Master Seed, Tucker can already borrow the powerful power of the third section of the Forbidden Spell, Star Tracking Ring, to a certain extent. This is also one of Tucker's trump cards now. Just as Tucker was manipulating the falling star ring to perform a combined attack and strangle in the air, the voice of the Extraordinary Master Garrus Lani came from the mental network. Tucker, the steam altar here is ready. Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly, then waved his hand to disperse the condensed falling star ring, and slightly pinched the mental network. Lord Garrus, is it built so quickly? It's already slow enough. I'll prepare a little bit and go over. Feeling the ecological veins around him that were connected to him, Tucker responded. The ruins of the ancient Fire God Tree City-State. The original ruins have been cleared. The world ship people rebuilt a new ancient Fire God Tree City-State. On the core tower of the city-state, a silver-gray, more than 20 meters high steam altar was built. It uses a large number of source energy steam engines as a frame structure, interspersed with various steam mechanical creations. It has a dreamy and extraordinary punk look. A large number of world ship people are stationed around the altar. What is this for? The newly stationed soldiers were full of curiosity about this brand new style of steam mechanical material creation altar. I heard that Lord Garrys and Lord Taniru are going to carry out a mysterious plan. It seems to be a steam startup plan. Steam startup plan? What is it? I don't know. Anyway, Lord Garrys attaches great importance to this plan, and the leader of this plan is Lord Taniru. That is not Lord Taniru, but Lord Tucker. He is a legendary super genius, a quasi-master level strong man, and is said to be comparable to the extraordinary master level existence. Is it true? Of course it is true. Does the steam spirit named Wendy know about it? Of course she knows. We traded with him for some steam cores, and she secretly told us that Lord Tucker's strength is very amazing, and his strength is not weaker than Lord Garry's. Is the quasi-master stronger than the extraordinary master? Hush! Lord Tucker is here. Everyone immediately tense up. Buzz! Accompanied by the tremor of space, Tucker walked out of the space-time wormhole. Garry's stood quietly by the side, waiting for Tucker to start the great steam startup plan. Tucker appeared on the altar and first observed it to confirm that there was no big problem with the materials. Tucker flipped his hand and spread the book of the old stars on the altar. Then he quickly opened the secret language of the cycle ritual of star steam and the natural extraordinary ecology here. Not long after, woo woo woo, a violent steam roar came from the depths of the sky. The whole world seemed to be trembling with the roar. For a moment, everyone looked up at the depths of the sky in panic. I saw a huge golden old star with a hazy halo slowly emerged. This is the old steam meditation star. And it can also spit out source energy steam here. As the old steam star bloomed, steam that was completely blended with the light also descended. Looking at the outline of the huge meditation star that occupied about 1/5 of the sky, all the people on the world ship widened their eyes and tried their best to examine the details of this great creation. Is this the meditation star? The legendary great creation? It looks like it. It has the flavor of the meditation star, but why does this meditation star have steam in sound? The roar of steam? This is too weird. At the same time, the eyes of the extraordinary Master Gary's Lanai beside him blossomed to the extreme. The uncontrollable surging emotions kept stirring up waves in his heart like waves. Not only can his steam power penetrate into the Zerg ecology and the flame world tree ecology, but it can also penetrate into the great stars. The extraordinary Master Gary's, who was in a state of panic, suddenly felt that his practice for so many years seemed to be wasting time. The practice of the quasi-master in front of him was the real practice. Open your palms, feel the light of the old days passing through your fingertips, feel the steam of the old stars brushing your cheeks, and with Tucker's breathing, the roar of Tucker's steam sequence and the old stars in the sky complement each other. As the three-dimensional complex ecology of the flame world tree was constructed, Tucker's next plan, a new ecological cycle between the world ship and the old stars. Naturally, it was put on Tucker's agenda. Not only will the flame world tree cabin be transformed by Tucker into a steam ecology that circulates with the old meditation stars, Tucker will also gradually create an ecological cycle of steam stars in other cabins. Internally, the steam ecology of the flame world tree is used as the power. Externally, the old steam stars are used as the power. Internal and external cooperation will eventually drive the world ship. This is Tucker's plan to transform the world. Of course, the plan to drive the world ship is far more than that. Steam rushed down from the sky, like a flood, rumbling. Everyone was bathed in the torrential steam from the old stars. And Tucker carefully felt the power of the steam from the stars and was thoughtful. It is obvious that the steam power has penetrated deeper into the cycle of the old stars. When I was in St. Lander, he didn't spit out so much old star steam, but now, not only is there more, but it is also quite rich and heavy. The integration of steam ecology and old stars is getting better and better. Wendy, the steam spirit who appeared beside Tucker, felt the rumbling old star steam. Her little face was full of excitement. Ah, this. Mr. Tucker, can even the ecology of the stars be steam cycled? Wendy asked curiously. Yes, as you can see now. Tucker nodded. Seeing that Wendy wanted to ask something else, Tucker took the initiative. How is the third layer steam ecology progressing? Wendy swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, and she rolled her eyes and spoke quickly. At present, the 12 cabins on the third floor and the long corridor of the boundary cabin have gradually merged with the surrounding extraordinary ecological environment under the influence of the influx of steam sharks. At present, the boundary cabin on the entire third floor has gradually become a part of the steam ecology. And I have also established a full-scale steam cycle for the entire third layer cabin. Very good. Tucker nodded. You are about to be promoted to level 80, right? Yes. Wendy was immediately happy when she said this. It is difficult for an ordinary steam ecology to give me such a large amount of steam source energy experience. And you also know that there are many powerful steam spirits in those large extraordinary worlds. We steam spirits can only become part of the spirit area when we go there, and gradually be assimilated, and we can't enjoy a large amount of steam ecology alone. However, the steam ecology here is completely integrated with the entire world, completely penetrated into the source energy level, and there is only my own spirit here, so the feedback given to me is very huge, so I can upgrade so quickly. Tucker felt it carefully and went. But just as Wendy said, the 12 cabins on the third floor, which were like huge rooms, were completely connected. Large and small energy channels were like torrents, gurgling and interacting with each other. Tucker himself could not drive the ecology in this way, but for Wendy, the spirit of steam, this was one of her daily operations, and it was not difficult at all. Tucker thought for a moment and asked again. Now, can we slightly drive the world ship? The steam spirit Wendy was the helmsman of the world ship, which was driven by steam energy, and she knew it best. The steam spirit Wendy thought for a moment and shook her head. It seems that there are still some difficulties at present. I am afraid that we need to conduct a full-scale penetration of the entire world ship ecology. When we establish a huge steam star cycle ecology with full warehouse space, it will be very easy then. Of course, before that, we have to solve the constraint of the shipwreck characteristic on the world ship. The fourth tusk elephant world ship, the fifth layer is completely infiltrated, and the fourth layer is partially soaked by the blood sea. The shipwreck characteristic has been growing, and the shipwreck characteristic restricts and imprisons the four tusk elephant world ship. If we want to have a real world ship, we must eliminate the blood sea in the cabin world. As a steam spirit, Wendy's perception of the entire world ecology is also quite in place. It is naturally difficult to transform the world. And the four tusk elephant world ship is a world ship ecology with the origin of chaos. The difficulty of transformation is naturally higher. Fortunately, Tucker has many means. After thinking for a while, Tucker immersed himself in the mental network and asked the Queen of Steam. May Liar, how have you learned about the blood sea in the fourth and fifth layers of the cabin world during this period? Can you digest it? Tucker knew the problems facing the four tusk elephant world ship better than anyone else, and naturally had made arrangements. A moment later, the soul of the Steam Queen May Liar responded. Master, it is possible, but it will take some time. I need to breed a kind of blood sea steam shark worm that is specifically used to deal with the blood sea. Blood sea steam shark worm can devour the power of the blood sea, burn the blood sea power into source energy steam, and provide a very strong ecological power. The assimilation of ecological power is the strength of our shark worm family. Now that I have mastered the powerful steam power, there is no problem at all in devouring and absorbing the blood sea and cutting off the blood sea's bondage to the world ship. Moreover, the blood sea itself has a large amount of source energy substances. When devouring the power of the blood sea, I can also expand my steam worm nest ecology. Listening to the explanation of the Steam Queen, Tucker nodded. Just follow your own plan to promote the engulfment of the power of the blood sea. Yes, Master. The boundary ship itself has its own ecological power and can sail in the extraordinary starry sky. Now, Tucker has brought steam power. In the near future, as Tucker becomes stronger, Tucker can use the boundary ship altar to capture other extraordinary stars. Anchoring the extraordinary stars and using their projection power to pull the boundary ship is also one of the great creations of the ancient era. You must know that the ancient boundary ship such as the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck itself uses a super large altar to anchor the stars for pulling. However, now that the super large boundary ship has sunk, the anchoring power has also collapsed. In the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck, there are still many wrecks of super large boundary ship altars. Although the ancient battleship has fallen. But the four tusk elephant boundary ship, Tucker can use the steam power of the new era to restart. Since you want to transform the extraordinary world, then play a big one. Based on the ancient battleship world ship, equipped with new age steam power, and combined with the ancient star altar to capture the power of the stars. By the way, the steam shark worms are equipped as world ship warriors. This is the chapter of Tucker's plan to transform the world while growing into a supermaster. In the vast depths of the void, the huge wormhole gate slowly bloomed. One after another, the powerful breath of supermasters emerged. And in the depths of the wormhole gate, there is the breath of legendary strongmen. As many supermasters pass through the wormhole gate. Hula-la. Like a tide, a large number of shark worms swarmed in like a tide along the huge wormhole with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. Roar roar. Roar roar. Roar roar. The roar and roar at the source energy level resounded throughout the starry sky for a while. 3 shark worm master queens, 14 supermasters. A total of 17 master-level supers, quietly examined the 4 tusk elephant world ship that was half sunk in the void blood sea not far away. Although the legendary queen of shark worms, Gofu, led this war. However, her real body obviously would not come. If her real body was exposed in the void, it would definitely be attacked by the projection of the demigod. The legendary queen of shark worms, Gofu, opened the wormhole and sent a large number of 9th-level shark worms as an important strategic support. When necessary, she would also send master-level shark worms for tactical strikes. The one who led all the war actions here was the upper-level Supermaster Martin Thorpe from the Taboo Star Curtain Society. Among the Supermasters, a burly Supermaster Simmons, who was about 20 meters tall and carrying a battle axe on his back, looked at the large number of shark worms behind him and the many Supermasters around him. Then he carefully stared at the four-tusk elephant realm ship that was sinking in the sea of blood not far away. This small superworld ship looks like a shaky broken house. As long as you go up and kick it, it will rumble down by itself. Simmons shook his head and said. The people around couldn't help but look at Simmons. Simmons, do you want to go up and kick it? Someone asked. No doubt not. Simmons shrugged. Everyone laughed to themselves. Some even joked. I thought you were going to go in alone and crush the Quasi-Master named Tucker and the Supermaster named Gary's to the ground. Even if I wanted to go in, I couldn't. Simmons spread his hands. Although I am a lower-level Supermaster, I don't have the means to hide the Master's origin. Does anyone want to try to go in? Martin Thorpe, who was about 15 meters tall, slowly spoke in the crowd. None of the Supermasters reacted. Many Supermasters, each of them was a human elite who had fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How could they easily take risks? Queen Goth could mobilize her high-level shark worms. The Forbidden Star Curtain could attach so much importance to it. The opponent must be extraordinary. Since none of you planned to go in, then act according to the previous plan. Martin Thorpe said. Let the sea of shark worms split into two groups. One group will attack directly. Consume the power of their weird steam shark worms. The other group will eat the cabin world, penetrate the cabin world ecology, release the cabin world origin, and interrupt the Master's nest practice of the Quasi-Master. Force the extraordinary inside to take action, and then we will take corresponding actions. In a situation where no one is willing to take risks, Martin Thorpe chose the most stable but also the safest way to play. Following Martin Thorpe's instructions, the three Sharkworm Master Queens also took action together. One sent a large number of shark worms to drill through the world's bulkhead. The other two manipulated a large number of shark worms and rushed along the cabin world gate. The attack and defense battle of the four-tusk elephant realm ship officially kicked off. Chapter 377, Gnawing at the Crystal Wall, Steam Blockage. The second level of the cabin world, the Ladder Passage. This place has completely become a meat grinder for the Zerg. A large number of steam shark worms and foreign shark worms are fighting each other madly. One side is pouring in from the void outside the domain. The other side is flowing out from the third-level cabin world like a tide. Finally, they meet in this ladder passage. There are no tactics, no skills. It's just a matter of numbers and combat capabilities. Every shark worm fights until the moment of death. And this blood and flesh grinding battlefield has lasted for a whole week. Both sides are fighting a fierce battle, fighting for war potential and foundation. It depends on who can't stand it first. The side that can't stand it will send out the extraordinary first, and then the extraordinary will fall into passive consumption. The side that has the advantage will be particularly proactive in tactics and strategy, and it is easier to gain a war advantage. Although there are some powerful extraordinary people in the Irumov demigod world who enslaved the Zerg. But in the Blood Sea shipwreck area, the Irumov demigod camp was defeated after all. The reason is that the legendary Queen of Gofu has bred a large number of powerful high-level Zergs and a large number of Master Zergs. But inside the four-tusk elephant realm ship, there are some differences. The power of the extraordinary masters from the outside world cannot enter, and only the high-level shark worms can enter the battlefield to kill. Therefore, the confrontation between the top forces is the confrontation between the 9th-level shark worms. Standing on the same starting line, Tucker is not afraid at all. Tucker still believes in the powerful strength of the 9th-level steam sharkworm queen. Moreover, the area chosen by the sharkworm priest to start the war is also very particular. The 2nd-level channel boundary ladder is used as the battlefield area. Those dead foreign sharkworms will fall directly to the 3rd-level area, that is, they will fall into Tucker's territory. These foreign sharkworms are all genuine raw materials of extraordinary flesh and blood. Throwing them into the ecological nest and smelting them in the ecological furnace can provide nutrition for the growth of a large number of shark worms. It can promote the birth of war steam shark worms faster. If the two sharkworm master queens could advance quickly, there would be no problem. They could also recover a large number of flesh and blood corpses. But if they could not advance, the problem would be quite big. They would lose their flesh and blood corpses continuously. Even if they had a large amount of flesh and blood reserves in the shipwreck side of the Blood Sea ruins, it would be a tactical loss to give them away in vain. In fact, on the second and third days of the advancement, the two shark worm queens launched a fierce attack, hoping to directly kill into the cabin boundary channel of the third floor. But they obviously underestimated the powerful combat ability of the steam shark worms. The powerful counterattack of the steam shark worms blocked a large number of high-level exotic shark worms in the boundary ladder of the second floor. In the next 2 days, the two shark worm master queens wanted to lure the enemy deep into the open area of the second floor. In this way, they could also recover some flesh and blood corpses. But the steam shark worm priests were not fooled and stayed firmly in the boundary ladder from the second floor to the third floor. Just one thing, you can attack or not, I won't go out anyway. This kind of operation of defending the advantageous terrain and not coming out made the many foreign shark worm priests of the two shark worm master queens outside furious. At the end of the 5th day, they organized another wave of fierce attacks. So far, it has been the 7th day. The attack of the foreign shark worms was blocked by the steam shark worms in the second level of the boundary ladder. Steam plus steam shark worms are like towering barriers and mountains. Although the attack in the second level of the boundary ladder is fierce. But Tucker knows that the enemy's real offensive intention is the shark worm army entrenched outside and attacking the boundary ship barrier. The four-tusk elephant boundary ship is essentially a world with its own world barrier. However, the world barrier is presented in the form of bulkheads and three-phase crystal walls. Once the world crystal wall is penetrated, the origin of the world will dissipate. At that time, so many extraordinary masters stationed outside will absorb the origin of the world and cover up their own master origin. It is completely possible to kill in and attack Tucker openly. Punching through the crystal wall of the world is also the most effective means for the Zerg. However, the four-tusk elephant world ship is a medium-sized extraordinary world after all, and it is also a world ship type extraordinary world with the origin of chaos and full defense. This world crystal wall is not easy to pierce through. Tucker estimated that the shark insects outside who were working at the same time in 7 directions would need at least 1.5 to 2 months to pierce through the world crystal wall. This is still calculated based on the weak parts. If they encounter a difficult part, they can't do it for 3 months. What a pity. No matter what the final result is, their move to pierce through the crystal wall of the world is destined to be useless. Tucker finally chose this world ship as his wizard fortress world, naturally for Tucker's own reasons. After a week of testing, the extraordinary masters outside seemed to be sure that the power in the world ship dared not go out. They carried out the offensive consumption plan step by step. And Tucker also determined that these people should not sneak in rashly. Tucker also quietly began his 9th level promotion plan. On the 12th day of the attack by the foreign shark worms, a new round of baptism of the flame world tree began. And this round of baptism was only for Tucker. The war between the steam shark worms and the foreign shark worms continued. For the war of gods that often lasted for hundreds of years, the consumption in just a few months was simply too normal. Even a few years or more than 10 years of consumption were normal. War. It was all about consumption, to see who couldn't bear it. When the war of attrition reached a point where one side couldn't bear it, the defeat was just a matter of a moment. In the Arumov demigod world, they fought like this. In the continuous consumption, the extraordinary masters in the void also moved into their respective magical huts. Unknowingly, more than 2 months had passed. On this day, suddenly, the soul fluctuations of the shark worm queen Jacolia came from the void. Everyone, the world barrier is about to be drilled through. With the voice of the shark worm queen Jacolia, for a while, many extraordinary masters came out of their magical huts one after another. They have been waiting for this note for a long time. Haha. I can finally absorb the origin power of this world, and then go in and kill that kid. Simmons laughed loudly as he waved his hands and started to warm up. Except for Martin Thorpe, all the people who came this time were lower-level extraordinary masters. Whether it was absorbing the origin of the world to protect their own master's origin, or using the ability of the extraordinary master to restrain their own master's origin, only lower-level extraordinary masters could do it. It was already difficult for middle-level extraordinary masters to use the origin of the world to protect their own master's origin. As for the upper-level extraordinary masters, let alone. Soon, the joyful information voice of the Queen of Shark Insect Masters Jacolia came to the ears of many extraordinary masters. It's been drilled through. Everyone was also happy and waiting for the next step. However, the joy on everyone's faces lasted for a long time, but no next step came. Dracolia? What's wrong? Not long after, Martin Thorpe from the Taboo Star Curtain Association frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. This, the crystal wall of the world that was drilled through, no world origin flowed out. Dracolia's soul network explanation instantly froze everyone's smiles on their faces. What? No origin flowed out? How is that possible? This is clearly a smaller medium-sized extraordinary world. I have already felt a blooming of the origin of this world. How could there be no origin flow out? Ms. Dracolia, are you sure you drilled through the crystal wall of the world, not somewhere else? Everyone was talking at once. I'm sure I didn't drill it wrong. Dracolia said very seriously. I did drill through the crystal wall of the world ship, but... damn, it's steam. Suddenly, Dracolia's voice became sharp and piercing. It's those weird source energy steams. They blocked the crystal wall channel. It's those steams that prevented the world origin from flowing out. In Dracolia's insight, the drilled channel was filled with this thick gray fog of source energy steam. This steam with the power of origin completely entrenched in the barrier, and the power of the steam with the origin blocked the leakage of the world's origin. For a moment, all the extraordinary masters in the void were stunned. If the crystal wall of the world is pierced, the origin of the world will be leaked. This is the iron-blooded rule for millions of years. The Zerg became famous by piercing the crystal wall of the world. The world's Nors are the Zerg. And at this moment, the iron-blooded theorem for millions of years was broken. The steam blocked the crystal wall of the world, preventing the origin from leaking. This incredible and completely unpredictable situation appeared before their eyes. If the origin cannot be leaked, then they cannot enter at all. Waiting here for such a long time is completely in vain. Has the steam polluted the origin of this world? Martin Thorpe looked at the four-tusk elephant realm ship, thinking. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, The Master Sneaks in to Seek Strategic External Assistance. Flame World Tree, in the Layer Tree Nest. Lord Tucker, the world barrier channel that was dug through has been completely blocked by the steam I controlled. Steam Spirit Wendy said cheerfully. The origin of the world can't flow out at all. The Queen of the Shark Insect Master has been busy for more than 2 months, and it seems that she has worked in vain. Moreover, I have also filled their other excavation points with steam source energy with barrier characteristics. Even if they continue to dig, it will be useless. Listening to the explanation of Steam Spirit Wendy, Tucker also laughed softly. As early as the extraordinary world of the Augu twin stars, Tucker could complete the cycle of steam ecology and world barrier ecology. Intending to build his own wizard world with this four-tusk elephant world ship, Tucker naturally had a deep penetration of the ecological cycle of all aspects. It is not enough for Tucker to complete the cycle of steam ecology and world ship barrier ecology by himself. After all, Tucker has no way to control the steam power all over the world. For Steam Spirit Wendy, it is a perfect professional match. The operation of the steam ecology in the world crystal wall is also under her charge. Don't you like to dig channels? I will let you dig slowly, and when you dig through, I will fill it with steam, and not a drop of the world's origin will leak out. Times have changed, extraordinary masters. The old method of the Zerg eating the world crystal wall and drilling through the world will not work here. Tucker didn't know how confused the extraordinary masters outside were. Anyway, the way for the origin to leak was cut off. Basically, the possibility of those lower-level extraordinary masters entering the extraordinary world was blocked. You did a good job. You must always pay attention to their dynamics in the barrier. Tucker nodded and praised after carefully feeling the calm world origin. Moreover, now that the fact that steam can block the barrier of the world crystal wall has been exposed, many means will no longer be hidden. You can drive the steam ecology to repair these barrier areas that have been eaten and excavated. In terms of steam control, you are a unique existence in this world. With the Steam Spirit Wendy, the steam world has a backbone, and the operating space is too large. Many powerful forces will cultivate their own steam spirits, just because of this. I understand, Lord Tucker. Steam Spirit Wendy blinked and nodded. It's not that I'm special, It's that Lord Tucker's steam ability is too powerful. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. Tucker smiled and looked at the steam spirit Wendy. This is auspicious words. If you can say it, say more. Soon, Wendy led a group of steam elves, jumping away in the steam gray fog, and began to inspect and develop the steam environment of the entire world. Taking a deep breath, Tucker carefully felt the steam ecology that was gradually growing and thriving in the whole world. As the steam ecology infiltrates the bulkhead of the cabin world in detail, the crystal wall of the ship even begins to gradually contact the origin of the world with chaotic power and complete the ecological cycle. The shipwreck, which was originally sinking into the depths of the Blood Sea, is now constantly awakening. These exotic sharks and insects wasted more than 2 months gnawing at the barriers of the cabin world. Tucker was not idle. Taking advantage of the steady offensive strategy of those extraordinary masters, he entered the tree world for the baptism of fire. Tucker's level was directly raised from the previous level 89 to level 96. Most of the time, Tucker was borrowing the power of the ecology of the world tree in the flame world to promote the progress of his own Chaos Master Seed. Although the level did not increase much, but the cultivation of the Master Seed in this wave has advanced for at least half a year. Now, Tucker's Chaos Master Seed is very stable. Moreover, this wave of Tucker has been promoted from the 8th level of level 89 to the 9th level of level 96, and his comprehensive combat capabilities have been greatly improved. Tucker was not afraid of those lower-level supernatural masters who came in and fought head-on. Moreover, as his own wizard nest, Tucker had a lot of means to deal with the enemies who came in. Moreover, if Tucker wanted to escape, those outside could not stop him at all. Deep in the void. The more he thought, the more Martin Thorpe frowned. Originally, he thought that the blasphemer named Tucker should be a little tricky. He even thought that Star Curtain would be a bit exaggerated. But now it seems that this guy is completely an iron hedgehog and can't be bitten at all. He thinks that Star Curtain would better increase its strength. Send a few legendary strongmen to block the world border first, and then join forces to blow up this medium-sized supernatural world. Of course, this method is just a thought, not to mention whether the Parliament is willing to spend so much effort. If it is really implemented, it will inevitably attract the attention of a Rumov demigod world. The people over there will inevitably interfere, and it may not be implemented. After a moment of astonishment, the supernatural masters in the void became interested. They talked to each other. The steam blocked the excavated passage. This is obviously because there is a steam spirit in the extraordinary world. It's not strange to have a steam spirit. What's strange is, steam can't block the leakage of the origin. If steam has such a property, it must have been discovered before, and we don't know it now. That's right, I have read a lot of literature on the steam sequence before, and I haven't found this property. At this time, the Sharkworm Master Queen Shirkolia spoke. Normally, steam can't block the leakage of the world's origin from the world crystal wall that has been chiseled. But, these steams have the characteristics of the world crystal wall. Huh? When these words came out, many extraordinary people were stunned. Even if they were knowledgeable, they had never seen steam with the characteristics of the world crystal wall. Now that you say that, I am more interested in these weird steams. Simmons touched his chin and showed a curious look. Those steam mists. Is there no way to clean them up? At this time, Martin Thorpe slowly asked. After feeling and trying for a while, Chirkolia's soul voice sounded again. These steam mists seem to be seeping out from the crystal wall. They have the same defensive characteristics as the crystal wall, as if they already have a complete ecosystem. Even if the shark worms are used to absorb these steams, there will still be steam seeping out from them. This is too weird. I have eaten a lot of extraordinary worlds, and I have never encountered such magical steam. Listening to Chirkolia's explanation, Martin Thorpe fell into deep thought. The methods that worked in the past are completely useless in front of that strange steam wizard Tucker at this moment. That Tucker seems to have guessed this characteristic of steam in the world barrier a long time ago. Otherwise, he has never taken any measures, which is not reasonable at all. And now, everything makes sense. He doesn't need to defend against the shark worms biting the world bulkhead at all. The expectation of more than 2 months has been in vain. With this in mind, Martin Thorpe rubbed his eyebrows deeply. How have you been doing over such a long time? Martin Thorpe asked the 2 Sharkworm Master Queens next to him. The 2 Shark Queens complained almost at the same time. Those steam shark priests are very cunning. They rely on the terrain advantage to fight with us while picking up our shark corpses below. For more than 2 months, we have been in a truce for most of the time, and only a small part of the time has been in battle. Even so, we have suffered a serious loss. If we enter a full-scale battle state, unless you are willing to replenish us with a large amount of blood and flesh resources, otherwise, we will suffer a huge loss. That's right, we have already suffered a lot of losses now. The 2 Shark Queen Masters talked back and forth, and a few words made Martin Thorpe's head big. Is the Shark Queen below a master level? Martin Thorpe asked with his eyebrows almost knitted together. 9th level. Can a 9th level tie with you two? Even if the master shark worms you cultivated can't get in, it's not that the 2 of them can tie with that 9th level steam shark queen. Martin Thorpe seriously suspected that these foreign shark worms were secretly letting us win. After all, no one can figure out the true thoughts of these creatures from foreign lands. The steam shark worms are very powerful. Even if they are 1 level lower, they can fight without losing the upper hand. We spent a lot of effort to stop their attack. Otherwise, they would have come out long ago. Originally, I wanted to say that if those steam shark worms took the initiative to attack, we would not be able to withstand it at all. But saying this would make the 2 shark worm queens look too lame, so I immediately changed my statement. Anyway, the enemy didn't come out, we just blocked them. Combining the context and the content of the explanation, Martin Thorpe naturally judged some real situations. Either those steam shark worms are really powerful. The 2 of them can't stop them at all. It's just that the other party deliberately didn't counterattack, and adopted a defensive strategy of shrinking and delaying time, so as not to embarrass these 2 guys. Or these 2 guys are seriously letting the water, combined with the characteristics of the magical steam in the world barrier. Martin Thorpe guessed that the former was the most likely. Let's organize together and try to attack to see if we can break through the defense line. If not, I will find another way. The Shark Queen who wanted to be tough could no longer be tough at this time. The 3 Shark Queens built a mental network with each other and began to communicate quickly. At the same time, a 122-level extraordinary master who looked quite young beside Martin Thorpe suddenly spoke up. Master Martin, when the 3 queens attack, do you want me to give it a try? Go and give it a try. Martin Thorpe glanced at Edis who volunteered beside him. After thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke up. We don't know the specific strength of the steam wizard Tucker over there yet. Although we have received information that he is currently at the quasi-master level, but you also know that the strength of this kind of super genius is very amazing. Of course, you were also a super genius, and you were not weaker than the average extraordinary master at the 9th level. But, no matter what, there is another extraordinary master in there, it's too risky for you to go alone. Anyway, we can't just stand outside and watch. Lord Mark. At this time, another extraordinary master swordsman who was 12 or 13 meters tall and carried a silver passing sword on his back said loudly. Hearing the swordsman Gorl also speak, Martin Thorpe couldn't help but think seriously. The original plan was to drill through the world, and many lower-level extraordinary masters joined forces to go deeper. Now, the world drilling plan has failed. It is meaningless to just wait and take no action. Moreover, these people from the Black Witch God Court and the Foreign God Alliance are obviously unreliable. Either they are paddling, or they look like they don't care about anything. They still have to rely on the Taboo Star Curtain to do their own work. Both of you have the ability to conceal your master's origin, and you can indeed sneak in. Since you two are willing, then be careful. Martin Thorpe still trusts the strength of these 2 people. After all, both of them are SS-level extraordinary geniuses cultivated by the Taboo Star Curtain. Both of them are in the realm of extraordinary masters, one is level 122 and the other is level 136, and their strength is extremely amazing. They are not the kind of extraordinary masters who have just been promoted. Even if they are defeated, they can still escape. After the 3 Shark Queens were ready, a new round of large-scale attacks slowly began. And Idis and Godfrey, 2 top extraordinary masters, quietly sneaked into the depths of the 3-story cabin of the 4-tusk elephant realm ship. Flame World Tree, on a trunk with a diameter of more than 100 meters. On the altar of the heroes about 10 meters high. After the ritual secret language was chanted, Tucker waited quietly. Although Tucker was confident that those lower-level extraordinary masters would come in, Tucker was not afraid of them. But I'm afraid those guys outside don't follow the moral code of the game. What if they send out some legendary strongman to blow up this world directly? Then Tucker can only escape. Therefore, Tucker plans to contact and obtain powerful assistance. I don't need it, but I must have it. With a strong support group, Tucker can settle and develop here safely. Moreover, as Tucker's strength increases, some means can also be taken out. Not long after, the outline of the ancient heroic spirit with a hazy fluorescence on the altar emerged, and the legendary heroic spirit mentor Merman came. "Hello, teacher." Tucker took a quick look and then saluted respectfully. Compared with the fatigue and weakness last time, this time the mentor Merman was in high spirits, with a pair of bright eyes. Although the breath was not as strong as before, it was already very stable. "Teacher, your condition this time is much better than last time." Seeing that the teacher's condition has recovered a lot, Tucker breathed a sigh of relief. This time, there is no need to worry that a long conversation will consume the teacher's energy. When looking at Tucker carefully, the teacher Merman was a little absent-minded for a while. After a long time, Merman slowly came back to his senses. The power of steam and chaos fits together perfectly. It's incredible, really incredible. Tucker. Merman's eyes fell on Tucker deeply. From the master seed that has been concluded, it can be seen that you have walked out of your own path to becoming a chaos master. Tucker nodded. "Teacher, I do have some of my own experience in exploring steam and chaos. But I summoned you here today not to ask about this, but about." As he spoke, Tucker explained the situation facing the Four Tusks world ship and the possible blows it might encounter. After listening to Tucker's explanation, Merman looked at the surrounding gray fog for a moment, and then focused his eyes on Tucker again, and asked thoughtfully, "You mean, you blocked the full strength attack of the two Shark Queens? Even have a considerable advantage?" Tucker nodded. Although Tucker only mentioned it in a plain narration, Merman was still keenly aware of the difference. The master-level shark worms of the Master Queen of Shark Insects should not be able to get in. Merman asked again, "If they launch a master-level shark worm, I will definitely not be able to beat them. We are currently fighting against high-level shark worms," Tucker said truthfully. After thinking for a while, Merman, who had seen a lot of things in the world, had completely understood it. Merman looked at Tucker and smiled slowly. "You kid are waiting for me here, right?" Tucker also smiled and stretched out his hands and said, "Teacher, this is also my only capital to be protected by the strong." Merman knew before that Tucker had the ability to merge the steam ecology and the Zerg ecology. "I just didn't expect that this steam shark worm ecology would be so powerful." The 9th level shark worm queen, against the two master shark worm queens, actually had an advantage in the confrontation below the 9th level. It can be seen how powerful this steam shark worm ecology is. This is to let the steam shark worm queen be promoted to a supermaster. In other words, create a steam shark worm master queen. At that time, the battlefield ecology of the entire realm of demigod world might change because of this. It just so happens that the 3 shark worm queens have joined forces to attack. I'm here, following the spiritual network to observe the battle of the steam shark worms, and record the battlefield dynamics by the way, so that when I go back, it will be easier to find those legendary friends in a room of demigod. Tucker nodded immediately. "Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher." As expected, it's good to have a strong background, and you can directly get in touch with a demigod. If you can seek the protection of the demigod. This world ship place can't be said to be 100% safe, but it's still no problem for Tucker to develop safely here to become a supermaster. Just when Tucker was about to watch the battle with the teacher, Tucker couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly and looked at the cabin world passage outside. "Teacher, I have to leave first." "What's wrong?" "2 foreign master guests are visiting," Tucker said softly. Chapter 379, Forbidden Spell Explosion Master. Knowing that there were powerful enemies outside, Tucker would not relax his vigilance. The extraordinary talent, steam, world, original spiritual state, of more than 10,000% kept Tucker in a state of steam inside into the outside world at all times. The veins controlled by the precision, high dimension, correction, that had just been added to more than 9,000% a few days ago were also built on the Zerg mental network by Tucker. Tucker was on guard against those powerful foreign extraordinary people sneaking into his nest territory. In addition, the echo from the origin of the world ship. Tucker immediately knew that 2 extraordinary masters had sneaked in. One is a level 122 steam assassin, whose concealment method is very sophisticated. He avoided the detection of steam and the tracking of the mental network. But he opened up the steam area, which is obvious. The other is a level 136 extraordinary swordsman, and his master state is a bit too solid. He has a very strong strength. Tucker looked at the extraordinary Master Garys in the Cabin World channel. Lord Garys, which one do you choose? If possible, Garys, who is level 155, would rather choose the one at level 122. But no matter what, he is also a middle-level supernatural master. If he really does this, his old face will be too embarrassed. Ahem, the 136 level swordsman. Garys coughed and said softly, Lord Garys, this genius swordsman is much lower than your level. You should be able to deal with him easily. I try my best to win. Garys glanced at Tucker and couldn't help twitching his eyes. Since Tucker condensed the master seed, he has been a little unsure of Tucker's strength. To be honest, he really has no confidence in facing the 136 level swordsman. After all, his level is all supported by the Flame World Tree. Compared with the normal middle-level supernatural, his strength is much worse. And this 136 level super genius swordsman is definitely the top existence of the same level. The level is already very close to the keynote of level 140. If they really fight, he may not be able to win. Tucker, on the other hand, was only level 96, a quasi-master. But at this time, Tucker was facing the 122 level master, who is also a talented and extraordinary master with a lot of background. Not only was he not afraid or timid, but he was calm and confident. If he were level 96, he would have already found a good place with good feng shui. Not long after, Tucker suddenly spoke. It's coming. Tucker immediately began to prepare his forbidden spell. Forbidden spell, Dragon Breath, Eclipse Arrow. Phase aiming. As Tucker poured in the powerful flame rune secrets, chaos rune secrets, and the bowstring that opened the space dimension, Garys' face changed, and he retreated a distance silently. What a terrifying flame power, even I feel my heart tremble. Why is this holy fire so terrible? While staring at it with his eyes slightly fixed in phase, Tucker carefully felt the power of his immortal heart of fire. As the master seed was concluded and his strength gradually increased, Tucker added all the points he should add, and maxed out all aspects. The most powerful and explosive attribute among them was undoubtedly the immortal flame heart, which reached a height of 14,000 plus fragments. The power of the flame in Tucker's hand naturally reached the level of easily burning extraordinary masters. The Dragon Breath forbidden spell was the forbidden spell in Tucker's hand that could best exert the power of fire, except for the forbidden spell Starburst. Buzz! The space shook slightly. Tucker shot an arrow. How far is it? Garys looked over, but in this hazy steam and gray fog, he could not see the landing point of the arrow. About 120 kilometers. Hiss, so far. Not bad. Tucker smiled. Can you shoot accurately? Well, it looks quite far, but it's actually just a matter of a moment. In addition, Tucker paused. Hit it. The level 136 swordsman is injured. Garys raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he blocked my arrow, the impact and the power of the fire source still injured him. Well, they found us and are rushing towards us at high speed. Don't worry, this distance is enough for me to shoot 2 arrows. Not long after, Tucker shot the second arrow. As the second arrow was shot out, this time, Garys felt the fluctuation of the arrow's power hitting the enemy. At this moment, Tucker laughed. That level 122 assassin is a bit interesting. He wanted to use the flash ability to dodge the arrow, but he was hit hard. The arrow pierced through his master state. I don't know how bad the injury is. The speed of these two guys is quite fast. It seems that the third arrow cannot be shot. As soon as the voice fell, Tucker immediately released a chaos forbidden spell, Meteoric Ring, towards the maximum distance in the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meteorites of all sizes in the sky fell like rain. At the same time, Idis and Goral's faces were filled with anger and murderous intent. They left many afterimages and kept dodging the falling meteorites. If they couldn't dodge, they could only use the legendary dagger or the legendary sword to block. The body of the Transcendent Master, which is more than 10 meters long, can resist well. But it also makes it easier for them to withstand the attack of the target. Ordinary means would be fine. At present, the means and strength displayed by the Steam Wizard are definitely at the level of the lower Transcendent Master. The terrifying forbidden spell can easily threaten the two of them. More importantly, the wizard also mastered a lot of world power, and the casting distance was amazing. Be careful. Suddenly, Idis roared. The next moment, a spherical forbidden spell outline with a diameter of more than 100 meters, like a black hole, appeared behind the two of them. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying flames, the world blended with the extreme destruction of the earth, bloomed in all directions. What kind of experience is it to bear the push of the level 92 forbidden spell starburst? Now Idis and Garo have experienced it. It is worse than death. The hot energy torrent penetrated their master defense, penetrated their master state, and then ignited their master sequence tree fiercely, burning fiercely. In the hot and terrifying black flame, it was roasted. The only thing they could feel was that the god of death was waving at them again. Idis was better, jumping more than 10 kilometers away. And the swordsman, Garo, was completely facing Tucker's forbidden spell starburst at close range. If he was not a level 136 extraordinary master. If his legendary longsword had not resisted most of the burning, he felt that just this wave of forbidden spells would have destroyed most of his combat power, and he would no longer have the strength to fight. Fortunately, the legendary sword is still there, protecting everything he has. Boom, rumble, rumble. As the huge mushroom cloud slowly rose, the terrifying destructive power of the starburst gradually dissipated. The palpitation of rebirth after a catastrophe surged in Gorel's heart. In the distance, Tucker, who was quietly watching this scene, was amazed. He took a level 92 forbidden spell from me, and he can still survive. The Supermaster is really hard to kill. And it's not just one shot. He was injured by a forbidden spell before. Tisk tisk. But, it's more interesting to fight like this. As the huge mushroom cloud of the huge forbidden spell star exploded, woo woo woo. Tucker's 5-star forbidden spell, Steam, Light Feather Blade, also bloomed. Seeing the opponent injured, Gary's suddenly felt that he was able to do it again. Leave that super swordsman to me. Gary's tone was full of confidence. Gary's had just left. Swoosh. A sharp starlight suddenly attacked. Tucker slightly turned sideways. The starlight also drew a perfect arc. Bang! It hit Tucker. The rune, earth shield on Tucker's body surface exploded. Facing the attack of the extraordinary master, these ordinary shields are of little use. The starlight that was like a jumping elf broke Tucker's earth shield and then pointed directly at Tucker's head. The power of the crystal wall vaguely emerged. Chi-chi-chi. The starlight was blocked by Tucker's forbidden spell, crystal wall boundary armor. After a shishi sound, a clear 6-pointed star was imprinted. Teleport? Anchor point? Jump lock? Tucker raised his eyebrows, feeling the precise and mysterious veins. The next moment, the light feather blades behind Tucker turned into dense sword light and strangled a corner beside him. Almost at the same time, Idis appeared at the location where Tucker's attack landed. A large number of light feather blades poured fiercely and hotly into Tucker's body, whose extraordinary defense had been broken. And Idis's sharp blade also flashed and slashed at Tucker sharply. Given the huge difference in size between the two, the opponent's 2-meter-long legendary dagger, like a heavy sword, has absolute crushing power. Chapter 389th Level Slashing Master. Chi-chi-chi. The steam light feather blade was like a red-hot iron, pouring into the chest of the Transcendent Master Assassin. The Steam Assassin's attack, which contained the ultimate sharpness, rushed forward. Boom. The terrifying destructive power mixed with the extremely terrifying wind runes turned into dense wind lines, interweaving together, cutting on Tucker's forbidden spell crystal wall armor. This extremely strong cutting attack was finally blocked by Tucker's forbidden spell crystal wall armor. Close-range confrontation. Tucker's forbidden spell light feather blade is indeed powerful, but the Transcendent Master Steam Assassin's master level wind slash is also amazingly powerful. In a single blow, the steam core in Tucker's body exploded in all directions. Buzz! The roar of the steam sequence caused a series of slight ripples in space. The light feather blade flapped lightly. Tucker instantly turned into a shadow and quickly pulled away. The Master Assassin Idis was obviously more flexible than Tucker, and he quickly caught up like a shadow. He chased a quasi-master steam wizard in front of him at a high speed. Idis, whose body was burned by flames inside and out, had murderous intent surging in his pupils, and the murderous aura in his chest was like a volcano that could not be vented. He had to kill the steam wizard named Tucker today. The extraordinary master's wind source energy surged. He forced out the light feather blades that had been injected into his chest and burned his master state. But when Idus was about to use his master's wind source energy to blow the burning flames, his face darkened slightly. It would be better if he didn't blow it. The more he blew, the more fierce the fire became. Damn bug wizard. The angry curse jumped out from the gap between Idus' teeth. Tucker, who was flying rapidly, frowned slightly. The master's attack is still very threatening. My forbidden spell can only be blocked 7 or 8 times at most before it is useless. You know, this is a forbidden spell supported by more than 150 Chaos Rune rings. And this extraordinary master assassin can burst out multiple attacks in a short period of time. Close combat is obviously not a good choice. The corner of his eye glanced at the hexagram mark on the crystal wall. With a thought, a large amount of source energy was quickly poured into it. In an instant, the hexagram mark was erased by Tucker. At the same time, swish, the sharp wind line swept in again, gathering into a ray of green light blade. Once this green light blade appeared, the surrounding airwaves and even space were instantly cut apart by this sharp green light blade. The world seemed to be split in two. As a wind master, this steam assassinatus has an amazing grasp of the mystery of wind runes. Die? It is roared in a low voice, and the dagger and the green light blade almost merged into one. Swoosh! The cyan blade of light came from far away and approached Tucker. At this moment, a golden starfall ring with silver steam texture came at a high speed like a meteorite. Clang! The golden meteorite starfall ring and the cyan blade of light collided violently. The visible world wave ripple power dissipated in all directions. The cyan blade of light, which was gathered by the profound wind rune mystery, was directly smashed and scattered everywhere under the impact of the starfall ring. His ultimate move, Blue Rainbow Wind Blade, was broken by this wizard. Idus couldn't help but feel a shudder in his heart, and his face gradually became gloomy. At this time, the blazing flame was still raging in his master state, both on the surface and inside his body. The most important thing is that he had underestimated the arrow of the Quasi-Master before, and was shot right in the end. Now, the sequence tree is being burned fiercely. The more he used the master source energy, the faster his master sequence tree burned. He simply didn't have time to fight this wizard for a long time. He quickly closed the distance. He originally planned to use his ultimate move to directly break the wizard's forbidden spell and kill him with one blow, or severely injure him. As a result, the ultimate move was directly broken by the wizard. Just when Idus was about to use another chaos ability again. Buzz! Buzz! With a dull space vibration. One on the left and one on the right, 2 golden star rings with a diameter of about 3 meters quickly crushed over. And the star ring that blocked the wizard's Blue Rainbow Wind Blade before was also driven by the wizard to crush over. 3 rounds of golden star rings came in a pinch. He was in a pursuit. The oncoming golden star ring almost instantly arrived in front of him. Break it! Idus slashed the star ring with a dagger. Bang! Idus's face suddenly changed. This strange golden star ring seemed as heavy as a world. His attack caused his master state arm to vibrate violently. It was unwise to fight against the wizard's forbidden spell. The star ring rolled towards Idus's chest. After all, he was a flexible windmaster assassin. His body followed the trajectory of the wind and he quickly tried to break free sideways. But at the same time, buzz! The terrifying power of the towering stars bloomed silently, as if to freeze the whole world. The heavy pressure pressed on Idus's extraordinary master state physique and his extraordinary master sequence. Even as an extraordinary master, he couldn't move for a while. Idus's voice was hoarse with horror. In the depths of his pupils, a golden star ring quickly expanded and instantly occupied all his vision. Rumble. The star ring crushed Idus's remaining extraordinary master defense and tore Idus's chest. It crushed the extraordinary master sequence tree fiercely. Once the master sequence tree was crushed by this terrifying force, it would die. What a terrifying forbidden spell star ring! At this time, Idus's heart was as hot and exciting as a volcano. Suddenly, the steam cores hanging from top to bottom of the master sequence tree bloomed to the extreme at the same time. Woo woo woo! The roar of the surging steam sounded like a war drum. The master sequence tree seemed to come alive. A large amount of steam intertwined and blended, gathering into a steam storm, gathering into a huge storm wall, blocking the attack of the steam wizard's star ring. However, at this time, Tucker had 3 rounds of star rings to attack together. Rumble. Rumble. The intertwined star rings on the left and right went up and down. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. Idis's head was crushed on the spot. His legs were even crushed by Tucker's star ring. The master state was hit hard. The storm wall condensed by the master sequence tree also shook violently. But it still blocked the starfall ring containing infinite power. Gritting his teeth, Idis, who was about to break, trembled and held up the storm wall. His raised cheeks were full of bitterness and despair. Even if he used his magical power, storm wall, to block it, it would be useless. It was just a dying struggle under the blade. 7-star chaos forbidden spell, extremely strong chaos rune mystery. The whole body is filled with the breath of the origin of chaos. He is Chaos Master. Idis's heart trembled. Boom boom. The terrifying starfall ring seemed to have endless power supplying it from behind. Even if it was blocked, it still kept rotating with the power of the world, and every turn consumed his storm wall, while crushing the head and legs of this 122-level extraordinary master. Tucker's next forbidden spell Starburst was ready. The purpose of moving and pulling was to delay the gathering of the forbidden spell Starburst in the ecological network. Go. While delivering the forbidden spell Starburst, Tucker jumped through a wormhole and pulled it more than 20 kilometers away. However, the forbidden spell Starburst released this time was not as huge as before. The diameter was only about 20 meters. Although the body was small in size, this small volume forbidden spell Starburst could more violently guide the annihilation reaction of the surrounding flames. It could directly detonate the flames in the enemy's master state and extraordinary sequence space. The big Starburst. It tends to release the power of fire in destruction. The small Starburst. It guides the extreme destruction of the power of fire. When Tucker jumped and landed in the distance. Boom, boom. The black flames were like a hot torrent of annihilation, sweeping everything around. The steam was like boiling, surging wildly. The torn and shattered mysterious matter bloomed in all directions. Wow, la. The black flames, in the cabin channel, were like a rain curtain splashing all over the sky, blooming hotly and lasting for a long time. At the same time, whether it was Martin Thorpe, the Queen of Shark Masters, and other strong men who were watching the battle outside using special means of projection, or the legendary heroic spirit mentor Merman, who was watching the battle in the heroic spirit altar area using the spiritual network, or in other words, the extraordinary swordsman Gorel, who had the advantage in the battle in the distance, and the extraordinary master Garys, who had already pulled away. At this moment, everyone looked at the forbidden spell Starburst that roared violently in the cabin channel with complicated eyes. As the forbidden spell Starburst bloomed, the rumbling sound of collapse also spread and bloomed, and there was a feeling of a small world collapsing. The master sequence tree is a world in itself. When the master fell, the world supported by the master sequence tree would also collapse with a rumble. While everyone witnessed the master's fall, they also witnessed the Steam Wizard level 9 killing the 122-level Steam Assassin Master. And this is not the kind of extraordinary master who just started at level 100. This is a 122-level Steam Master Assassin with a fairly solid level of qualifications, with complete means, abilities, and magical powers. At the same time, the Steam Sequence Assassin is quite restrained against the Steam Wizard sequence. Deep in the void, many extraordinary masters, looking at this scene, fell into deep silence, and the starry sky was silent. Is this the strength of the Chaos Master Seed? The legendary heroic mentor Merman, who was looking at this scene, was thinking quietly. After all, he knew that Tucker condensed the Chaos Master Seed. The strength of the Chaos Master Seed itself is one aspect. On the other hand, it is also because Tucker's forbidden spells are powerful and the foundation of the Chaos Rune mystery is profound. But no matter what, the opponent is also a genius sequence Steam extraordinary. Tucker has only recently concluded the Chaos Master Seed, and he already has such amazing strength. Let him grow and be promoted to Master, and he will definitely be a top-level powerhouse with amazing potential, a legendary preparatory level existence. The extraordinary swordsman Gorel in the distance saw Idis being killed. Then he felt a strange flame that continued to burn, not weakening but becoming more and more fierce. At this time, he had no intention of fighting 1 against 2, and he was more interested in escaping. Go. He retreated as soon as he was told to, and Gorel escaped quickly. Garys was a veteran among the extraordinary masters, and he rarely fought desperately with other extraordinary masters. But at this moment, The roar of the forbidden spell beside his ears made him find a real backer, and inexplicable courage surged up. Gary's, who had been suppressed before, was determined and chased after him. Gorel was escaping at a high speed. On the route of Gorel's escape, the fluctuation of space bloomed. Tucker walked out of the space-time wormhole. "Did I allow you to escape?" Tucker stopped Gorel, who was fleeing at a high speed, and said indifferently. "Die?" He squeezed the legendary longsword in his hand suddenly. The glass light intertwined with silver and blood was absorbed like a whale sucking water. With one sword, more than 10 kilometers of steam was broken by one sword. Roar, roar, roar. The sword energy was like a long dragon, roaring upward. The silver blood-red light, even between the swallowing and spitting, contained the profound meaning of the space rune. Space swordsmanship, this is Gorel's master's road. This sword is powerful, and even has a certain space-locking feature. Unfortunately, this sword energy torrent is too far away. Tucker easily avoided the radiation range of this sword. And Tucker estimated that even if he was hit, his forbidden spell, crystal wall boundary armor, could block it. The power of non-casters' long-range attack methods will be greatly reduced, unless there are similar specialized methods. But this extraordinary swordsman obviously doesn't have it. While Tucker avoided it, Gary's behind also chased him. "You'd better stay here obediently." The high-spirited Gary's perfectly played his old-timer characteristics. He knew that he was fighting desperately, and he would most likely not be able to beat this 136-level extraordinary swordsman genius. But his strategy is to waste time. Anyway, it is you who is burned by the flames, not me. As long as I keep on fighting, I will win. What's more, I have a very powerful spellcaster supporting me from a distance. I have to say that Gary's style of play is very tactically targeted, which is to wear you down. After hundreds of attacks and kills, Gorel gradually began to weaken. The uncontrollable flames expanded, penetrated wildly in his body. The Space Master Swordsman tree was burned to pieces. For a supermaster like this, who entered the medium-sized superworld by means of circumventing the origin of the world, it is difficult to teleport directly out through other means of escape. After all, in the medium-sized superworld, legendary strongmen will be suppressed. The position where these two came in was so deep that their fate was already doomed. More than 10 minutes later, under Gary's extremely torturous style of play, in desperation, Gorel angrily used the desperate means at the bottom of the actual combat box. Gary's, an old hand, had long been on guard against these powerful means. The opponent was about to fight for his life. Gary's slipped away on the spot. Being able to survive to level 155 is a testimony to his accurate grasp of the situation. Then, in Gorel's extreme pain and despair, Tucker released another forbidden spell, which resounded throughout the entire cabin space. This ended the abnormal invasion war. Boom! With a rising mushroom cloud, Tucker raised his head and looked at a corner of the steam-gray fog sky. A flash of fire flashed in his pupils. The next moment, the spiritual realm picture that many strong men in the depths of the void were examining shattered. As the source energy spiritual realm shattered in the void, many extraordinary masters, whether they had ulterior motives, fished in troubled waters, or were indifferent. At this time, they all became serious. No other reason. This quasi-master has such amazing strength. Once he becomes an extraordinary master, his strength is naturally self-evident. He can definitely have the powerful power to control a battlefield like a legendary strongman. Needless to say, when these extraordinary masters who were besieging him met on the battlefield, none of them could escape. In this war of gods, the Black Witch God Court and the Exotic God Alliance had the upper hand. It was absolutely impossible to stop the war in a short period of time. This also meant that the probability of them meeting this guy again in this battlefield area was basically ironclad. Naturally, this made them all serious. Strong men of this level would not joke about their lives casually. Seeing the death of two newly promoted extraordinary masters with outstanding talents and promising futures, Martin Thorpe felt his heart bleeding. These were all talented extraordinary people given to him by the adult of the Legendary Council for training, but they were gone. After all, he had lived for hundreds of years. Martin Thorpe, who was extremely cunning, took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "It seems that we need to ask for help from the Legendary Queen. It's the end of the month. Please vote for the month. Please vote for the month. Please vote for the month." Chapter 381 Legendary Strategic Offensive. It seems that we have to ask for help from the demigod Arumov, or other legendary masters. Tucker thought to himself, breaking the opponent's peeping. Before the opponent sent the extraordinary master in, Tucker could still use the steam shark worm to fight, or use other means to fight, so as not to expose his strength first. Try to buy yourself more development time. After all, every time the Steam Chaos Master seed grows, Tucker's strength will increase by 1 point. And this time, the arrival of 2 extraordinary masters. If Senior Gary's is left alone, he might really be defeated. Tucker tried his hand and took out some of his strength. This is bound to make those extraordinary masters outside pay more attention to himself. More powerful blows will inevitably follow. At this stage, it is obviously unrealistic to activate and push the boundary ship to sail. Then you can only get on the teacher's line and trade with the strong outside as soon as possible and seek shelter. Half a day later, on the altar, the legendary heroic mentor Merriman quickly collected all the information projections that had been stored and gradually transmitted them back. These projections not only contained information about the battle of the steam shark insect colony, but also many images of Tucker's previous battles. After all the information was transmitted, the legendary heroic mentor Merriman smiled and looked at Tucker, who had a serious face. You also have times of worry. When the fist of a legendary strongman is about to fall on your head, you know how painful it is now. Teacher, look at what you said. Tucker spread his hands helplessly. Okay. Don't worry. Merriman comforted confidently. After my observation, I have confirmed that these steam shark worms are very fierce. In a normal fight, the steam shark worms can fight 3 or 5 foreign shark worms without any problem. With the help of the steam ecology, it can directly upgrade a level, and the effect is quite amazing. Your current shark worm strength, let alone fighting against 3 foreign shark worm master queens. Even if it is against the 9th level shark worm army of 10 foreign shark worm master queens, I am not afraid at all. The speed at which your steam ecological shark worms reproduce, this is the most terrifying thing. Speaking of this, Merriman looked at the shark worms swimming around, and the steam nests hidden in the tree nests of each layer. In this huge flame world tree, there are an astonishing number of steam shark worms and their nests around. The steam ecology, the flame world tree ecology, and the steam shark worm ecology have been completely integrated. If a master level shark worm ecology is created, it is simply unimaginable. At present. Speaking of this, Merriman paused and said meaningfully, it is not clear how fast the master level steam shark queen ecology can cultivate master level sharks. Normally, it is difficult for the shark queen to cultivate a large number of master level sharks. First, the ecological operation of the Zerg is inefficient and slow. Second, the radiation range of the Zerg ecology is not large enough, and it is impossible to mobilize source energy on a large scale. But these 2 points have been perfectly solved by the steam ecology. If the master level steam shark queen can have the same advantages as the 9th level steam shark queen, and can produce a large number of master level sharks, then, this will be a crucial force to pry open the War of Gods. Merriman's tone was slow and meticulous. Tucker could fully feel the heavy weight of it. If it is said that the steam sequence prying the world with the steam core is not obvious enough and the force is not strong enough, then, the force of steam using the Zerg as a fulcrum to pry the world has already forced many strong people to take it seriously. If the effect of the steam ecology is further verified, the same effect can be exerted in the ecology of the steam shark queen. It won't be long before the steam sequence will bring a little shock to this world. That's why I asked for help from the teacher after I had a certain ability to protect myself. Tucker said humbly. You did a good job. Merriman nodded. After I go back, I will immediately discuss these things with the legendary strong man, and I will also go to see the demigod Arumov. But you have to make preparations for both. It's not enough to rely on external assistance. The pressure on Magnolia Romos is also quite huge. The Zerg over there also completed the enslavement early and established the Zerg ecology. Moreover, they saw the power of your steam Zerg before, and also imitated and built a large number of steam towers. Maybe, you can go over there and try it first to see how the specific effect is. I understand, teacher. Tucker nodded. Even if you don't say it, I plan to go there during this period and try it over there. Tucker, who often communicates with Romos through magic letters, naturally knows the situation over there. Tucker has supported a lot of resources over there. Of course, Tucker also got a lot of resources he needed from there. Some of the resources that Tucker used to advance to the 8th and 9th levels were exchanged from there. Teacher. Seeing that Teacher Merriman was about to leave, Tucker said quickly. In addition, if possible, I would like to search for some information about the 4-Tusk Elephant world ship, or the ivory of the ancient sunken warships. After all, I plan to activate these ancient chaotic ecological warships, and ivory is their best offensive weapon. I need to understand the characteristics of these form world ships and their legends, etc. Merriman looked at Tucker and nodded slightly. Well, I will help you search for information in this regard. The Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck site. In a floating island above a huge furnace stump, Martin Thorpe was telling the 3 legendary strongmen about the previous battle in the cabin world. It is highly likely that the extraordinary person named Tucker is following the path of the Chaos Master. And he seems to have walked out of his own steam path. Whether it is the steam characteristics that permeate the world over there, or the incredible characteristics produced by the fusion of steam and the surrounding ecology, all prove this point. If this guy is not dealt with as soon as possible, the consequences will be disastrous if he grows into an extraordinary master. In addition to his own threat. At this point, Martin Thorpe paused, and the scene of the 3 Sharkworm Master Queens attacking together emerged in his mind. It turned out that they were not letting the water go, nor were they weak. The steam sharkworms under Tucker were too strong. 2 people attacked together, but they couldn't push in. 3 people joined forces, but they still couldn't push in. The entire passage was filled with exotic sharkworms and steam sharkworms, but they couldn't get in. Steam filled the air. Before the opponent's steam sharkworm died, it could bite at least 10 sharkworms to death. And their exotic sharkworms perfectly explained what cannon fodder is. That Tucker's steam sharkworm is also incredible. It is possible that the steam sharkworm queen has been promoted to master-level sharkworm queen, and the threat at this stage is greater than that extraordinary person named Tucker who has been promoted to an extraordinary master. On the wide black rock floating island square, 3 legendary strongmen are projected in 3 directions. The legendary queen of sharkworms Guff, the legendary member of the Forbidden Star Curtain Council Evan, and the legendary dark wizard of the Black Witch God Court Death Abyss Mentor. It is said that he once ignited the divine fire, but for some reason he extinguished the semi-god flame. In the ancient years, people have long forgotten his name. It is only known that he possesses a powerful forbidden spell, Hand of the Death Abyss, and controls the peculiar ecology of a similar Death Abyss. And his name has also become Death Abyss Mentor. What do you think, both of you? The legendary queen of sharkworms Goff has a melodious voice, like a singer. I killed most of Irumov's saints and gods, and that guy is crazy about killing me. The voice of the dead Abyss Mentor was without any emotion, just like a corpse speaking indifferently. If I go over there, he will definitely take action. Both legendary masters spoke. Martin Thorpe couldn't help but glance at the legendary master Evan, who didn't speak. Even if we break that small world, we will only interrupt that guy's practice progress, but we can't really catch him. If Queen Gofu is willing to build a magical power to block this world, I don't mind taking action. The legendary Master Evan spoke slowly and hoarsely. The legendary Queen of Sharkworms, Gofu, thought for a moment before speaking. We will attack the Irumov demigod world sooner or later. It's not impossible to eliminate the surrounding forces before that. We can completely place the next round of battle in the direction of the 4-Tusk Elephant Realm ship. After all, there is the Purple Magnolia Extraordinary World community in this direction. We will accumulate some strength and resources in the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck before the next round of battle. Moreover, we should involve as many people as possible so that we can kill them better. In this way, it will be easier to attack the Irumov demigod world in the future. Following Queen Gofu's proposal. Agree. The 2 legendary masters agreed. Listening to the statements of the 3 legendary masters, Martin Thorpe was both satisfied and worried. Satisfied because the masters were willing to use that small world as a corner of the battlefield, which would inevitably break the world. But the problem is that the legendary masters are preparing to expand the battlefield, which will inevitably require a lot of preparation and sedimentation time. The masters focus on the overall situation. They must adopt the strategy of the global optimal solution. But the global optimal solution may not be the local optimal solution. But Martin Thorpe could not shake the decision of the strong. Fortunately, the battlefield was placed in the area of the 4-Tusk Elephant ship, which was already a very good result. I hope that before that guy grows up, he can be wiped out along with the world. Martin Thorpe thought secretly. Chapter 382 The Demigod is Coming. In the extraordinary world of Purple Magnolia, deep in the huge Zerg crystal wall nest, in addition to Tucker and the extraordinary master Romos, there is also a summoning master Duke Mitchell. And this summoning master is the enslaver of the queen of the master of shark insects in this Zerg nest. Under the annotations of the extraordinary masters Romos and Duke Mitchell, Tucker put one hand on the head of the queen of the master of shark insects, and whispered a secret message in his mouth. Tucker visited a few days ago and told her that the ecological nest of the queen of the master of shark insects would be steamed. This made many strong people in the extraordinary world of Purple Magnolia very happy. Before, they also tried to use steam towers to build ecology and tried to steam the ecology of shark insects. But no matter how they tried, steam is steam, and shark insects are shark insects, and there is no fusion at all. Instead, they tossed back and forth, and the original Zerg ecology of shark insects was broken into pieces. Now, the enemy's offensive is getting more and more fierce. Many holes were drilled into the crystal wall of the world. The extraordinary masters outside kept throwing all kinds of powerful forbidden spells into the world barrier to destroy the world. And they didn't dare to go out easily, not to mention how aggrieved they were. At this time, Tucker was willing to help them steam the steam shark worm nest, which was undoubtedly a timely help, and they were naturally very happy. When it felt almost done, Tucker slowly withdrew his palm. Huh? Just like this, is it done? It feels like nothing happened. Romos and Duke Mitchell, who were very concerned, both had solemn expressions on their faces, and at the same time, a little doubt appeared in the depths of their pupils. They are all extraordinary masters. The perception ability is extraordinary. It's true that Tucker chanted the secret language, but there was obviously no change. SHH. Seeing that the two people were going to ask again, Tucker made a shushing gesture. Feel it carefully. After saying that, Tucker waited quietly. Soon, Duke Mitchell's face changed, and a look of joy gradually climbed up his cheeks, and then he was dancing with joy. I feel it. I feel it. It seems that the barriers between the steam ecology and the sharkworm ecology have been broken through, and they are communicating with each other in a cycle of extraordinary characteristics. Duke Mitchell gradually became ecstatic. Looking at his expression, Tucker guessed that Mentor Merriman must have told them a lot of information before. Otherwise, Duke Mitchell's performance would not be so exaggerated. Whoever has the power of the God War will have such an exaggerated performance. The extraordinary Master Duke Mitchell looked at Tucker and bowed deeply. Thank you for the gift, Mr. Tucker. Tucker smiled and waved his hand. Lord Duke, when the Steam Master Queen completes a certain depth of steam cycle, you must pay attention. She will try to break free. When necessary, you can use the power zone of the world to suppress her, or use the power of slavery to whip her. Don't worry. I will. Duke Mitchell nodded. I have some experience in controlling these life forms. Then he looked at Romos. I want to go deeper into it and experience it. After saying that, he quickly sank into the depths of the steam and disappeared. Tucker, I really have to thank you this time. The teacher said that this is the key power of this war of gods. At this time, Romos looked at Tucker with unprecedented seriousness. As he said that, Romos took out the extraordinary storage bracelet that he had prepared long ago. Here is the information you want about the four-tusk elephant world warship, as well as the origin and characteristics of those world ivory, etc. Not only are there the information we prepared here, but also a lot of relevant information that the teacher sent over using the altar. After all, our altar here is more receptive to resources than your altar. There may be a lot of information inside. Taking the extraordinary storage bracelet, Tucker's soul power swept inside. Wow, a storage ring the size of a room, stuffed full. Fortunately, Tucker has the ability of tactile perception, so he doesn't have to worry about browsing a lot of information. With so much information, we can initially understand what the treasures I brought out from the Chaos Ancient Ecology are, as well as their specific functions and so on. While Tucker was thinking, Romos on the side spoke again. Tucker, now you have signed the Master Seed. Next, practice steadily to advance the Master Seed process, and becoming a transcendent master is just around the corner. However, we are now in the period of the God War. I heard that some small worlds in other directions of the good Irumov demigod world have been destroyed. If the ship can't hold on in the four-tusk elephant realm, you can come over at any time. We welcome you at any time in Zyulan. Tucker nodded. Thank you, Senior Romos. I will try my best to hold on. If I really can't hold on, I hope that when I arrive at Zyulan, Senior Romos can protect me more. During the conversation, Tucker mentioned the information he had asked many times before. Senior Romos. Has the legendary Furnace Master of Zyulan not come out during this period? Tucker and Romos exchanged resource information before. Romos promised to give Tucker the opportunity to forge a 100-level legendary ring staff. For a spellcaster, the importance of a powerful legendary ring staff is self-evident. More importantly, Tucker had killed 2 extraordinary masters before. One was level 122, and the other was level 136. These were excellent materials for Tucker to forge a 100-level ring staff. Tucker has now initially formed the Chaos Master Seed. There is no problem at all in driving a Master Legendary ring staff above level 100. After thinking for a moment, Romos said, "You know that the battles in the past 2 years have been tied in all aspects, and the demand for forging legendary weapons above level 100 has increased greatly. Currently, Master Lilu is tempering the fragments of the artifact wreckage, and it may take some time." Artifact wreckage fragments. Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. Although Tucker has formed a legendary ring staff, this legendary ring staff only has legendary characteristics at present, and is still being cultivated and grown, and there is still some distance from the real legendary ring staff. As for the artifact, it is a powerful treasure forged from the ancient god materials, in the ancient chaos continent with the true power of gods. Even gods use their own divine characteristics to cultivate artifacts. The better the materials, the higher the upper limit. Therefore, almost all gods in the human world will go to the ancient chaos continent to collect those ancient continent materials. Even those legendary masters will collect similar top-level materials to forge their own legendary weapons, and further promote them to semi-artifacts. When mentioning the artifact fragments, Romos also lowered his voice. The smelting of artifact debris is our internal secret. Don't tell others easily. In addition, this time you created the Steam Shark Master Queen for us, a weapon that can pry open the War of Gods. We must give some appreciation here. After the ancient artifact debris is smelted and decomposed, some artifact fragments will be added to it when forging legendary weapons for you. Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking for a moment before smiling. Thank you, Senior Romos. Romos waved his hands quickly. In the past few years, you have helped us with a lot of resources and Steam cores. This time you created the Steam Shark Master Queen for us. Forging the top resources for you is what we should do. We should really thank you. The two talked. Woo woo woo. Deep in the Master Shark's nest, there was an exciting roar of steam. This time, even Romos could feel it clearly. A smile gradually bloomed on Romos's cheek. This is the cry after the initial fusion of the Zerg ecology and the Steam ecology. Although the scale is not large, it is already shocking enough. The power to pry open a new era has quietly taken root in the Purple Magnolia Extraordinary World. 4 Tusk Elephant World Ship. In the Steam Magic Hut. More than half a warehouse of information was constantly touched, read, stored and sorted by Tucker. Even if Tucker has the means of touching and perceiving. After returning from the Purple Magnolia Extraordinary World. After Tucker explored all the information, it took a full 3 days. And it took Tucker another week to sort out the information in all aspects. Until today. Tucker roughly judged the use of the magical star ivory. Moreover, Tucker was only judging, not 100% sure. This star ivory stores a magical and ancient mysterious power from the ancient chaos continent, star ancient divine light. According to relevant information, it is speculated that when the level conditions for practicing star ancient divine light are reached, feeling the bright starlight, you can absorb the power of the starlight and obtain the inheritance of the power sequence seed. Of course, accepting the inheritance is one thing, but whether you can practice is another. Mastering the ancient starlight can travel in the vast and extraordinary starry sky like light. You can even feel the starlight emitted by all the stars, and then jump and sail between the stars. And this incredible means of traveling among the stars is just one of them. As for more information, Tucker has no way to explore more. But what is certain is that this powerful ability is the legendary Starry Sky Magic. Starry Sky Magic is a magical means and ability above 10 stars that has been passed down in the starry sky since ancient times, surpassing the existence of forbidden spells. Tucker turned his head to look at the house sealed in the magical hut not far away, and made a rough judgment. The starry sky treasures scattered from the ancient Chaos continent. This value is inestimable. At present, it seems that below the extraordinary master, there is no way to practice. I just don't know if I can practice after level 100. It is quite good to be able to master a starry sky magic, left by the ancient civilization of the Chaos continent at the extraordinary master level. After all, the higher the level of this kind of starry sky magic, the greater the power it can exert. While thinking, Tucker gradually gathered his mind and began to absorb the origin of chaos and digest the steam core, so as to fully promote the conclusion of the steam chaos master seed. Level 100 is the extraordinary master. Level 200 is the legendary realm. Not to mention the legendary realm of level 200. Tucker now has to work overtime and strive to advance this 100-level extraordinary master journey. However, once you cross level 100, after that, it will be a smooth journey. Tucker can quickly add points and upgrade. At level 140, the lower master is promoted to the middle master. At level 170, the middle master was promoted to the upper master. Except for the corresponding materials required for the breakthrough of these two levels, it was basically a smooth journey. But the only problem was that the level of the extraordinary master was actually quite slow. And this did not seem to be a problem for Tucker. Therefore, for Tucker now, while advancing the master seed, he steadily hung up around the flame world tree to gain experience in precipitated source energy, which was also paving the way for the level upgrade after level 100. A few days later, in a wide cabin, woo woo woo, accompanied by the roar of steam, a round of the old meditation star slowly rose in the steam ecology. And looking at the rising steam and the spirit of star steam, the little face of the steam spirit Wendy was filled with a bright smile. Woo woo woo. Soon, a large amount of star steam from the old meditation star penetrated like a tide with a light. Some of the unlucky steam spirits who were not high enough were directly washed away by the surging star steam wave on the spot. Another part, who were too close to watch the excitement, were illuminated by the scorching starlight that penetrated and their bodies were scalded. They screamed and fled into the deeper depths of the steam gray fog. With the steam spirit Wendy in charge of the steam ecology, there were more and more elves in the steam ecology. Some of them were even as big as 4 or 5-year-old children. Tucker had seen steam elves in many steam ecosystems, but he had never seen such a big one. From these thriving steam elves, it can be seen how huge Tucker's steam ecology is. And this is only the third layer. During this period, Tucker gradually built a steam star ecology in the 12 cabins of the third layer, and promote the three-dimensional ecology of Zerg ecology, steam ecology, natural ecology, and steam star ecology, and all-round circulation. Now, Tucker is creating his own extraordinary steam ecological world. These steam elves are one of the life products of the steam ecology. Next, Tucker plans to penetrate the ecology to the 4th layer and even the 5th layer. Half an hour later, after feeling that the steam star ecology is stable, Tucker looked at Wendy. I have developed the steam star ecology of these 12 cabins and maintained them in all aspects. Yes, Lord Tucker. Wendy nodded seriously with a serious face. She was very serious about maintaining the ecology. After Tucker left, Wendy quickly guided the steam to gradually block the huge airwaves rolled up by the scorching star steam. The surrounding steam elves quickly surrounded her. This rising steam star was specially prepared by Lord Tucker for her and many steam elves. This cabin world also belongs to her private territory. Now, I can better pass on resources and information to my friends. Well, they are all my people and my believers. I want to help them overthrow those damn black-hearted factories, and hang all those black-hearted capitalists on street lamps. Yes, Lord Tucker said to me before that street lamps are the best destination for black-hearted capitalists. Soon a prayer sounded from the steam altar. Wendy responded immediately. Tucker, who was gradually going away, looked back from afar. This kind steam spirit, even in a very far place, still cared about his believers and his hometown. After retracting his gaze, Tucker looked at the tree cabin world of the flame world. Well, there's movement over there at the altar. Tucker did not hesitate and jumped directly through the wormhole. Altar area. As soon as Tucker arrived, he saw that there was light flashing in the altar area. Not long after, buzz! The heavy and rich light of the heroic spirit quickly bloomed, and then gathered, and the legendary heroic spirit mentor Merriman condensed his form. Teacher, have you fully recovered? Looking at the teacher in front of him, Tucker raised his eyebrows. Thanks to the help of Lord Irumov, I can recover so quickly. Merriman smiled, and then he quickly said, in addition, Demigod Irumov is about to come. What? Tucker was slightly stunned. Come for the master of the steam shark worm queen. As Merriman's voice fell, boom, the blazing, magnificent and vast light crossed the distant starry sky and formed a majestic divine light column. Then the light column rumbled, like a torrent of miracles, descending on the altar, covering an area of hundreds of meters. A majestic projection slowly condensed in it, with such a majestic power that people dared not look directly at it. The demigod traced the trajectory of the legendary hero. Officially descended on the four-tusked elephant realm ship. Chapter 383. A deal with a demigod. God has come. The projection of the power of the god. In the entire flame world tree cabin, a 1,000-foot-high steam wave was surging. The steam ecology of the entire world was slightly rumbling and echoing. Layer after layer of steam rings, surrounding the light column where the projection of the god came, quickly condensed into the form of a multi-ring arch column. It was as if the steam ecology was also saluting the god. The faces of a large number of boundary ship warriors in the flame world tree in the distance changed one after another, and then they all saluted. Even if they were in the neutral camp, they still had to remain in awe of the projection of the great god. A large number of steam elves, facing the direction where the god came, showed a solemn and unified meaning. Outside the boundary ship, many extraordinary masters who had stopped in the void before and were ready to besiege the four-tusked elephant boundary ship, looked at the scene of the projection of the god coming. One by one, they were terrified, and they immediately fled the void quickly along the wormhole channel. They were also afraid that the demigod Irumov would not follow the moral principles of martial arts and tear his face to attack them. After all, the legendary warriors on their side all did the same. Beside the altar of the heroes, the terrifying aura like the vast deep sea and the towering mountains gathered in front of him. Even if Tucker gathered his will, the natural deterrence from the high-level sequence still made Tucker's soul in extraordinary state tremble violently. Tucker took a deep breath. Soon he stabilized his extraordinary form. Tuck Lamor, meet the great Lord Irumov. Tucker bowed his head and saluted. The scorching light like the great sun almost penetrated Tucker's body. The legendary heroes can see many things, not to mention the projection of the demigod. It's really extraordinary. In the huge light column, the outline of the huge figure towering 100 meters high was like a galloping heavy thunder, rumbling. With the blooming of each syllable of the text, the steam around more than 10 kilometers also rose and fell. Irumov demigod is not the kind of legendary warrior who simply ignited the divine fire. Instead, he is a demigod who has condensed a powerful divine fire, built a divine body, and condensed a divine crown. It's just that he became a god for a short time, and his level is not enough. When his level is high enough, he will naturally become a true god. It is completely different from those extraordinary people who barely reach the threshold of demigods and are actually in the legendary realm. Master of Steam Chaos. The burning eyes gradually converged, and the tone became much gentler. This is the new era, an unprecedented sequence road. Not bad. After looking at Tucker, the demigod Irumov nodded with satisfaction. In addition, do you plan to cultivate your own steam heroes? Reporting to Lord Irumov, yes. Tucker responded seriously. Don't be too restrained. Although you are the favored one of the three-eyed god. But I have always had a very good relationship with the three-eyed god. Moreover, now we are in a state of war between gods. There is no problem in obeying my command and cooperating with me. In the explanation, the great god gradually lowered his posture and gave the quasi-master a certain amount of respect. After all, this is the Chaos Master. Irumov and the three-eyed god are not chaos gods. More importantly, this little guy is not only on the road of Chaos Master, but also on the road of Steam Chaos Master. All the kingdoms of gods, extraordinary temples, and colleges and sects. They all recognize the power of the Steam sequence, and they all hope that the geniuses of their camp sequence will make achievements in the Steam sequence and the Steam road as soon as possible. But at present, only the Steam upgrade sequence road has been opened up. No one has yet further opened up a new Steam road. And the quasi-Steam Chaos Master in front of him has completely opened up a new road. Not only did he create the Steam Chaos Master sequence road himself, it can even create an ecological miracle that integrates Steam ecology and Zerg ecology. And this is exactly the main reason why the demigod Arumov descended. In fact, after Arumov descended, he has discovered many interesting places in this medium-level extraordinary world. Steam has also merged with the ecology of this world. Even the star projection has the characteristics of steam ecology. All the ecology of the entire world is connected by steam. Here, it is a world with steam as its essence. What if the steam ecology is further expanded and integrated with the entire extraordinary world? Looking at the many extraordinary worlds, and even the extraordinary stars, the steam Star Trek has already built a vein between the stars and the extraordinary worlds. Who dares to say that these worlds will not be permeated by steam ecology in the future? The knowledgeable Arumov vaguely recognized the ambition of the boy in front of him. He saw the ambition of this quasi-steam chaos master. And today's human race needs such an ambitious guy. In his thoughts, demigod Arumov spoke slowly. The characteristics of your master-level steam insect ecology have been preliminarily verified in the purple magnolia supernatural world. I think you have guessed the results there by my advent. The effect is amazing. At this point, demigod Arumov also showed a gratified smile. Normally, it is very difficult for a super master-level shark worm queen to cultivate a master-level shark worm. Not only does it take a lot of time and energy, but it also requires a certain amount of soul essence. Only in this way can a master-level shark worm be created. But the steam ecosystem is different. After merging with the steam ecosystem has high-intensity operating characteristics, and the steam ecosystem itself can condense the steam core, a product of sequence upgrade. In itself, the status of the steam ecosystem is high enough. So, the steam shark worm master queen dare not say that it is very easy to give birth to a master shark worm, but the difficulty has been greatly reduced. If the scale is large enough, it can produce master shark worms continuously. Even after divination, deduction and other means, it has been determined that if you are willing to invest in the steam core, the number of shark worm masters can be increased a lot. Basically, it can be determined. At this point, the light of the demigod Arumov was extremely hot. This is a terrible force that is enough to start a war between gods. In the distant future, it may even be enough to threaten the power of the gods. Tucker listened quietly to the explanation of the demigod Arumov. The reason why Tucker was willing to use this powerful method at this time was naturally because, in his own world, no one could threaten him, including this demigod. His projection power was greatly restrained before he could enter the extraordinary world. If he wanted to release his power, his projection would naturally be cut off by the origin. With these powers, it was basically impossible to kill Tucker. Never put yourself in danger. This is one of Tucker's principles. Once your ability shows a terrifying deterrent power, they will inevitably deal a devastating blow to you. The demigod Arumov explained slowly. And this is exactly why I turned to the god Arumov and sought your protection. Tucker said truthfully. Tucker has already demonstrated some of his own strength and the powerful characteristics of the steam shark worm. At this time, I used my incredible means and abilities to exchange for the protection of the gods, so that I could safely advance to the realm of the Transcendent Master. This was a very necessary and fair trade. 10. Tucker said bluntly. The two in the purple magnolia transcendent world don't count. I am willing to help you, Lord Arumov, to merge 10 steam ecosystems with a master-level Zerg ecosystem, so as to seek your protection during my promotion to the Transcendent Master, and to ensure that this world will not be destroyed and damaged by those shameless legendary masters. Chapter 384, Level 120 Legendary Ring Staff. Rumble. As the beam of light, like a blazing torrent, slowly dissipated, the power of the divine projection gradually dissipated in the air, and the steam that was stretched out for more than 10 kilometers gathered and collapsed inward. The whole world, shocked by the divine spirit, slowly woke up from silence. Even the suppressed flames of the flame world tree in the distance bloomed brilliantly at this time. Tucker, who was in the altar of the heroes, watched the divine spirit leave and stood there, thinking. It turns out that the gods can bargain. And they are very skilled. The price of 10 steam Zergs offered by Tucker did not satisfy the demigod Arumov. And the number that Arumov was satisfied with was 50. Do you really dare to ask? And do you have so many Zerg queens in your hands? This thing is not easy to catch. Tucker muttered secretly in his heart. The appetite of the gods is bigger than Tucker expected. But Tucker bargained with the gods with a tough attitude, Creating such an ecology will seriously damage my origin. 10 is already my limit. If there is one more, I will die. The gods also fought with Tucker many times on the grounds that 50 Zerg ecology is the cornerstone of victory in the war. One less will allow the fruits of victory in the war to be stolen by the enemy. We cannot afford the painful price of losing the war. After some bargaining, in the end, the two sides reached an agreement that Tucker needs to create 20 master-level Zerg ecological nests and steam cycles. Among them, 10 need to be completed as soon as possible in a short period of time. The subsequent 10 need to be constructed according to specific needs during the war. The gods gave Tucker strategic assistance in the projection of the Four Tusks world ship area. Make sure that Tucker can withstand the attack of the legendary Strong and the projection threats of other gods. In fact, the demigod Aruma was quite easy to talk to. Just as Tucker was thinking, the legendary heroic mentor Merriman on the altar slowly spoke. After all, these gods were once strong human beings, and it has always been their responsibility to protect humans. Since he promised you, he will definitely protect your safety. Tucker nodded. I know, teacher. In addition, there are some more important things I will tell you first. As Merriman said this, Tucker looked over carefully. According to our spies, the three legendary masters in the shipwreck of the Blood Sea ruins have planned to develop the Four-Tusk Elephant world ship and the Purple Magnolia supernatural world as the next large-scale battlefield. They are currently preparing for war. In as short as a year and a half, or as long as 3 to 5 years, they will launch a large-scale attack on you. Although the supermasters of the cabin world cannot enter, the power of the supermasters can carry out a large-scale siege of the world barrier outside the world ship. Plus, those Zerg can also bite and eat your world ship. Under a long-term war state, under constant erosion, it is very likely to cause a devastating blow to your world ship. Tucker thought for a moment and then nodded carefully. Thank you for your reminder, teacher. During this period, I will speed up the construction of the steam crystal wall of the cabin world and build a steam crystal wall system as quickly as possible, so that I can better resist the enemy's attack. Steam crystal wall. Merriman couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard it. This kind of creative steam crystal wall, he had never heard of it before. However, Tucker is an expert in steam, and he is also the creator of the integration of steam ecology and other ecology. He also seems to be planning to create a new steam world. It is not impossible to creatively develop the steam crystal wall. Since you can develop this kind of defense means, it is naturally excellent. But no matter what, you still have to be careful. If you encounter an attack from a strong person, you must ask for help in time. Merriman warned. Now is a war period. Only when the entire kingdom of gods joins together can we resist the enemy's large-scale attack. Even the gods are like this, not to mention you, a small quasi-master. Yes, teacher. Tucker nodded carefully. In terms of asking for help, Tucker has never been vague. As the storm of the gods' advent gradually came to an end, it is also known that the enemy will not launch a large-scale war attack for a while. On the one hand, Tucker stepped up the practice of his extraordinary master seed. On the other hand, he strengthened the construction of the world ecology. At the entrance of the second and third level cabin world channel, Tucker can guard the pass. Then the lower layers, that is, the fourth layer, and even the fifth layer, will naturally be opened up on a large scale. With the opening of the ecological cycle of the third layer of the cabin world, after the cycle of the 12 cabin world ecosystems and the old steam star ecosystem, a large amount of steam is constantly poured into each cabin world like seawater. The important core that Tucker built before, the old steam star. Not only did it bring hope to St. Lander before, now, it has also become the core source of steam for the Four-Tusk Elephant world ship. Tucker had previously ordered the Steam Shark Queen to march to the fourth layer, in conjunction with the Steam Spirit Wendy's steam control. On the fourth layer of the world ship, the lower half is filled with Blood Sea, while the upper half is constructed by Wendy to form a large-scale steam ecological cycle. The 12 cabins on the fourth layer were also constructed by Tucker with Steam Star altars, opening up the Steam Star ecosystem. A large number of steam shark worms that feed on the Blood Sea were constructed and born. At the same time, these steam shark worms devour the power of the Blood Sea and release large-scale steam source energy. Transform the power of the Blood Sea into the power of the steam ecology. At the same time, under Tucker's instruction, Wendy and the Queen of Steam Sharks jointly launched the plan of the Steam Crystal Wall. Although the plan is simple, it is extremely grand. Let the steam ecology and the crystal wall ecology complete a huge cycle of internal and external integration. Let the vast amount of steam have the characteristics of the crystal wall. Then continue to precipitate the steam crystal wall outside the boundary ship. Put on a thick coat of steam crystal wall for the entire 4-tusk elephant boundary ship. With a steam crystal wall, on the one hand, it can isolate a large number of enemy attacks, that is, various long-range attacks will be blocked by the steam crystal wall, so that it cannot directly damage the body of the steam boundary ship. On the other hand, the steam sharks can fight with the enemy in the steam crystal wall and keep the enemy out. After building such an ecological cycle, it is equivalent to adding an extra set of ecological defense equipment to the cabin boundary ecology. The spirit of steam, Wendy, only needs to promote the operation of the steam ecology. The entire huge crystal wall ecology will naturally operate automatically. This is the benefit of ecology. It has internal power. The creator only needs to develop and promote, and the subsequent effect is that the entire huge ecology will operate and spread out on its own. Whether it is the blood seed digestion ecology of the 4th layer or the steam crystal wall ecology of the cabin world. As the ecological plan unfolds, the steam ecology of the entire world ship is running at a high speed. It seems that the original will of the world ship has also noticed that the steam power can allow it to escape the sinking of the blood sea and break free from the sinking of the sunk ship. The original will has gradually become one of the driving forces. The era of steam development has bloomed in the 4-tusk elephant world ship. The potential of large-scale steam ecology is constantly being released. The most critical place is the steam core, a crystal product of the operation of the steam ecology. It is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. From 4 or 5 pieces a day, it gradually increased to 7 or 8 pieces, and then to 12 to 15 pieces. As the steam crystal wall ecology was developed, the daily output of the steam core has reached 30 pieces a day. This made Tucker couldn't help but sigh at the amount of resources he gained from mastering and deeply operating the development of a world. In addition to the steam core, chaos blood crystal and various strategic resources are also being produced continuously in the treasure land of the 4-tusk ship. When Tucker was carrying out large-scale steam ecological development, Tucker received the contact information from his mentor Merman. Afterwards, Tucker used the space-time wormhole to reach the depths of the void. He contacted the 2 extraordinary masters sent by the demigod Arumov. The 2 extraordinary masters brought a super-large magical hut. Inside the magical hut is a huge space like a mountain. Originally, Tucker planned to build a magical hut space as huge as a mountain. He could build an ancient forest hut on the mountain and raise some sheep, demons, dragons, etc. at the foot of the mountain. As a result, those ancient extraordinary people had the same idea and had already put it into practice. The huge steam hut ecology brought by these 2 extraordinary masters has a large number of steam towers. And the many steam towers are guarding the master-level Zerg Queen. Tucker observed it for a while and broke through the barrier between the ecological nest of the master-level Zerg Queen and the steam ecology. After the first cooperation experience, in the subsequent time, Tucker continued to break through the barriers between the steam ecology and the Zerg ecology brought by the extraordinary master, and built a new steam Zerg ecology. There are steam shark worms, mechanical demon worms, winged demon worms, and fallen bone worms. Every strange and exotic Zerg opened Tucker's eyes. It is said that these strange Zerg ecosystems were cultivated by the evil and exotic god of the giant nest pillar god. In the resource exchange with the Purple Magnolia Extraordinary World and the transaction with the god Irumov. More than 2 years, nearly 3 years, passed quickly. Purple Magnolia Extraordinary World. The wide palace corridor. Tucker and Romos walked side by side. Your progress is getting more and more amazing. When you came to trade with me a year and a half ago, I could still feel the breath of your master seed up close. Now, we are so close, I can no longer feel the breath of your master seed. Your level has also reached level 99. You can't have completed the master seed and are about to fall. As he walked forward, Romos sighed secretly. How can it be that fast? Tucker shook his head. It will take at least 2 or 3 years for the master seed to be completed. 2 or 3 years is already very fast. It seems that I will witness the birth of another extraordinary master. Romos laughed. During the conversation, Romos' tone gradually became serious. In the past few years, the battlefields of the Arumov demigod world and the 5 large extraordinary worlds in other aspects are now in full swing. To put it nicely, The battle is in full swing, and to put it bluntly, it is a continuous retreat. Fortunately, at this point, Romos paused. Half a year ago, the steam Zerg were gradually deployed on the battlefield and finally stabilized the battlefield situation in all major directions. Thanks to the powerful Zerg ecosystems created by you, we can maintain the consumed war defense lines. Otherwise, the battlefield defense lines in the 5 directions will eventually have to retreat to the demigod world of Irumov. If we really enter the defense stage of the God War, all the foreign gods will hunt down Irumov. All the extraordinary people in the entire extraordinary world will not be able to escape. Now, with your help, the defense line has finally been stabilized. The extraordinary people on those defense lines will more or less kowtow to you. Romos' words made Tucker laugh. It's not that exaggerated. Romos glanced at Tucker and said lightly, it's more exaggerated than you think. I heard that in the demigod world of Irumov, several Zerg ecosystems are expanding madly, and all resources are thrown into them. Then, the larger the ecosystem expands, the higher the production efficiency. In addition, Irumov has a large number of master steam spirits. This allows the master shark worms there to be born in an endless stream. The current defense line is maintained by the crazy explosive production capacity of these steam Zergs. Until now, the upper limit of the steam shark worm ecosystem has not been touched. It is said that the intelligence of the steam Zerg in Irumov has been known by many other demigods, and it has caused quite a stir. Listening to Romos's explanation, Tucker was thoughtful. Tucker knows the characteristics of the steam Zerg better than anyone else. However, others only have steam Zerg. But Tucker has the steam world in his hands. And those Zerg ecosystems carry Tucker's gifts. The steam Zerg ecosystems that have taken root in various places are in the process of expansion. The legendary fire has begun to gather towards Tucker. Tucker uses Steam World to promote the integration of Zerg ecology and the world. And those developed Steam Zerg ecology are giving back to Tucker with immortal legendary sparks. After thinking for a moment, Tucker looked at Romos. Senior, how are the 2 Steam Zerg ecology of Zyulan? Tucker asked this, and Romos laughed. If they dare to start a war, we can definitely give them enough shock. With the delivery of some strategic resources from the demigod Irumov, there will be no problem in counterattacking the shipwreck side of the Blood Sea ruins in the future. Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. The stronger the comprehensive strength of Zyulan's extraordinary world, the 4-tusk elephant realm ship will naturally be safer. Just when the two were about to reach the end of the corridor, a rumbling sound of vibration came from the furnace tower in the distance. Then, the towering furnace tower of more than 300 meters was like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The earth trembled. The huge flames bloomed like mushroom clouds and fireworks. The clouds in the sky, the vast mountains and land, and the buildings of the extraordinary city-states were all covered with a layer of bright red flames. The powerful aura of the legendary ring staff was like a giant beast, rolling and surging in it. The two looked at the fire tower with flames rising to the sky. It seems that your 100-level legendary ring staff is about to come out, Romos said with a smile. Tucker also smiled. A few days ago, Romos told Tucker that the extraordinary god forging master was about to complete the forging of Tucker's 100-level legendary ring staff. Tucker had been waiting for many days in Zyulan, and today, it was finally completed. As the flames bloomed, the outline of a huge human face gradually emerged. Tucker, I have finished forging your legendary staff. Your legendary fire is really fierce. Ha ha ha. I hope you can create a legend soon. Also, your steam shark worm ecology is very good. I gave you 2 more small pieces. I hope you like it. The voice rumbled and then slowly ended. Even the master forging god who rarely went out knew Tucker's current methods and reputation. Yin, the crisp sound of the legendary staff came from afar. Tucker released his breath slightly. The 100-level legendary staff shot over like a meteor. Until in front of Tucker, the 2-meter diameter 100-level demon legendary staff quickly shrank. Tactile perception poured into the legendary staff. A lot of information came in. Legendary demon staff, level 120. Legendary feature hunting, kill other extraordinary creatures to gain a certain amount of source energy experience. Legendary feature, fire demon, can release powerful demons from the flames of the abyss. Note, be careful of the backlash of demons. Artifact feature, God Shatter, from the fragment feature of the ancient chaos artifact. Your attack will hit the objects and life forms touched with a God Shatter feature. Hunting, fire demon, are the features of the legendary ring staff itself. It's just that with forging, these legendary features have been completely stabilized. Artifact feature, God Shatter. Tucker's eyes narrowed and carefully examined the incredible features given to the legendary ring staff by the ancient chaos artifact. This artifact feature, God Shatter, is very strong. With this feature, I can better destroy and attack those extraordinary masters with legendary armor, powerful shields, or strong master defense. Touching this black, golden textured legendary ring staff of level 100, Tucker nodded with satisfaction. Hedla, now you are already a level 120 fire demon. The master forger reminded me to be careful of your backlash. Tucker said slowly as he put the demon staff into his wrist. Hedla in the demon staff became excited on the spot. Slander. Slander. My respected master, this is absolutely naked slander. My loyalty to you is as solid as a rock in the waves of the sea. No hardship can wear away my loyalty to you. Even if I die, what remains in the depths of my ashes is my loyalty to you. Tucker, who was going to continue teasing the fire demon Hedla, had a slightly gloomy expression, and then looked towards the distant four-tusk elephant realm ship. Romos, who was standing by, keenly sensed Tucker's changes. He looked at Tucker and lowered his voice. What's wrong? Tucker, with his eyes slightly focused, felt it carefully for a moment, and then said slowly, I think the war has begun. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, The Background of the Steam World Ship Master. The location is very tricky. Use the point where the shipwreck debris falls in the void as a framework to open a large number of space-time wormhole gates inside. With a wreckage area of Daphne as an anchor point and shelter, both the safety and defensiveness of the space-time wormhole gates are very good. More importantly, it is not far from us and not close to us. It's too late to obstruct them. And they must have a plan option for me to open a wormhole and break in. I can guarantee that once it is opened, a large amount of force will inevitably come in overwhelmingly. Even directly interrupt my space-time wormhole. Sure enough, the war operations of the large army have been considered in all aspects. This move shows that they are strategic experts, and what they are preparing is also a large-scale and long-term war attack. Even if they attack my small world ship, they will not relax at all. This time, I'm afraid it's really a large army. On the huge world mast of the four-tusk elephant world ship, Tucker looked into the depths of the void in the distance, as if talking to himself. But the current four-tusk elephant world ship is no longer the four-tusk elephant world ship of 3 years ago. Tucker thought secretly. After Tucker's development of the four-tusk elephant world ship over the past few years, the armies of the three shark queens who attacked Tucker before were driven away and counterattacked by Tucker, as well as their own strategic needs. They have given up the feeding attack on Tucker and all retreated. Now, the entire four-tusk elephant world ship is Tucker's territory. In the past few years, Tucker's development of the four-tusk elephant world ship has also reached a new height. The first and second layers of the cabin world have also been fully developed by Tucker. The steam insect ecological cycle and the construction of the old steam star ecology are all there. In addition, the powerful steam ecology of the third and fourth layers that have been built long ago. Now, the entire huge four-tusk elephant world ship has gradually taken on the appearance of a steam world ship. In the core of the world ship that others cannot feel, world ship origin ecology. Now, the steam ecology cycle has gradually begun. With the strong support of the steam ecology, the four-tusk elephant world ship not only stopped sinking, but also showed signs of breaking free. The Blood Sea shipwreck is now floating up little by little, becoming a real world ship, a real steam world ship. And the enemies of the Black Witch God Court and the Foreign God Alliance are coming in a mighty way in the distance. They are here to destroy the world ship. At the top of the world ship's mast, in addition to Tucker, there is also the extraordinary Master Garys, and the Steam Spirit Wendy, who has been promoted to the 9th level. Both of them are looking far away. But they obviously can't see too much. How many wormholes have they opened? Garys, who can't see the depths of the void, asked with a frown. I feel about 16. Tucker thought for a while and responded. 16, so many. The heavy pressure pressed hard on Gary's heart. After all, once this place becomes a battlefield, he has to go to the war in person. Not only him, but also the world ship people can't escape. Every one of them will go to the battlefield. A large-scale war like this. It is not the power of one or two people that can turn the tide of the war. Generally speaking, not every Zerg Queen has the ability to deploy troops through wormholes. 16 wormholes, that means they have at least 30 Transcendent Masters Shark Queens. Hiss. 30 Masters Shark Queens. Gary's took a breath. It is impossible for a small number of Shark Queens to win the world battlefield of the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck. And they have hundreds of Transcendent Masters, possibly thousands. Tucker said lightly. And the number of War Core below Transcendent Masters is even more in the hundreds of millions. Hearing this number, Gary's eyes twitched violently. Although he knew that the situation on the battlefield was very tragic. But when the army was approaching, he felt the terrifying power of war. If those 1,000 Transcendent Masters, if they joined forces to attack, this world would definitely be blown up. Of course, if the other party really did that, the demigod Arumov would definitely project over at the first time and slaughter those Transcendent Masters. Fighting on the battlefield, using the strong to defeat the weak, this is definitely the kingly way. But normally, the party that is forced to take action will often be at a disadvantage. Fumbling with the initially forged 120-level demon ring staff on his wrist, Tucker had some thoughts of going up and trying it. But if he tried, he would definitely die. Those legendary strongmen, they wished that Tucker would just rush up. Retracting his gaze, Tucker looked at the 4-Tusk Elephant Realm ship under him. The huge 4-Tusk Elephant Realm ship was completely shrouded in a thick steam crystal wall. After 3 years of operation of the world crystal wall ecology, the thickness of the steam crystal wall has accumulated to more than 30 kilometers. Even some steam has covered the surrounding void blood sea. The powerful steam ecological cycle inside, the steam crystal wall outside, and the gradually constructed, steam realm ship, world ecology. This is what Tucker has prepared for this protracted war. Of course, Tucker's preparations are far more than that. Buzz! A master ecological projection appeared beside Tucker. It was Romos. Normally, it is impossible for Romos to be projected to the 4-Tusk Elephant world ship since he is far away in the Purple Magnolia superworld. But at this moment, Romos and others are located inside the 4-Tusk Elephant world ship. Not only Romos is inside the 4-Tusk Elephant world ship, but also several powerful main battle supermasters of Purple Magnolia are ready in the Purple Magnolia superworld. In addition to the supermasters assisting the 4-Tusk Elephant world ship, Tucker also solidified 2 space-time wormholes, opening up the war channel from Purple Magnolia to the 4-Tusk Elephant world ship. At this moment, the 2 Sharkworm Master Queens in the Purple Magnolia ecosystem are frantically sending troops into the 4-Tusk Elephant world ship. Thanks to the resonance of Tucker's steam and the origin of the world ship, the master-level steam Sharkworms of Purple Magnolia can enter the 4-Tusk Elephant world ship without hindrance. For a long time, Tucker has invested resources and assisted Purple Magnolia. At this moment, the war feedback of Purple Magnolia is Tucker's strongest backing. The enemy's forces were like a tide, rumbling into this world. Tucker was also not weak. 2 fierce master-level Steam Shark Queens were eager to try. Tucker's own 9th-level Peak Steam Shark Queen also gave birth to a 300 million scale high-level shark army. This 300 million scale high-level shark army is all standing sharks. Once the war begins, the production capacity of the short-lived steam shark can also increase rapidly by hundreds of millions. In order to meet this long-lasting war, Tucker's preparations are profound. The projected Romos looked down at the outline of the special steam bracelet on his wrist and couldn't help but praise. Tucker, your means of communicating with the Origin are really magical. The forged bracelet actually has the protection and access characteristics of the Origin, which allows us to enter the 4-Tusk Elephant Realm ship unimpeded. Tucker smiled softly. There are many things that the 10,000% or more, Steam, World, Original Spiritual State, can do. Communicating with the Origin is only the most basic and simple aspect. How to do it? Looking at the distant starry sky, Romos looked at Tucker and asked. Defense, and hard drag? Tucker said straightforwardly. In fact, the number of 100-level steam shark worms born by the Steam Master Shark Insect Queen in our reserve is completely equal to the number of 100-level exotic shark worms born by the 30 or 40 exotic shark worm Master Queens over there. But relying on the ecology of the world's steam crystal wall, we will have a greater advantage. Knowing the characteristics of the steam ecology, Ramos naturally understood Tucker's idea. Such a close-range fight can provide us with more flesh and blood resources on the one hand, thereby weakening their shark worm war potential. On the other hand, it can also help the steam world ship break free from its shackles, right? Tucker nodded. Of course, the most important aspect. Ramos paused as he looked at Tucker. The longer it drags on, the better it is for you. You also want to use this protracted steam ecological cycle war to become a transcendent master, right? Tucker relaxed his shoulders and stretched out his hands. Senior Ramos, you've said everything. I have nothing to say. Promote to transcendent master. Tucker took a deep breath and his eyes narrowed. It's really fast. In the past 2 years, Tucker has used the cultivation of the flame world tree, as well as the resonance between steam and the origin cultivation obtained. In addition to the resources in Tucker's own hands, combined, Tucker's growth rate is amazingly fast. Although Tucker told Ramos that it would take 2 or 3 years. But in fact, Tucker's foundation is more solid than the outside world thinks. Half a year later, Tucker's master sequence seed has been initially concluded. At that time, Tucker can directly plant the seed and be promoted to master. However, after the initial conclusion, he will become a master, which is only a level 100 transcendent master. Tucker communicated with the origin of the world and continued to advance. Push the steam chaos master seed to the extreme. Once Dilo is born, he will be your level 110 transcendent master, or even 110 plus. This can save a lot of time for growth and cultivation. Half a day later, 3 war portals tore open the void. A large number of exotic shark worms, mechanical demon worms, evil flame snake worms, death worms, various types of exotic insects. They are overwhelming and rumbling towards the land of the boundary ship. They roar and scream with the madness of tearing the world apart. The Steam Shark Master Queen of Zaiulan has opened up the spiritual network with the Steam Shark Queen of Tucker. In the preparation of the Steam Shark Queen and a large number of shark priests, a large number of powerful steam shark worms have been lurking in the steam crystal wall, with high murderous intent and waiting for the arrival of those prey. Soon, the exotic shark worms and steam shark worms started a large-scale crazy fight like a meat grinder. The Zerg blood-grinding war that swept the entire world has begun in a grand manner. The simple yet not simple Zerg war surges. The extraordinary masters, legendary masters, and even the gods on both sides are quietly observing in the dark. If there's a chance, any strong man will not hesitate to take action. Under the grinding wheel of the blood-grinding war, the strong men are also fighting silently. Chapter 386 Promotion. Looking from afar. In the void, what remains are the waves that escaped in the void after the battle between the extraordinary masters ended. The alien shark worms and steam shark worms that were originally defeated by the battle between the extraordinary masters. They met again in the void and continued a new round of brutal fighting. The originally scattered void steam group. At this time, it was mixed and gathered again. Deep in the steam, there were fluctuations of characteristic auras such as scorching, death, vortex, and madness, passing over the large area of steam gray fog battlefield that formed in the void. Martin Thorpe's eyes were on the more distant direction. That was where the 4-tusk elephant world ship was located. It became more and more dense and heavy, and some of the steam crystal walls were even stained red by the blood and corpses of the Zerg. Well, it was the steam crystal wall, that's what the people over there said. A year ago, when the space-time wormhole was reopened, when he saw the 4-tusk elephant world ship wearing the steam crystal wall, Martin Thorpe's heart skipped a beat. Combined with the situation of the steam Zerg in the other 5 battlefields, Martin Thorpe vaguely felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, as the war began, Martin Thorpe soon discovered that their Zerg army could not break in. The thick steam crystal wall was like a world barrier. As long as their Zerg army dared to go in, they would be restricted to a certain extent. The steam shark worms swimming in the steam inside could kill their Zerg rushing in completely, and even eat up their corpses. The same thing happened on other fronts. They could not bite the steam defense line built by the steam Zerg that appeared on the battlefield around the Arumov demigod world. In the past year or so, the 3 legendary strongmen used various war methods. For example, the extraordinary masters joined forces to attack the cabin barrier of the 4-tusk elephant realm. The first 2 times, it was effective. But the third time, The extraordinary masters they attacked suffered a great loss. The quasi-master, Tucker, cooperated with several extraordinary masters of the island and directly killed out of the grey mist crystal wall, cooperating with the increasingly amazing chaos quasi-master Tucker. In a short period of time, 7 extraordinary masters died at the hands of Tucker's forbidden spell and several purple magnolia extraordinary masters. This immediately made the legendary masters furious. The 2 legendary masters immediately attacked this group of extraordinary masters who were ignorant of the world, and even wanted to kill the quasi-master Tucker. But the projection of the demigod Arumov, who was ambushing in secret, also took action. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Both sides really got angry. They fought to the death. The void waves collapsed and shattered. A large number of exotic insects and steam sharks died. Their void station was completely broken up, and more than 50 extraordinary masters died. But the same 4-tusk elephant world ship also suffered a huge impact of legendary power. In the end, the projection of the demigod Arumov was torn apart by the 2 legendary masters, causing some damage to the gods. But the 2 legendary masters were also seriously injured. This battle was also the most tragic and only one in this area of the void battlefield within a year. After that, there was a long confrontation between the steam shark worms and the exotic Zerg. The battle between the gods and the legends seemed to be the turning point of the war. The 4-tusk elephant world ship affected had an amazing recovery speed of steam ecology. After that, the steam shark worms gradually pushed back the battle line of their exotic Zerg from the steam crystal wall. To this day, in this void battlefield area, their more than 30 master Zerg queens were actually pushed back slowly by 2 shark worm master queens and a 9th level shark worm queen. In other words, they were being bled continuously. The 3 legendary powerhouses were naturally very dissatisfied with this situation. Therefore, every half a month, they would organize a battle in which the extraordinary master led a large number of extraordinary people to counterattack the steam offensive defense line. The strength of the extraordinary people is still stronger than that of the steam shark worms of the same level. Under the leadership of the extraordinary master, it is possible to defeat the defense line of the steam shark worm and pull back some war space. But those extraordinary masters did not dare to go too deep. In that battle, the demigod Arumov would rather shatter his projection and suffer backlash. He also fought to the death and killed more than 50 extraordinary masters. He frightened many extraordinary masters on their side. This is a void area, there is no place to hide. Once the projection of the gods descends, whoever is caught will die. Therefore, the extraordinary masters did not dare to counterattack on a large scale. After all, the deterrence of the demigod Arumov is no joke. Therefore, the tug of war of the Zerg has continued to the current time node. Although the war continues. But it is a little different from the previous Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck. Before, they consumed the other party's extraordinary people. Now, they are the ones being consumed. Even the other party's steam will not escape into the void. The steam ecology has formed a huge cycle in the void. Martin Thorpe vaguely felt that their side was dying slowly. Inside the steam crystal wall, looking at the retreating extraordinary masters of the Black Witch God Court and the Exotic God Alliance, Tucker was thoughtful. Before the battle between the legendary and the gods took place, the void trembled and the stars twinkled. The steam ecology of the 4-tusk elephant realm ship that was affected felt like it was being whipped by the storm. The huge movement of the battle could be felt in the extremely distant purple magnolia supernatural world. The fight between the projection of the gods and the legendary strongmen gave Tucker a great shock. The next battle was that Tucker participated in 7 or 8 battles. The more masters he came into contact with, the more eager Tucker was to be promoted to a supernatural master. The intensity of the war is getting higher and higher. Basically, those below the level of Transcendent Master are consumables. Only those with the strength of the top Transcendent Master level can have a certain degree of influence on the battlefield. In such a large-scale battle, I am basically a small transparent person. I can clean up the small fish, which is okay. When facing the middle-level masters among the Transcendent Masters, such as Senior Romos, a master of this level, it will be a bit difficult for me to fight against them. After these Transcendent Masters of the enemy camp complete a wave of cleaning up the battlefield, there will be a buffer period of about half a month. I am now about. Tucker thought for a while. It's time to be promoted to Transcendent Master. The promotion without letting anyone know was originally Tucker's plan. With this in mind, Tucker turned around and jumped into the tree cabin world of the flame world through a wormhole. Walking through the thick steam-gray fog, Tucker carefully felt the roar of steam beside his ears, and at the same time felt the already mature, Chaos Steam Master Seed in his body. Now that I have planted a Master Seed, I can probably upgrade it to level 106. I have saved a lot of source energy experience, which can be directly upgraded to level 110. Wait another half a year and the effect will not be much different. As usual, after discussing with Gary's for a while and asking him to keep a closer eye, Tucker entered his own insect nest ecology. Anyway, nowadays, as long as the legendary Strong dares to take action, the demigod Arumov will definitely protect him. The safety of the four-tusk elephant realm ship is still beyond doubt. Entering the depths of the master ecology nest, Tucker directly entered the crystal wall secret room that had been prepared for the breakthrough. This secret room with the characteristics of the master crystal wall is to reduce the source energy anomaly when Tucker breaks through. Normal extraordinary masters break through with a lot of noise. Not to mention that Tucker is a chaotic steam master seed. Inhale, inhale. While breathing quietly, Tucker slowly beat the steam source energy and began to circulate the internal and external ecology. About half a day later, Tucker established a perfect ecological balance of internal and external steam circulation. Tucker looked carefully at the chaotic gold with silver steam texture, Chaos Steam Master Seed, on his Steam Wizard sequence tree. Then he felt his chaotic life framework that had been built by the Chaos Origin. All the foundations and bases have been laid, just waiting for a breakthrough. In the process of inhalation and exhalation, a round of golden steam stars slowly rose in Tucker's mind. Steam mixed with golden light rushed over. The extraordinary original will was immersed in the Chaos Steam Master Seed. Tucker kept trying to break free from the constraints of the existing Steam Wizard sequence tree. Crack, crack. As he broke free, the sound of breaking continued. I don't know how long it took. Crack. A very crisp sound suddenly bloomed. At that moment, Tucker, who was immersed in the Chaos Steam Master Seed, was cut off from all perceptions of the outside world. It was endless darkness outside and he couldn't see anything. Tucker only felt like he was bound in the Chaos Crystal Seed, a lonely and drifting Chaos Origin life will. Tucker knew that his Chaos Steam Master Seed had broken free from the Steam Wizard sequence tree and fell into his own transcendent sequence ecosystem. He was now in the state of a Master Sequence Seed. He had to let the sequence seed take root and sprout as soon as possible, and grow into a Master Transcendent Sequence. The Transcendent Master Sequence Seed was the weakest form of the Transcendent. Once discovered, it would be at the mercy of others. Therefore, when the Transcendent broke through, no one would know. After all, once the opportunity was seized, the enemy could kill the Transcendent without any effort. In the past, there were also some Transcendent Master Sequence Seeds that broke free but never took root and sprouted. That was quite miserable. If the Master Sequence Seed did not take root and sprout before the body outside and the Transcendent Sequence collapsed, then what awaited him would be a long death and loneliness. Tucker, who was concentrating his mind, quietly urged the original power of the Chaos Steam Master Seed. Woo woo woo. The slight roar of steam continued to sound. The seeds with steam characteristics have extremely strong steam source energy, just like a powerful steam core. Woohoo. Soon, the external Steam Wizard sequence ecology began to respond to Tucker. When the external steam source energy poured in and formed a steam cycle. Hula. Tucker's original consciousness quickly returned and bloomed in the entire Steam Wizard sequence ecology. The Chaos Steam Master Seed took root and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and grew vigorously. The original Steam Wizard sequence tree in the ecological core quickly turned into a large amount of chaos steam. It became the experience source energy of the Chaos Steam Master Wizard sequence tree. The Chaos Steam Master Wizard, which was golden and with silver steam textures as if cast by the chaos source, soared in level. Level 10. Level 50. Level 90. Level 99. Level 100. When the level reached level 100, it did not stop but continued to rise. Level 104. Level 105. Level 106. Just as Tucker had accurately predicted. The level stopped at level 106. As Chaos Steam Master Wizard rapidly transformed and grew. Tucker's original 99 level Steam Wizard ecology also underwent a dramatic transformation. The power of the Chaos Origin quickly blossomed in the entire Chaos Steam Master Wizard sequence space. Tucker's long accumulated world origin, at this time, was like a river flowing back, entering the master sequence ecology, supporting the master sequence's world framework. Chaos Origin, World Origin. These two forces became the main force of Tucker's master sequence's transformation, and these two forces were also the most accumulated by Tucker. Tucker's Chaos Master Sequence ecology gradually moved forward and transformed in the direction of the Chaos Steam World ecology. Gurgling. When the internal sequence ecology was transformed, Tucker's extraordinary state, Lord, Old Day, Light Flame state, because of the sequence transformation, the master source energy gradually poured in, and the blazing flames boiled to the extreme. Tucker's extraordinary state completely burned Tucker's body. It's gone, so be it. It's time to condense my master state body. That ordinary body can't really bear the power of a higher sequence. Tucker thought secretly. Chaos, master state, this is the master state body that Tucker wants to condense. Compared with the rune, master state of the regular extraordinary master, and the less common forbidden spell, master state, Tucker's Chaos Master State is undoubtedly stronger. From the Chaos Steam Master Seed, you can see how strong the Chaos Master is. The comprehensive strength of the basic Chaos Master State is 5 times that of Forbidden Spell Master State and 25 times that of Rune Master State. And this is still the basic Chaos Master State. If you master a more powerful power and build a more powerful Chaos Master State, the strength will be even higher. Following the method of master state condensation that he had learned before, Tucker began to absorb the origin of chaos to build his own Chaos Master State. Gurgling. As a large amount of steam gathered, the flame state on Tucker's body gradually condensed and solidified, and then filled with the origin of chaos steam. From the flame state to the chaos state. In the hazy, there was a golden halo and silver texture. And Tucker's body outline continued to rise and grow as the Chaos Master State condensed 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. It has been raised to about 9 meters. Tucker's Chaos Master State has gradually condensed. Let's first adopt this basic chaos state to consolidate the foundation. It won't be too late to change and cultivate it when we have a more powerful master state. For the transcendent master, the sequence state is not immutable. In the future, when you master a more powerful sequence power, you can also use it as a sequence filer for your master state. If you want to have a powerful master sequence state, a long period of running in is inevitable. During the last wave of fighting, I encountered a transcendent master who looked like a skeleton. I almost thought it was a master skeleton undead summoned by a transcendent master. As a result, after a closer look, it turned out to be a bone state master. At that time, my forbidden spell arrow fell on his skeleton from a distance, but it didn't cause much damage. The foundation and strength of these senior intermediate transcendent masters are still very amazing. Feeling the initial condensation of the Chaos Master State, and after the transformation, the gradually stabilized 106 level sequence level, Tucker opened the system. Transcendent Sequence, Chaos Steam Master Wizard, level 106. Dark Sea of Origin, level 99. Supernatural Powers, Critical Phase Walking, 1832 fragments, level 80. Eternal Flame Heart, 14,600 fragments, level 80. Forbidden Magic Exclusive Passage, 7,265 fragments, level 80. Supernatural Talents, Precision High Dimension Correction, SSS Exclusive, 8,500%. Steam World Origin Spiritual State, SSS Exclusive, 10,010%. Chaos Cosmic Astrology, A level, 105%. The good news is that after Tucker broke through and became a supernatural master, he finally obtained a new Chaos Master specific supernatural talent, Chaos Cosmic Astrology. The bad news is that this supernatural talent is only of the shabby A level. But the better news is that Tucker knew that he would be promoted to a supernatural master in the next few years, and he specially left himself more than 20,000 talent fragments. He can directly pull the supernatural master's talent, Cosmic Astrology, up to 5,000%. Chaos Cosmic Astrology. I remember when I was exploring resource information before, there was a mention of the innate characteristics of the Cosmic Astrology. First, I must stabilize my extraordinary master state and sequence level, and then explore the characteristics of this Chaos Master's talent. After all, this breakthrough, just the stabilization of the realm, will take several months. While thinking, Tucker gathered his mind and was completely immersed in the sequence ecology and the stabilization of the Chaos Master state after the breakthrough and promotion to Extraordinary Master. Chapter 387, Level 110. Ecology of the Sharkworm Nest. Deep in the secret room of the Master Crystal Wall. Breathing, breathing. Tucker's breathing sounded like thunder rolling in the depths of the sky. A long and slow exhalation, and the steam and gray fog were rumbling. Deep in the steam and gray fog, Tucker's 12-meter-long Chaos Master State giant body gradually emerged. This 12-meter-long Chaos Master State is exactly the same as Tucker's own appearance, body shape, and outline. It's just that the body size is enlarged in all directions. At this time, Tucker moved slightly, and the terrifying chaos breath in the air continued to squeeze towards the surrounding space. In the surging steam and gray fog, Tucker gradually opened his eyes, feeling the slightly narrow secret room. Feeling his current Master State breath, realm, and sequence body again. It seems to be even stronger than I expected. Tucker smiled gently, and then carefully felt the transformation that had taken place in the past 4 months. The first is the core of the core, Chaos Steam, Master Wizard, Sequence Tree. Level 110. After stabilizing the sequence level, Tucker added a little bit and found that the effect was quite good. His own Chaos Master sequence is particularly stable, and it is particularly easy to add points. Level 110 is the node that he needs to stabilize for a period of time. If you want to be promoted to Legend, the foundation of this Master Ecology must be solid and reliable. Then there is Chaos Master State. This is the carrier of the sequence, and it is also the carrier of Tucker's current chaotic life framework. There is no doubt that Tucker has just broken through the basic Chaos Master State, is also at the absolute peak level of the same level. As for what kind of Chaos Master State to build later, Tucker has a few choices. But this will take time to build slowly. Then there is Tucker's Master Source Energy with the power of the origin of chaos. This is the most intuitive factor for Tucker to determine the power of the forbidden spell. After the transformation, Tucker's Chaos Master Energy increased by about 30 times the strength of the peak of the 9th level. The normal Rune Master Energy should be 10 times after the transformation. The Forbidden Spell Master Energy is 20 times after the transformation. Tucker's 30 times is undoubtedly the exclusive advantage of the Chaos Master. They are all transcendent masters. Tucker's Master State is 25 times stronger than that of ordinary masters. The energy used for casting spells is 3 times that of Chaos Masters of the same level. Chaos Masters, once transformed and promoted, start much higher than other transcendent masters. Sequence. Master State. Master Energy. These 3 aspects are the core transformation of Tucker after his promotion to Transcendent Master this time. With my promotion to Transcendent Master, the effect of the rune activation of the Chaos Rune Mystery has been further improved. For the improvement of the activation energy level of the Rune Mystery. This is the natural effect after the transformation of the level. At the same time, Tucker opened his hand slightly. The area was like a square table-sized palm, and the power of the world was surging in it. Even at this moment, the Steam World ship created by Tucker, and the Steam Zerg ecology outside, they still continuously supply the origin of the world to Tucker. Then it was transformed into Tucker's power of the world. The power of the world is finally no longer limited to the Fire Demon and the Forbidden Spell Star Explosion. Many other forbidden spells can now use this world power freely. The power of the world has always been my killer move. It's just that there are not many forbidden spells that can be used to mobilize the power of the world. Now that I have reached the level of a Transcendent Master and can freely mobilize the power of the world, the power of my various forbidden spells, even the 3-star rune forbidden spells, will be greatly increased. Now that I have been promoted to Transcendent Master, all aspects will also rise with the tide. Even Tucker's eyes were slightly condensed and he felt it carefully. The original will of the 4-tusk elephant realm ship is expressing the most simple goodwill to me. After being promoted to Transcendent Master, he stroked his huge palm slightly. Everything feels different from before. Before, I was terrified, afraid that the legendary strongman would come in and kill me. Now, I guard a realm. Who dares to come and seek death? Huh? The previous fear, with the current breakthrough and promotion, turned into a breath of depression, and was slowly exhaled by Tucker. He fumbled for the 120 level demon ring staff on his wrist. Tucker's mind moved. A large area of shadows gathered and turned into a shadow robe that enveloped Tucker's master body. After being promoted to Transcendent Master, naturally mastered the ability to fly. However, Tucker has already gotten used to wearing the shadow robe. Then Tucker walked out. While walking, Tucker felt his 12-meter master body. After being promoted to the Transcendent Master, no wonder everyone likes to maintain such a huge body form. Such a body is perfectly adapted to the master sequence, the master source energy, and the natural blooming outline of the rune mystery. The transformation of the sequence has also expanded the shadow of the sequence of various witchcrafts, abilities, and forbidden spells in my master wizard ecosystem in all directions. This also means that their power and scale have also increased a lot compared to before. Now, if a battle breaks out again, my ultra-long-distance strategic support will be a huge threat. Tucker laughed twice, shook his head and restrained his expression. After all, now that he has been promoted to the Transcendent Master, he still needs to maintain his dignified demeanor. Tucker just came out of the Zerg Nest passage and came to his wizard tower area. He saw Gary's Lanaya waiting on the side. Gary's saw Tucker's burly body of more than 10 meters tall and the vast and heavy aura. He was startled at first, and then said in surprise, "Tucker, you are promoted." A small breakthrough, just a small breakthrough. Tucker smiled. And Gary's astonishment turned solemn in an instant. This is not a small breakthrough, this is a big breakthrough. Gary's had seen Tucker's performance in the quasi-master level before. Tucker could easily kill ordinary lower-level extraordinary masters. Now, Tucker has broken through and promoted to an extraordinary master. This has given him a lot of pressure. With his strength, he is starting from a middle-level extraordinary master. As a spellcaster who is proficient in forbidden spells, it is possible to threaten an upper-level master. You know, this is just a breakthrough. He has such strength just after the breakthrough, and as his level continues to rise. For a moment, Gary's was a little speechless. Such a talent performance is too powerful, and for a moment he couldn't even think about what Tucker's future path would be like. "Senior Gary's, what are you waiting for me here for?" Tucker asked as he walked towards the altar. Now the state of war. Not to mention that Tucker has been in seclusion for more than 4 months, something big could happen within a day. Since Gary's is waiting here, it must be something important. Romos has something important to ask you, and it was a month ago. Important? A month ago. Tucker raised his eyebrows. Anyway, it's been a month, so I don't care about this little time. Go see the teacher first and ask about the talent, then go see Lord Romos. The master-level extraordinary talent, Chaos, Cosmic Astrology, obtained by the promoted master is obviously a product of the high-end game. Tucker carefully explored it, but did not find much information. The only thing Tucker could feel was that he could use this talent to directly absorb the starlight of the universe, and the light of his own steam star could also be absorbed. Apart from that, it seems that there is no other big effect. But it is only A level at present. It is no problem for Tucker to surpass SSS level. The previous precision and the original spiritual state of the steam sequence have brought Tucker a huge transformation and improvement. As for this, Chaos, Cosmic Astrology, needless to say, it is also extremely powerful, but it has not yet been developed. After this time, I naturally need to ask the teacher for a detailed understanding of the innate characteristics of each aspect before improving it. Chapter 388, 5600. Buzz. Along with the blooming of the ancient heroic spirits on the altar, the figure of the legendary heroic mentor Merriman condensed. Huh? Merriman made a surprised sound as he appeared. He looked at it carefully, and the huge outline came into view, familiar and strange. Merriman laughed immediately. Tucker, you have been promoted to Supermaster. Yes, teacher. Ha ha ha. Merriman laughed heartily immediately. A few days ago, Romos came to me and said that he couldn't find your trace, and the steam heroic spirit didn't let him go in to find you, so I guessed that you might be making a breakthrough and promotion to Supermaster. As expected. Your level of aura is very stable, you have reached level 110. Yes, teacher. Tucker nodded again. I was just trying it out, but who would have thought that I would actually break through, and I took advantage of the situation and was promoted to the Transcendent Master. This time I was promoted to the Transcendent Master, and I gained a new master-level Transcendent talent. I used the Soul Touch talent to explore, and explored related knowledge, but I couldn't find any relevant talent information. Teacher, you are knowledgeable and must know many characteristics of this talent. Don't use words to squeeze me. Merriman snorted when he heard it. This disciple has a lot of tricks. Tell me. What is the talent? Chaos, cosmic astrology. What? What did you say? Merriman was shocked, and his eyes were shining as he examined Tucker. Unfortunately, Tucker is no longer the 8th or 9th level before. Tucker, who is now in the chaos, master state, is not so easily seen through by the heroic spirit mentor Merriman. Tucker's brows moved slightly. What's wrong, teacher? Is there a problem with this talent? Merriman retracted his gaze and ignored Tucker, but paced back and forth on the altar. Chaos, cosmic astrology. How could it be the innate ability of chaos, cosmic astrology? This is incredible. Seeing the teacher like this, Tucker did not urge him, but just waited quietly. After several minutes, the legendary heroic mentor Merriman looked at Tucker. Chaos, cosmic astrology is a divine talent. Huh? Divine talent? Tucker was slightly stunned. According to the theory of extraordinary talent, even if you are in the steam chaos sequence, you have opened up a new path to the extraordinary sequence. Your talent awakening should be awakened and acquired in the talent interval of the extraordinary master. But now you have a very special divine talent, which is very strange. However, the ripples of the long river of destiny in time and space will never bloom normally. Although this is strange, it is not impossible. After all, your talent is an unprecedented SSS level existence. Teacher, I don't have any SSS level extraordinary talent. Tucker spread his hands and defended. Yes, right, you're right. The smile on Merriman's face became more and more abundant. From what I said about this being a divine talent, you can also feel that this, chaos, cosmic astrology, is a very powerful extraordinary talent. Tucker held his breath and listened carefully. If this talent is very weak, then, you can only use this talent to absorb the light of the extraordinary stars, which is a very useless talent. But in fact, it is obviously impossible to have a low talent ceiling to awaken a divine talent, at least it is S level. If this talent is very powerful, it will be different. You can use this talent to absorb star power, to form your own astrological body. The more star power you absorb, the stronger your astrological body will be. The stronger the astrological body is, the more comprehensive tankiness, defense ability, and star power you master will be in your master state. The more powerful the power of stars is, the stronger it will be. Generally speaking, mastering the stars in the universe is something that only gods are qualified to do. So, this chaos, universe astrology is a gift from gods. But now, because your talent is too strong, well, it is because of some mysterious reason that you have obtained such a powerful talent. Make good use of this talent and build your own astrological body, which can make you have a nearly invincible physique among the extraordinary masters. Even, have the power of stars to easily move the world. Build an astrological body and master the power of stars. After listening to the teacher's explanation, Tucker's eyes suddenly became clear. The stronger the talent, the better you can play this powerful talent, this. Tucker's eyes condensed slightly, and a fierce light flashed. It's just perfect for me. Immediately, Tucker looked at his mentor Merriman and bowed. Thank you, teacher, for clearing up my doubts, I understand. Looking up and down at Tucker's burly extraordinary master physique, Merriman sighed a little for a moment. This time, you have broken through and become a transcendent master, and have awakened the powerful power of the chaos, cosmic astrology, so I feel much more relieved. After all, the quasi-master is still a little too weak. Now that you have been promoted to transcendent master, it will be much safer. It just so happens that the demigod Arumov is also planning to launch a counterattack. If the transcendents of the Black Witch, God Court and the Foreign God Alliance are hurt, they will curb their ambitions. Now that you have been promoted to Transcendent Master, you can play a greater role in this great counterattack. Counterattack? Tucker raised his eyebrows. Yes. Merriman nodded. With your steam insect ecology. After a few years of recuperation, the defense line has been fully stabilized. Originally, Zayulin was planning to counterattack, but Romos guessed that you might break through, so he didn't bother you. Now that you have broken through, you can contact Romos to see what the specific situation is. Next, whether you are practicing in seclusion or participating in the battle, you must maintain a certain contact with Romos. After all, You have now broken through and promoted to Supermaster. No one dares to underestimate your right to speak. Teacher, you are too kind. Tucker said quickly. Not at all. Merriman smiled. In the Irumov demigod world, your name Tucker is at its peak. Irumov often praises you, legendary strong man, many extraordinary masters, everyone knows your name Tucker Steam Zerg ecology. I think you can also feel the legendary characteristics of the Irumov demigod world from the condensation of those legendary sparks. Even. Merriman smiled and said. As your teacher, I have also absorbed a lot of legendary sparks, and my legendary heroic spirit body has also been strengthened a lot. As a teacher, it is also a very happy thing to be able to benefit from the disciple. Okay. Go find Romos. Yes, teacher. Looking at the heroic spirit altar where the teacher left. Feeling the heavy world origin power pouring in, and the legendary characteristics of the spark stream. Tucker stopped thinking for a long time. Flame World Tree. Tucker's wizard tower has just been transformed. There are more than a dozen powerful extraordinary masters. The breath is coming. The voice arrives before the person arrives. Ha, Brother Tucker, congratulations. Not only the Transcendent Master Romos came, but also many Transcendent Masters of Magnolia. Tucker immediately stood up to greet them. Even the Transcendent world of Magnolia does not have many Transcendent Masters. Tucker's promotion to Transcendent Master is naturally worth celebrating. Originally Tucker did not want to publicize it. But Gary said that Tucker was promoted to Transcendent Master on the Four Tusks world ship. After all, this Master celebration banquet is necessary. Before everyone arrived, Transcendent Master Gary's had already prepared the celebration banquet. After many Transcendent Masters arrived, they took their seats one after another. This grand banquet was naturally very lively and lasted for half a day. After the banquet, Romos and Tucker met quietly in the depths of the steam gray fog. Tisk tisk. Brother Tucker, your master state, which contains the power of chaos, is really amazing. You have such terrible power just after being promoted. I almost thought you were a top-level warrior in close combat. Romos, who met him, was amazed. You have just been promoted, and the power of the master state is naturally released. You can't hold it back even if you want to. Tucker rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly. It's like this when you are promoted to Supermaster. After the master's ecology runs smoothly, it will be fine naturally. After a brief greeting, Romos said seriously. Brother Tucker, a few days ago, the demigod Irumov and more than 10 legendary masters held a war meeting for the great counterattack of the gods. The gods have already ordered that whoever can start the counterattack, or even severely damage the foreign gods and the black witches, will receive a generous reward. This time, the demigod Irumov and many legendary masters have invested a lot of money. Among these generous rewards, there are Chaos Angel Arms of the Kingdom of God, Reincarnation Pool Baptism of the God Ecology, and even the quota for teleportation to the treasure area of the Chaos Ancient Continent. As Romos explained, Tucker couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. These resources are the top resources in the world of the demigod Irumov. Chaos Angel Arms is the inheritance of the powerful ecological sequence seeds of the Starry Sky Divine Art level. When inheriting, the more you absorb, the higher the star level. Even the extraordinary masters need to make great contributions to be qualified for inheritance. The Reincarnation Baptism Pool is also a top resource. The level of the extraordinary master is relatively slow. The baptism of the Reincarnation Pool, this kind of resource land that can quickly improve the level of the extraordinary master, is of high value. As for the quota for teleportation to the treasure land of the ancient Chaos Continent, this is the top resource area built by the Three-Eyed God and the 7 gods of mankind. Every quota is a priceless treasure. Even Tucker couldn't help but feel a little hot in his heart when he heard about these rewards. Brother Tucker, although you can obtain these resources by developing the Steam Zerg ecology, but the more you use the means of developing the Zerg ecology, the lower the value. So for us, it is still necessary to have some military merits in our hands. Tucker nodded. Romos could see the disadvantages of this, and Tucker naturally understood the reason. While thinking, Romos said slowly, other fronts are now shrinking. We all know that this time, the Black Witch God Court and the Foreign God Alliance have joined forces to be powerful. The Steam Zerg are just blocking the defense line, not giving us an advantage in terms of top-level combat power. If we really fight, to be honest, we don't have an advantage here. Tucker nodded slightly in agreement. Apart from other things, the number of supernatural masters alone is not on the same order of magnitude. If Tucker hadn't reached an agreement with the demigod Arumov, the demigod would have definitely protected this place. Whether it is the Purple Magnolia Supernatural World Group or Tucker's Four-Tusk Elephant Realm ship, they would have been defeated long ago. Legendary strongmen are really capable of blowing up medium-sized supernatural worlds. Thought piece, Romos said seriously. I have a good counterattack plan here, but it requires all-round cooperation from Brother Tucker. More than 10 minutes later. After listening to Romos's counterattack plan, Tucker was thoughtful. This plan, a lot of the previous ones are conventional strategic operations. The most critical part is the Divine Power Scrolls, from the ancient Chaos Continent, which contain the power of gods. After a moment, Tucker asked, then the Divine Power Scrolls, obtained from the ancient Chaos Continent, are they really so powerful? Of course it is true. Romos said seriously. This Divine Power Scroll, that consumes the source of divine power to solidify is extremely powerful. The user himself must withstand a huge amount of divine power. Once it hits a legendary strong man, it can at least severely injure the opponent, or even directly kill him. Before, I was still a quasi-master, so I didn't tell you, Brother Tucker. After all, a quasi-master will definitely not be able to withstand it. But now, brother, you have been promoted to a supermaster, and you are still a supermaster with the power of the origin of chaos, so you can naturally withstand it. More importantly, Brother Tucker, your accuracy is 10 times better than before. It's amazing. As we all know, no matter how powerful the force is, if it can't hit the enemy, it's as good as nothing. And your accuracy, Brother Tucker, is unparalleled. Galus told us before that you can easily hit the enemy from hundreds of kilometers away. This method is amazing even for other long-range spellcasters. Even the quasi-masters have such methods, and now you have been promoted to the extraordinary master. So, this strategically important task depends on you, brother. Tucker touched his chin and laughed after a while. This time, you have found the right person. I still have some methods and experience in accuracy. In that case, let's make a deal. Romos slapped his hand suddenly and laughed. At present, we are not in a hurry. Just don't be the first to stand out. During this time, brother, you should practice steadily and improve your strength. When the time is right, it will be fine if the legend doesn't come. If he dares to come, we will give him a big blow. If your bow makes a great contribution, we will have everything by then. Indeed. Tucker nodded slightly. After a detailed discussion on the details and time nodes, the two of them dispersed. In the Flame World Tree, deep in the Zerg's nest, Tucker sat quietly in the chaotic steam gray fog. The chaotic steam, like a star wheel, surrounded Tucker and flowed endlessly. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful treasure in the Purple Magnolia world. The Scroll of Divine Power, this thing has a first-class destructive power, whether it is for the enemy or the user. However, in my hands, it can truly exert its terrifying deterrent and destructive power. Accuracy or not, that is the difference between life and death. Then again, there are really a lot of good things in the Chaos Ancient Ruins continent. It is said that many good things of the gods are obtained from the exploration of the Chaos Ancient continent. While thinking, Tucker gradually gathered his mind. Before asking the teacher about the characteristics and usage path of the talent, Chaos, Cosmic Astrology, Tucker was thinking about adding points, and now he is free. Open the system. Tucker examined the number of his talent fragments and the newly obtained A-level extraordinary talent, Chaos, Cosmic Astrology. Happy time to add points, it's here again. As he continued to add points, when it was added to 200% and entered the S-level talent category, Tucker clearly felt that Chaos, Cosmic Astrology, had undergone a qualitative change. From absorbing starlight, it turned into a star body. This threshold is obviously the important node that the teacher mentioned. Tucker accurately measured the upper limit range. It is probably 100 star bodies. At 500%, it enters the SS level. The talent further transforms. The efficiency of absorption is greatly improved. The number of precipitated star bodies is also greatly increased. Tucker estimates that the upper limit is 1,000 star bodies. At 1,000%, when entering the SSS level, after a significant qualitative change, there is the potential of 10,000 star bodies. At this time, not only can a large amount of starlight be absorbed, but also the shadow of the star sequence can be captured. When the talent reaches 2000%, the number of stars is broken. Instead, it is a vast and infinite accommodation characteristic. The star body is as magnificent as the vast universe and starry sky. Tucker is not very surprised about this scene. After all, Tucker has experienced such magical situations more than once or twice, and he has long been calm. Until 5600%, Tucker finished adding points to the top talent, Chaos, Cosmic Astrology. At this time, the light of the old steam star that Tucker himself supported was absorbed by Tucker like a whale. And as he absorbed the light of the old steam star in large quantities, the Chaos, Astrology body, which is much stronger than the basic sequence body of Chaos, Master State, began to slowly condense. The Chaos, one-star phase body, alone is comparable to the strength of Tucker's current Chaos, Master State. And Tucker can advance his sequence body all the way up by absorbing the power of the stars. 2-star phase body, 10-star phase body, 100-star phase body, 1000-star phase body, even 10,000-star phase body. And this is why it is said that this is a divine talent. If this talent is brought to its extreme, the master can also be on par with the gods. Chapter 389, Kill the Master of Time and plot against the legendary powerhouse. Boom. Boom. Hiss. Hiss. In the void, a fierce fight was going on. On one side was a level 142 middle-level extraordinary master Time Blade. On the other side was Steam Master Tucker. In the fight between the two, time in the hands of the Time Blade was like a ghost in the void, either dispersing or condensing. The Time Blade's figure was also floating, like a shadow, chasing Tucker rapidly. The Time Blade turned into a torrent of time, constantly slashing at Tucker. Tucker used his steam feather blade with all his strength. While dealing with the opponent, the feather blade kept turning into sharp blades of light, slashing at the space-time blade. The space-time blade's old shadow of time method was used very skillfully. The old shadow of time is a time method that condenses the past time into the shadow of the body. Every time you block Tucker's feather blade of light, you can leave an old shadow of time. When Tucker's light feather blade shattered the old shadow of time, he was able to gain a short time acceleration, and then chase Tucker. His time blade could slash Tucker from time to time. However, Tucker's forbidden spell crystal wall armor has helped Tucker block the slash of the time blade more than a dozen times. At this time, there were a lot of people watching the battle on both sides. On the Four-Tusk Elephant Realm ship, more than 30 extraordinary masters were watching the battle from afar through various means. These more than 30 extraordinary masters included not only the extraordinary masters of Xiaolan. There were also extraordinary masters who supported Xiaolan's extraordinary world in the past year or so from the Arumov demigod world. And there were even more extraordinary masters from the Black Witch God Court and the Foreign God Alliance, as many as 100. They secretly entrenched near the stronghold and watched the battle remotely. The extraordinary masters who came here for the reputation looked at the battle in the distance, and for a while, confusion and doubt surged in their hearts. I heard that there were some extraordinary masters fighting each other to the death on the battlefield here. That new steam master named Tucker has killed 11 people in a row, and most of them are middle-level extraordinary masters of more than level 140. He has become famous recently. What is he called? He is invincible at the same level. I came here specially to watch today. At first glance, he is being chased and beaten like crazy, but he doesn't look that good. An extraordinary master watched the battle for a while and said in confusion, how can he be invincible at the same level? Listening to the comments of the new middle-level extraordinary master, many lower-level and middle-level extraordinary masters looked over. Is Tucker injured? Someone asked with a grin. Well, it seems that he is not. His forbidden spell shield has not been broken yet. That's right. What's that? When that guy is qualified to break the shield of the Steam Master Tucker, you will know what a spellcaster is. What do you mean? The new extraordinary master was a little puzzled. The shield is about to break. You will understand if you look carefully. Immediately, the new transcendent master looked over carefully. In the void, the space-time blade master who was chasing quickly, the transparent and ethereal legendary sword of time in his hand suddenly burst out with a sharp burst. 5 or 6 blade beams slashed on Tucker's forbidden spell shield. Finally, the forbidden spell shield without subsequent source power replenishment cracked. Shattered on the spot. Many old audiences held their breath immediately. The shield was broken. It was the moment for the Steam Master to really show his skills. Die? The Time Blade Master roared in a low voice. The mystery of the time rune bloomed at full power at this moment, and his speed seemed to surpass the trajectory of time. The Time Blade turned into a note of death. In the void, a gorgeous movement of death was played. A ray of blade light, perfectly matching the traces of time, slashed towards the retreating Tucker. This knife made many middle-level transcendent masters stare. After all, many of them might not be able to block this knife. At the same time, buzz! The deep and vast roar of steam, which made everyone's master state tremble slightly, burst out. The whole space and time were shaking in the echo like the roar of stars. Tucker's figure retreated rapidly. Swish! The ultimate time knife of the middle-level extraordinary master fell on Tucker's body that was like a burst of light. Tucker's body shattered like a bubble. This scene made the pupils of many extraordinary masters shrink suddenly. It's the same move again. Damn it, he still managed to dodge it. This guy is so skilled in using this wonderful light and dark bubble. That's right, this guy has avoided so many powerful moves with this move. I really don't know how this guy can combine such shadows and light. Last time, a guy's desperate attack was dodged by this Tucker. I saw that game, and the extraordinary master must have been pissed to death on the spot. Here it comes. The new guy should be careful. The Steam Wizard's forbidden spell is coming. The time swordsmen of the two sides of the battle saw that their swords also missed, and their eyes twitched. He clearly used the time veins to lock the opponent, and this was a sword that he was confident would definitely hit. In the end, it missed. Cunning guy. The time swordsman cursed, but he also knew that the next step was his escape journey. If he couldn't escape, he would die. Tucker had fought 15 games before. 11 of them did not escape. Let's go. The Time Blade immediately retreated, and at the same time he took out the teleportation scroll while flying at high speed. This was a void area, and the time-space teleportation stone was not restricted. As a result, the time-space teleportation scroll had no effect just after it was activated. Damn it, he just made steam roar, and the shock affected this world. The Time Blade's face changed drastically. Then, boom! The terrifying forbidden spell starburst, in the form of a strong death push, penetrated the Time Master state in the Time Master sequence tree. The time in the Time Master state was disrupted. Hula-la! His body was ignited by the heat inside and out. Then there was a meteor shower falling. Each blow hit the body of the Time Master. At the same time as the meteor shower fell. Swish! A shocking arrow instantly poured into the defenseless Time Master sequence tree. Boom boom boom. The rumbling sound of the collapse of the time world began to permeate the surrounding void. Hey! Another one died. This is the 12th Supermaster. Yes, and he is another mid-level Supermaster. 16 games have been fought, and 12 have died. It's still the familiar 3-stroke forbidden spell combo. Everyone knows this 3-stroke forbidden spell combo, but it's hard to dodge. Someone dodged it before, but Tucker didn't pursue and kill him. Obviously, he was afraid of the strong ones on his side. With the death of the level 142 time swordsman in the void, the strong men on both sides talked about it. This damn Tucker, is there no one who can deal with him? The upper-level extraordinary master can. Unfortunately, this Tucker only accepts challenges below level 150, after all, his level is only level 112. When is the next game? I don't know, maybe a week later, or maybe half a month later. It would be great if the legendary master sneak attacks this guy. We can think of it, and they can think of it too. That guy named Tucker is very smart. He is near the boundary ship. Last time, the Zerg wanted to open the space-time wormhole door for support, but as soon as the door hole fluctuated, he escaped at the first time. Did you see the shadow bubble he just used? He used it so skillfully. Legendary strong man, he doesn't even have the chance to attack. Indeed, if there is a chance, legendary strongman will let this guy be so arrogant. It's all over, disperse quickly. At this time, an upper-level extraordinary master quickly issued a warning and dispersed. Be careful of the shameless demigod sneak attack of Irumov. With a warning of the upper-level extraordinary master, the many extraordinary masters of the Black Witch God Court then dispersed. In the void, with the collapse of the master sequence world of the Master of Time, Tucker silently jumped back. In the four-tusked elephant general's ship, in the hazy gray fog, Romos was already waiting here. Seeing Tucker coming, Ramos immediately lowered his voice. "How is it?" Tucker thought carefully for a moment and said, "That guy has been observing secretly for several times. Is it still the legendary warrior Evan?" "Yes. Can you find him?" After thinking for a moment, Tucker responded, "I have sensed the infiltration of the divine power scroll for a long time, and it is no problem to hit that guy. But this guy has a demigod armor, and the divine power scroll may not be able to kill him. Even if it can't kill him, at least it can severely injure that guy. And this is enough," Ramos said seriously. "After all, there are not many such opportunities left. At present, all fronts in battlefields are fighting and sparring, and they are ready to move. In the past year or so, the tide of the great counterattack has gradually surged. We need to seize this last opportunity." Tucker thought for a moment and then nodded. "In this case, let's notify Lord Irumov the demigod. In the next battle, we will use the divine power scroll to snipe the legend." In the past 6 months, Tucker and the extraordinary masters of the Black Witch Divine Court and the Foreign Divine Alliance have fought 16 games in a row. It seems that they are fighting and consuming each other. In fact, they are looking for the opportunity to fight a legendary strongman. After all, the legendary strongman will not come directly and take Tucker's divine power scroll attack. Tucker's back is close to the boundary ship, not afraid of the legendary strongman coming, and he will find an opportunity if he can. If he can't find it, Tucker can still kill an extraordinary master with a high probability. Tucker, who has a strong insight into the high-dimensional veins, cooperates with a Master 5-star phase body to shine the starlight in the universe, and is qualified to do so. In fact, Tucker really found the veins of the legendary strongman. And the next round of fighting. It is the moment for the legendary strongman to accept the greetings from the Steam Master. Chapter 390: A legendary warrior without martial ethics. Flame World Tree, Steam Grain Mist Channel. Tucker was moving towards the depths of the sharkworm nest while summarizing the experience of the previous battle. As Tucker was promoted to the Supermaster, Mentor Merriman made a battle plan for Tucker. Mentor Merriman's original words were, "In the future, you will not only face the masters of the Black Witch God Court and the Exotic God Alliance, but also the Chaos residents of the ancient Chaos continent, the exotic Black Mist land outside, and the strong men wandering from other, sequence main worlds. Fight more with the strong, understand their various means and abilities, and know how to use your own Chaos Steam Wizard's means and abilities to fight against them. The teacher's requirements and the needs of the current war." Therefore, Tucker has fought and killed in the past 6 months. At the beginning, Tucker was still fighting with many Supermasters of Xiaolan. Gradually, Tucker began to fight with many Supermasters of the Black Witch God Court and the Exotic God Alliance. A detailed summary of each battle is a compulsory course for Tucker. This is also one of the teachings given to Tucker by Mentor Merriman. Tucker's mind quickly flashed back to many battle scenes. Just like what the teacher said, many extraordinary masters will cultivate 1 or 2 core elemental abilities based on their own innate abilities and the master talents they obtained when they were promoted to masters. The Time Blade Master cultivated a time rune ability called Time Lock, which has the effect of slowing down the flow of time. If I were a normal Steam Master of other elements, even if my shield was hit, I would still be slowed down, and in the end I would end up being chased and beaten by him. But I'm not an ordinary rune element Steam Master, but a Chaos Steam Master. The roar of the Steam sequence power it can destroy the swordsman's time lock to a certain extent. This point has been reflected in the master sequence of other Steam Masters. Not only against this time lock, but also the space vortex of the spellcaster who fought with me before, and the thunder conduction of the Thunder Master, etc. My Steam sequence has shown quite excellent characteristics. And this is why the Three-Eyed God and the Seven Gods all advocate the Steam sequence. The Rune Master of the Steam sequence is naturally better than the Rune Master of the ordinary sequence. Not to mention, Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. I am still the Chaos Steam sequence. The destructive interference of the Steam sequence, the natural strong resistance of the Chaos sequence. All in all, I am basically not affected. Thinking this way, Tucker rubbed his palm slightly. For more than half a year, I have fought with many extraordinary masters, facing the core abilities, talents, and magical powers cultivated by various strong men. There are very few who can restrain and suppress me to a large extent. Those who can slightly suppress me are also of a higher level, All of them are senior middle-level extraordinary masters at level 148 or even level 149. If I practice for a while longer and my level is slightly improved, these senior guys at level 148 and level 149 will also find it difficult to suppress me. This is the advantage of being a Chaos Steam Master. The natural sequence allows me to greatly weaken the impact of many abilities. On the other hand, they can't stop my forbidden spell attacks at all. After being promoted to Super Master, the destructive power of my forbidden spells has increased in all directions, and the actual combat effect is also quite excellent. Faced with different defensive means, I can use different forbidden spells to deal with them. This is the advantage of having many forbidden spells, covering all aspects without any shortcomings. The effect of the system adding points is not very obvious in terms of level, but it is very advantageous in terms of forbidden spell level. As Tucker moved forward, there was a steady stream of flowing light in the steam gray fog. After these surging streams of light flowed over, they were naturally absorbed by Tucker's 12-meter tall body. Tucker's eyes were slightly focused, and he carefully felt the light pouring into his body, nourishing his Chaos Master, 5-star phase. The teacher's judgment is indeed very accurate. Chaos, Cosmic Astrology, this powerful talent can completely become my core ability as a Steam Chaos Wizard. Chaos, Cosmic Astrology, this talent is indeed very powerful. The only drawback is that the speed of practice is slow, but thinking that this is a talent that can only be awakened at the level of guts, it is relieved. It took nearly a year and 3 or 4 months. Tucker almost put all his time on it. Moreover, for more than a year, Tucker gradually added points to increase this talent to more than 7,000%. Even so, it was not until last month that Tucker barely condensed a 5th star in his body and achieved the Chaos Master, 5-star phase. It will take at least 2 years to achieve a 10-star phase, or even longer. Although it was a bit slow, now Tucker has gradually realized the benefits of this Chaos Master 5-star phase. Every time a star phase is condensed, Tucker's Master State life tank and defense ability will increase by an additional double the basic strength. The current 5-star phase is 5 times. And it is precisely by using the natural defensive characteristics of the 5-star phase that Tucker combined with his own Steam Crystal Wall to construct his own Master State defense ability, Star Crystal Wall. Before, Tucker was also hit by some special means when breaking the shield. But these extremely powerful attack methods fell on Tucker. Under the defense of the Star Crystal Wall condensed by Tucker, only a few Master States were annihilated and a little damage was caused. And with Tucker's subsequent practice, he will be promoted to 20-star phase bodies, or even 50-star phase bodies. The Chaos Sequence life tank of the Master State, as well as the Master State defense ability, will reach an extremely amazing level. It is precisely because of his strong defense and survivability that Tucker will fight with the enemy near the 4 Tusks Elephant Realm ship. Arrive deep in the nest. Woohoo! Boom! The extremely condensed steam star of the old days made a roaring sound of steam. At the same time, the sound of steam rushing, like a flood, poured down. Then, in the entire huge circular nest, it turned into a huge star wheel with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. Steam elves of considerable size built nests and settled in this star wheel. With Tucker's arrival, those young and ignorant steam elves follow Tucker, the big guy, lively and curiously, and some steam elves even jumped on Tucker, scratching him left and right. And those slightly older steam elves respectfully saluted Tucker and the steam, and did not dare to overstep the mark. Nowadays, the steam ecology of the 4 Tusk Elephant World ship is getting deeper and deeper into the origin of the world. At present, the whole world is constantly breaking free from the shackles of the sunk ship, and building the characteristics of the Steam World ship. Sit down near the old steam star, bathed in the blazing light of the old star. While Tucker was absorbing the light of the stars and comprehending the mysteries of the Chaos Rune, Master Tucker, Wendy, standing on tiptoe, ran to Tucker quickly and saluted Tucker with her skirt. "What's wrong?" Tucker slowly opened his eyes. "A few days ago, you asked me to follow the steam star track to see if I could contact your hometown. Just now, I felt the resonance of the old steam star ecology. But the distance is too far, I can't project it. Master Tucker, maybe you can do it." Tucker laughed when he heard it. Before he was promoted to Super Master, Tucker's power could not be fed back to his hometown, the super world of the Augu twin stars. Now, after being promoted to Super Master, there is no big problem. Tucker asked Wendy to try to follow the steam veins of the steam star to see if she could find her hometown. Wendy, the spirit of steam, really found it. Give me the location, I'm about to project it. After all, the old steam star there was built by me. Tucker said softly. Wendy soon gave Tucker the steam positioning. Following this positioning, Tucker followed the veins of the old steam star, slowly gathered strength, and projected down. Fortunately, there was a guide to the old steam star ecology in that distant place. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Tucker to complete the projection. Boom! In the old light and surging star steam. Tucker's master projection, after more than 10 years, returned to St. Lander. Who is it? As soon as Tucker projected down, a fierce roar came like a thunderous crack. The master projection that Tucker had just condensed was almost blown up by this roar. It's me, Grand Duke. Tucker hurriedly said. You. The extraordinary master, Grand Duke of Leon, immediately observed carefully. Even if the other party was a projection, it also made Grand Duke Leon, who is in his prime, feel a certain threat. Tucker. After observing for a while, Grand Duke Leon lost his voice. You have been promoted to Transcendent Master. Yes, Grand Duke. The more he watched Tucker's projection, the more amazed Grand Duke Syrians was. You have only been out for more than 10 years, and you have already been promoted to Transcendent Master. It is incredible. The speed of this promotion is too fast. When the God War broke out, I was worried for a long time when I learned that you were still on the road. In the Arumov demigod world, during the large-scale fighting, many Transcendent Masters died. You were able to be promoted to Transcendent Master there, and I think you had a bumpy journey. Are you in the Arumov demigod world now? The Grand Duke asked uncertainly. It's not the Arumov demigod world, but a battlefield area affiliated with the Arumov demigod world. Generally speaking, it is the edge of the Arumov demigod world. Tucker explained. The fighting here is really fierce. Legendary masters are secretly watching. Once the fighting starts, the world I live in may be destroyed. During this period of time, many extraordinary masters have been killed and injured. As an extraordinary master, the Grand Duke couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. It is indeed very dangerous to approach the demigod world. Tucker asked in a gentle voice during the conversation. What is the current situation in the Agu Twin Star world? The situation is not optimistic. The Grand Duke shook his head. After the outbreak of the God War, members of the Dark Sun Church have continuously arrived at the Agu Twin Star extraordinary world. For more than 10 years, we have been deadlocked on the St. Lander defense line. It is difficult to defend. Fortunately, I have eased the confrontation with the Sun Rock Empire in the south, and I can resist the pressure from the north. Hearing that there are not too many dangers in the Agu Twin Star extraordinary world, Tucker was relieved. Tucker didn't want to wander around and practice outside, and then his hometown was gone. After all, the precipitation of the legendary characteristics of the origin is still very important. The legendary fire of his hometown is the easiest for Tucker to create a legend. After thinking for a while, Tucker spoke again. Grand Duke, I will tell you a secret prayer of the Steam Spirit. After that, you can send a special steam sequence transcended to build a steam tower altar and perform a fixed steam secret prayer. The Steam Spirit will deliver a large number of steam cores to St. Land. Every month, at least 200 or 300, and as many as 400 or 500. Grand Duke Syrians was slightly surprised when he heard it. So many? Is this the Steam Spirit of a large transcendent world? Tucker smiled. The situation is a bit complicated and it's hard to say. Anyway, this Steam Spirit who has a good relationship with me will give you enough steam cores. After Tucker said this, Grand Duke Syrians also smiled. This number is several times the output of the Agu Twin Star transcendent world itself. It is definitely possible to create a large number of steam sequence transcendents, which is great news for the entire country. More importantly, Tucker can take out so many steam cores. Obviously, he has a lot of experience in the outside world. He doesn't have to worry too much now. This exchange lasted for more than 2 hours. Tucker ended this long-distance projection. The four-tusk elephant world ship land, from the first floor to the fifth floor, from the inside to the origin of the world, to the outside to the world ship barrier. It has entered the steam era in all directions. At present, the daily production of steam cores is between 50 and 70. About 1,800 a month. And this number is still growing. Being able to provide assistance to such important resources in his hometown is the best way Tucker can do here. Tucker gradually stabilized his mind. Continued to immerse himself in the practice of the astrological body and the perception of the mysteries of the chaos rune. In a flash, half a month passed quickly. Deep in the steam fog, Tucker, bathing in the scorching light, is adding points. Although the 12-ring tower, the flame world tree, has given Tucker rich source energy experience. But Tucker's current consumption is also very alarming. It is naturally impossible to max out all the points as before. The previous time I added points, I raised the level of the eternal flame to level 100, and the burning effect has undergone a significant transformation. This time, I will first raise the 7-star Chaos Starfall ring to level 100. This 7-star powerful Chaos Forbidden spell, upgraded to level 100, combined with my current 176 ring Chaos Rune Mystery, the power is still quite amazing. There is still some more source energy experience, so I will add it to the level. Level 113, almost just right. After adding points, Tucker looked up and down for a moment. Supernatural Sequence, Chaos Steam, Master Wizard, level 113. Origin Dark Sea, level 100. Supernatural Powers, Critical, Phase Walking, 1832 Fragments, level 90. Eternal, Heart of Flame, 15,200 Fragments, level 100. Forbidden Magic, Exclusive Passage, 7,265 Fragments, level 80. Super Talent, Precision, High Dimension, Correction, SSS Exclusive Level, 8,500%. Steam, World, Original Spiritual State, SSS Exclusive Level, 10,010%. Chaos, Cosmic Astrology, SSS Exclusive Level, 7,120%. Super Witchcraft Ability, Steam, Light Feather Blade, 5-star, Form Ability, level 90. Chaos Starfall Ring, 7-star, level 100. Spacetime Wormhole, 7-star, level 90. Annihilation, Quiet Nirvana Starburst, 6-star, level 90. Ancient Spirit, Star Dragon Breath, 5-star, level 90. Barrier, Crystal Wall Boundary Armor, 5-star, level 90. After closing the system page, Tucker gradually gathered his mind. After being promoted to Supermaster. Forbidden Spell Level, Core Ability, Chaos Rune Mystery. The advancement of these aspects determines the strength of Tucker's comprehensive strength. Tucker, who is extremely talented, keeps advancing various means and abilities. Spending time to develop, this is Tucker's favorite link. Just as Tucker collected his mind and continued to practice. Tucker. Romo's voice suddenly sounded in the Zerg mental network. They took the initiative to challenge. Take the initiative to challenge. Hearing this, Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. This time, the opponent is a middle-level extraordinary master from the Chaos Continent, Black Witch Shenting, who is level 145. His specific identity is unknown, but he is probably a strong opponent. Romos quickly explained. Tucker rubbed his eyebrows after hearing this. It doesn't matter what kind of extraordinary master came. What's important is, the legendary strongman Evan has observed this battle many times. I'm afraid they have been planning for a long time. Hearing this, Romos also smiled gently. Yes, they must have been prepared, and they may even launch a sneak attack on you. And we also hope to see this scene the most. Tucker thought for a moment and took a deep breath after rubbing his palms. In that case, let's get started. Contact the demigod Arumov. Once the war begins, regardless of whether the legend is severely damaged, the demigod Arumov will come down to protect us. Otherwise, we can't stop the angry legendary powerhouse. Don't worry. Romos nodded firmly. I have already contacted the demigod Arumov. After another discussion and finalizing many details, Tucker's mind was immersed in his own master sequence ecosystem. In Tucker's sequence ecosystem, Divine Power Scroll. Tucker is storing 3 powerful Divine Power Scrolls here. One is a defensive Divine Power Scroll. It can protect Tucker from being killed by the legendary powerhouse after he takes action. The other 2 are offensive Divine Power Scrolls with amazing destructive power. This is the key to sniping the legendary powerhouse. A few days later, above the void, there was a chilling murder. Tucker stood quietly in the depths of the void. At this time, the steam light feather blade behind Tucker roared and bloomed, and the steam sequence was even more surging. The roar of steam energy source, like Tucker's tentacles, bloomed towards the universe and the starry sky. The sequence that itself has the roar of energy source blooming has become an excellent means for Tucker to touch the outside world. The roaring veins, like Tucker's tentacles, spread outward. In addition, Tucker also felt his next opponent through his own blooming starlight. Of course, Tucker paid more attention to the remote depths of the void, where the light shined very little. There was the place where the legendary strongman Evan was hiding. Hundreds of kilometers away from Tucker. A 145-level dark wizard from the Black Witch God Court stood quietly in the void. The outline of his body was shrouded in an endless dark vortex, and even the light was swallowed. In addition to this dark wizard, the strongmen who had watched the battle on both sides in the past were almost all there, even more than before. Boom! As the dark wizard's energy source bloomed violently, the battle started instantly. The dark wizard waved his hand suddenly, and a large area of darkness bloomed quickly like the night. For a moment, the entire starry sky dimmed rapidly. Some kind of power from the dark dimension. Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. This is not an offensive force, this is a cover. What is he hiding? Tucker, who sensed the danger, was surprised and happy. What surprised him was that the legendary strongman really had no martial ethics and wanted to come down to deal with him personally. What made him happy was that I was waiting for you to come down, and if you didn't come down, I would have to jump over. If you come directly, then I can save a time-wasting link. Boom. Tucker, who was extremely sensitive, instantly activated the Divine Power Defense Scroll. At the same time, the attack of the legendary strongman, Death Abyss Mentor, was like a giant python in the starry sky, and it fell on Tucker. And another legendary strongman Evan was also shameless and was thrown to Tucker's side. The legendary sharp sword broke through the starry sky and came to kill Tucker. The one who teleported him was the legendary queen of shark insects, Guff. The three legendary masters all came out, and they wanted to join forces to kill Tucker. Chapter 391, Sniper Legend, Shocking the Starry Sky. Tucker guessed that these legendary masters might attack him. But Tucker never thought that these legendary masters would be so decisive. To deal with a small extraordinary master like him who is over level 110, the three legendary masters would actually join forces to kill him. The illusory and huge forbidden spell of the Starry Sky Python appeared as soon as it appeared, and it was entrenched in the starry sky, directly locking Tucker's master sequence. Even if Tucker escaped to a very far place, the forbidden spell could still bite it down. It would not fall because of Tucker's dodge. And the stunning sword that made the stars pale was like the most beautiful rainbow light in the universe, dazzling. And the legendary queen of shark worms, Gofu, while sending the legendary master Evan, also used the mental network to shake the void, so that Tucker could not escape by means of passing through. These three powerful means bloomed almost at the same time. However, a layer of seemingly inconspicuous orange-yellow light curtain spread over Tucker's body, making the attacks of the three legendary masters completely vanish. The slightly yellowish, palm-thick light curtain appeared on the surface of Tucker's 12-meter-tall body. It was a little thin, and it felt like it could be broken with a slight push. However, it was just this thin layer of yellowish light curtain. It blocked the fatal bite of the forbidden spell of the Starry Sky Python. It blocked the sword that made the stars pale. As for the void confinement of the legendary queen of shark insects, Gofu, Tucker had no intention of escaping, so naturally, it didn't work. At the same time when his own attack was blocked, Evan's face changed drastically, and he said in a lost voice, "Divine Power Shield." What? Divine Power Shield? The Black Witch Death Abyss and Queen Gofu, who were in the same spiritual network, were also trembling violently in their hearts. This treasure, like the Divine Power Scroll, it all needs to consume the divine power of the gods to build. Otherwise, the gods' powerful power cannot be stored at all. But consuming the origin of the gods is something that basically no gods are willing to do. Basically, only in the depths of the ancient Chaos continent can there be such treasures. Originally, they wanted to use this opportunity to snipe this ignorant kid. They acted very quickly, wanting to teach Tucker a lesson of death while the other party was not ready. But they never expected that Tucker not only had a treasure with amazing defensive power like the Divine Power Defense Scroll, but he was also allowed to use it. This kid's alertness was incredible. This is just a defensive shield, he can't hurt us, break the shield and kill him. The Black Witch Death Abyss Mentor roared with murderous intent. The legendary trio also moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, The whip of the spirit sequence. The sword light that swept the waves of the starry sky. The Fang's forbidden spell attack that specifically but the shield swept again. Tucker's speed and efficiency in activating the Divine Power Scroll were certainly not as fast as the three legendary powerhouses. But the thin orange-yellow light curtain of the powerful Divine Power Shield Scroll, like a towering barrier of the gods, blocked all attacks, giving Tucker enough time to use his offensive Divine Power Scroll. Not long after, boom! A terrifying force like a starburst bloomed on Tucker's body. Then, the mighty power of the gods swept through the universe. The moment the power of the gods on Tucker bloomed, whether it was the two legendary masters who attacked at close range, or the many extraordinary masters who watched from afar, everyone felt that their extraordinary sequences were shaking violently. This was not only a Divine Power Scroll, but also a Divine Power Scroll with great power. Run. Seeing such a scene, L, who was closest, was terrified, and the legendary sequence tree was shaking violently in panic. Such a terrifying divine power attack, even if it did not hit his sequence, just affecting his body was enough to seriously injure him. And the sequence skeleton under the dry cheek of the Black Witch Death Abyss mentor in the distance was also trembling slightly. The blooming of divine power alone was enough to shake the divine power of his legendary sequence tree. It can be imagined how huge the terrifying power contained in it is. Run. He also fled at high speed. But whether it was the disturbance of the Zerg Queen's mental network fluctuations or Tucker's divine power just now, they had already stirred up this piece of void into great turmoil. It was impossible to shuttle and escape. Fly at high speed, the farther the better. Boom. The hot orange-yellow divine power torrent burst out from Tucker's hand. Even though Tucker had a Master 5-star phase, such a strong physique, and the protection of the divine power scroll. But when the power of the divine power burst out, Tucker still felt that he was burned by the hot flames. Enduring the destruction and annihilation brought by the divine power, Tucker matched the high-dimensional trajectory and veins and quickly locked the target. The divine power forbidden spell True Flame Divine Flame stored in the divine power scroll burst out. It turned into a flame light column with a diameter of 1 meter, instantly piercing the void. No. As if he had noticed something, Evan, whose face was pale, wailed and screamed. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The true flame driven by divine power, crossed a distance of dozens of kilometers, directly penetrated his body, and accurately hit his legendary sequence. Under the burning of this terrifying divine power, his legendary sequence tree quickly collapsed. Rumble. The collapse of the legendary sequence space that caused ripples in the starry sky was stirring. Legendary warrior, Evan Delancia, died on the spot. The legend's last desperate scream was like a big hand tearing open the cage of despair, announcing to all extraordinary people the horror of the divine flame in this divine power scroll. The entire starry sky was immersed in the fear of being dominated by the supreme divine power. Is he dead? The fleeing Black Witch Death Abyss Master was both relieved and afraid. What if the other party chose to attack him? He might not be able to dodge or block it. Just when the Black Witch Death Abyss Master was still a little relieved? Not good. His face changed drastically. Because he felt that the danger was approaching rapidly. Aren't these scrolls one-shot attacks? Didn't he just kill Evan with this scroll? How can he still come after me? The thirsty Black Witch Death Abyss Master was determined, and he released a scroll that also came from the Chaos Ancient Continent. This was a Demigod Defense Scroll, and he only had this last one. The Demigod Divine Power Defense Scroll had just been released. Boom. The blazing divine power flames hit his chest with incredible accuracy. Even after a distance of hundreds of kilometers, it was still accurate. Chi. The scorching divine power flames not only passed through the Demigod Divine Power Defense Scroll, but also caused his body and sequence to be burned violently. The madly roaring Black Witch Death Abyss Master frantically urged his forbidden spell shield to pour into the legendary source energy. He hoped to be able to resist some of the terrifying divine power burning. Finally, the burning torrent of divine power flames that lit up the entire void dissipated after exhausting its power. At this time, the half-god power shield on the Black Witch Death Abyss Master was also full of cracks, and the defensive power was basically exhausted. The Black Witch Death Abyss Master even lost half of his life. The legendary sequence tree was even more riddled with holes. Not to mention whether he could advance in the future, it was hard to say whether he could maintain the current legendary sequence level. Damn bastard. The anger poured into the heart of the Black Witch Death Abyss Master. He was shaking violently all over his body, and the murderous intent was escaping and spreading between the stars, so that the power shield that was on the verge of breaking was directly shattered on the spot by him. "I will kill you." Looking at Tucker from a distance, the Black Witch Death Abyss Master, gritting his teeth, now wanted to go over and eat him alive. At this moment, boom! A new beam of power pierced through the vast starry sky. It was just the power of a half-god. The half-god, Irumov's projection has descended. One dead. Sweeping the void, the demigod Irumov saw the fluctuations of the collapsed legendary sequence in the depths of the void, and was immediately overjoyed. He looked at the Black Witch Death Abyss Mentor in the depths of the void again. Suddenly, the demigod Irumov was even happier. What could be more exciting than encountering an enemy with low health? He could now avenge the great hatred of the two guys tearing up the projection of the original divine power. Ha ha ha. The laughing demigod Irumov immediately chased after the Black Witch Death Abyss Mentor. Death Abyss, where can you escape this time? Ha ha ha. Irumov laughed more and more wildly. The Black Witch Death Abyss Mentor, who was originally thinking about chasing Tucker in turn, saw the demigod Irumov coming. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, he didn't dare to stay any longer at this time, and turned around and ran away. The demigod Irumov, right in the void, rumbled and chased after him. Legendary warrior Evan died on the spot. Legendary warrior Black Witch Death Abyss Mentor was seriously injured and was hunted down by the demigod Irumov. The legendary queen of shark worms, Gofu, cut off the wormhole channel as soon as Tucker opened the divine power scroll. In a short period of time, she obviously didn't dare to look here again. Legendary warriors died or escaped. In the void sharkworm stronghold, a large number of extraordinary masters were already in disarray, and some even fled in fear. At this time, Tucker was wearing an invincible divine power shield. That was the absolute invincible combat power on the field. Kill. After transmitting this information along the mental network, Tucker rushed towards the Zerg void stronghold. After passing through the disturbed area, Tucker jumped to the vicinity of the Zerg void stronghold through a space-time wormhole. A full-energy forbidden spell starburst was thrown by Tucker more than 300 kilometers away. Boom! The violent starburst instantly swept the surrounding area of more than 100 kilometers. The blazing flames evaporated millions of shark worms and extraordinary soldiers on the spot, and a large number of extraordinary masters were directly ignited by this blow. As the forbidden spell exploded, the blazing flames lit up the void. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them all. Kill all these damn evil gods. A large number of extraordinary masters who had been waiting on the four-tusk elephant realm ship rushed in through the space-time wormhole. Above the starry sky, a huge and brutal fight between extraordinary masters kicked off. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, Generous Rewards from Demigod. Blood was everywhere, and the debris was scattered. Screams and wails intertwined into a large net of death, filling the void. Boom boom. The collision of forbidden spells burst out. It was like a huge firework of death in the starry sky. The blazing flames ignited hundreds of thousands of Zerg and the extraordinary warriors of the Black Witch God Court. Various attacks crisscrossed, and the entire starry sky fell into a chaotic and bloody turmoil. With Tucker's forbidden spell, a large number of Zerg transmission channels around were broken. The entire area of the Black Witch God Court and the strongholds of the Foreign God Alliance were pulled into the battlefield by Tucker. As Tucker took action, some extraordinary masters immediately locked on Tucker and began to fight back. And Tucker, who was carrying the divine shield, was completely invincible in defense. Facing the attacks of many extraordinary masters, Tucker cast forbidden spells on the spot to stand and fight many strong men. Today, I, Tucker, will fight 1 against 100. Meteorites fell and continued to explode in the void. Then, a 20-meter-long starfall ring rolled over, like a rolling wheel of history. It continuously crushed the master sequence trees of the extraordinary masters one after another. Those upper-level extraordinary masters were not easy to kill, so Tucker specifically picked up the lower-level extraordinary masters to kill. The Starfall Ring, which was already level 100, was extremely powerful under the blessing of Tucker's rune mystery and world power. It crushed those lower-level extraordinary masters, and they would die if they were crushed. In a dozen breaths, Tucker crushed more than 20 extraordinary masters. The collapse of the extraordinary master sequence in the depths of the void roared back and forth, like thunder echoing, which was terrifying. The blood and corpses of the dead of a large number of extraordinary people in the distance reflected each other on the death level. Facing the Steam Master Tucker, who rushed directly to their faces and cast a forbidden spell to slaughter. Many extraordinary masters of the Black Witch God Court and the Foreign God Alliance were both shocked and angry. This guy is only over level 110, how dare he jump in the face so arrogantly? But under the continuous attacks of many strong men, he was always helpless with a powerful divine shield. For a time, many strong men were furious, but helpless. And Tucker was attacking continuously. He himself has endured hundreds and thousands of attacks. After all, there are really hundreds of extraordinary masters here. If Tucker's own defense faced the attacks of so many extraordinary masters, he would have collapsed and died dozens of times. But the divine shield, facing the sea and tide, all kinds of attacks, stood out. When Tucker killed more than a dozen middle-level extraordinary masters and lower-level extraordinary masters. At the location of the four-tusk elephant ship, more than 50 powerful extraordinary masters arrived one after another and began to join the battlefield. In addition, the Steam Master Tucker, who was powerful, invincible in defense, and had forbidden spells that were enough to threaten the upper-level extraordinary masters. Finally, the extraordinary masters of the Black Witch God Court and the Foreign God Alliance could no longer bear it. Retreat. Following the orders of several top-level extraordinary masters, many extraordinary masters fled to the depths of the void. The Zerg's space-time wormhole was completely shattered by Tucker's forbidden spell fluctuations. These extraordinary masters could only escape to the depths of the void. For the extraordinary people below the extraordinary masters, wandering in the depths of the void is very dangerous. But for the extraordinary masters, wandering in the void is dangerous. It is not difficult to swim back slowly, it just takes some time at most. Facing the enemy's great defeat, this is an excellent opportunity to chase and kill, and it is also a rare opportunity to make achievements. Therefore, the extraordinary masters of the Arumov demigod world who came to support the war, as well as many Purple Magnolia extraordinary masters, immediately launched a mighty pursuit in the void. For a time, the void was full of outbreaks of battle fluctuations. In the distance, the shocking battle fluctuations of the demigod Arumov and the seriously injured Black Witch Death Abyss were heard. After seeing the enemy completely defeated, Tucker breathed a sigh of relief. As Tucker dispersed the excited state of the chaotic steam sequence, Tucker's breath quickly shriveled from the hot explosion of the steam roar, and then became weak. The outline of his body, which was originally like a brilliant starry sky gem, now became like a frozen void stone skeleton. It was extremely difficult to move. Romos arrived at Tucker at this time. Looking at Tucker, Romos was surprised. "Tucker, you." Tucker said with a little tiredness and weakness, trying to support his own mental will. The scouring of divine power is more terrifying and serious than I thought. Fortunately, my master state physique is strong enough, but it is just a little overconsumed. In general, there is no big problem, just take good care of it for 10 days or half a month. Looking at Tucker up and down with a little uneasiness, Romos frowned slightly. "How about I take you back?" "No need." Tucker waved his hand reluctantly. "There is no problem here. After all, this divine shield can still last for quite some time. No one can threaten me. Instead, you guys go and hunt down the enemies by yourselves. Be careful of those guys' desperate counterattack." Seeing the withered yellow light curtain on Tucker's body, Romos felt a little relieved. With his powerful divine shield, there was really no need to worry about Tucker's safety. "Well, you pay attention to safety. I'm going to hunt down those fleeing extraordinary masters. After all, this battle is a great opportunity for us to counterattack the shipwreck side of the Blood Sea ruins. As for safety, don't worry. We won't chase those upper-level extraordinary masters easily. We will only chase those middle-level and lower-level extraordinary masters." After giving Tucker a little warning, Romos couldn't wait to chase them out. After all, there are not many opportunities to brush up on military merits like this. The great defeat of the extraordinary masters. Naturally, a large number of extraordinary people below the extraordinary masters also suffered an all-round defeat. Steam sharks were surging in an endless stream, chasing after the scattered enemies. Tucker did not forcefully use the forbidden spell to jump through the space-time wormhole, but flew towards the group of steam sharks. Steam not only provides shelter for Tucker, but also can restore Tucker's condition. Go back and recuperate, and wait quietly for good news from the demigod Arumov and Senior Romos. This battle, the results are surprisingly rich. Even after a little preparation, there will be no problem in counterattacking the shipwreck side of the Blood Sea ruins. Soon, a group of steam sharks quickly swam over, spitting steam energy around Tucker, and took Tucker to fly towards the Four-Tusk Elephant Realm ship. After half a day, the news of the Battle of the Four-Tusk Elephant Realm ship spread quickly. In the several major battlefield areas of the entire Arumov demigod world, it caused an uproar. Especially the fall of a legend. This is even more shocking news. After all, no matter what, a legendary warrior is a legend with a lifespan of 10,000 years. In the Starry Sky battlefield, if the gods don't come out, the legend is the absolute king. But a legendary warrior fails so suddenly. It is conceivable what kind of undercurrents will be set off. It seems to be affected by the bloody battle report from the shipwreck of the Blood Sea ruins. The other 5 battlefield areas have started large-scale battles among the strong. For a while, the entire Arumov semi-god battlefield ushered in an unprecedented cruel battlefield battle. Even the landing battle started here in the shipwreck of the Blood Sea ruins was also unprecedentedly bloody and tragic. When the fighting outside was extremely tragic, Tucker was steadily practicing in the Four-Tusk Elephant Realm ship. Four-Tusk Elephant Realm ship. Flame World Tree, in a cabin. Tucker continued to absorb the power of the old starlight above the sky. After a long time, Tucker slowly ended his practice. After thinking for a moment, Tucker looked up at the old steam star above the sky. It seems that the light of this old star is much heavier than before, and even the roar of the steam is more turbulent than before. The effect of absorbing cultivation is very good. The most important thing is that when I absorb it, I can feel some power of the origin of chaos, gushing out, and then entering the outline of my body. Is it that the steam ecology begins to settle into the depths of the star chaos origin, causing the star chaos origin to also begin to steam and sequence? Tucker thought. When I absorb it, there is indeed a constant flow of star power, which becomes my master world power. In any case, this is a good thing. While thinking, Tucker looked at himself. It has been 2 months since the start of the Purple Magnolia counterattack. With the participation of many powerful people in Arumov, they landed on the Blood Sea ruins shipwreck about a month after the start of the war. At present, a channel fortress has been occupied, and the counterattack is still continuing. This counterattack, the fall of the legend, the seizure of the fortress, has achieved remarkable results. It has caused a great impact on the battlefields of the entire Arumov demigod world. During these critical 2 months, Tucker recovered from the injuries burned by the divine power, while continuing to absorb the light and steam of the old stars, until a few days ago, Tucker condensed a star again. Master 6 stars. This is Tucker's current master state level. Tucker nodded slightly while carefully feeling his master state. At present, the outline of the Master's 6-star phase body and the sequence body is more solid. In more than a year, I will reach the 10-star phase body, plus the star crystal wall, condensed by the Master Crystal Wall, defense I absorbed. My defense will reach a new height. By then, ordinary lower-level extraordinary masters will basically not be able to break my defense. Although lower-level extraordinary masters are not a threat to me. But, in terms of stacking defense to resist and endure attacks, it is a step-by-step process, and you can't eat a fat man in one bite. Now the lower-level masters can't break the defense, and in the future, even the middle-level extraordinary masters, and in the future, the upper-level extraordinary masters can't break the defense. For his step-by-step improvement in the master realm. Tucker likes this feeling of steady development and steady strengthening. Not long after, Steam Spirit Wendy nimbly walked out of the steam gray mist, sent up the battle report of the past few days. As Tucker's communication with the Arumov's demigod world increased. Nowadays, Wendy, the steam spirit, has connected to the steam spirit network of Arumov's demigod world. Every few days, he can get a battle report of Arumov's demigod world. After reading the battle report, Tucker couldn't help shaking his head. The fighting on this battlefield is getting more and more brutal, like crazy. Every once in a while, there are more than a dozen or even more extraordinary masters who have fallen. As for high-level extraordinary people, they are just numbers in the battle report. And this is just the casualties. Some small extraordinary worlds have collapsed under the joint attack of extraordinary masters. I remember that a few days ago, a small extraordinary world was collapsed. At that time, the world collapsed, and the extraordinary masters entered it to snatch the origin of the world. They were beaten and bloodied, and many were killed and injured. Unlike I can use steam, the world's talent transforms the world, and the world continuously feeds back the origin of the world to me. My world power is much stronger than many middle-level extraordinary masters. But then again, Irumov demigod world, this is the world of demigods, and Irumov can become a true god on the future. There are many powerful extraordinary people gathered here, and it is also the home of many legendary strongmen and extraordinary masters. Facing the invasion of the enemy, a crazy counterattack is normal. I don't know when this war of gods will end. Thinking like this, Tucker couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. If the war is over, Tucker can go to Irumov demigod world to practice peacefully. But if the war is not over, Irumov demigod world is extremely dangerous. It is still safer in his own nest. After Tucker watched the battle report inside a little, he suddenly looked in the direction of the altar. Huh? The teacher is coming. Tucker immediately jumped through a wormhole and landed in the altar area of the Flame World Tree. Tucker arrived a moment later. Buzz buzz buzz. The light of the legendary heroic spirits gathered, and the outline of Merriman's heroic spirit bloomed. Teacher. Tucker bowed. Merriman first looked at Tucker carefully, and when he saw that Tucker was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then a smile appeared on his face. The other day, the kingdom of the gods on the side of the three-eyed god started a war again. I went to support, and when I came back, I heard about your incredible record. You know, legendary strongmen are very flexible, but you kid can't help them. Your accuracy is really amazing. It's the power scroll that's powerful. I'm just lucky, just lucky. Tucker hurriedly said humbly. Merriman smiled and didn't point out this disciple who is obviously very talented but refused to admit it. Before I came here, the demigod Irumov gave me news. Merriman said so. Tucker listened carefully immediately. At the beginning, the demigod Irumov was hunting down the top legendary master, the Black Witch Death Abyss Mentor, who had ignited the divine fire. This information was never disclosed to the public. Lord Irumov hunted down the Black Witch Death Abyss Mentor for 5 days in the depths of the void, and finally killed the Black Witch Death Abyss Mentor. Tucker felt relieved when he heard that the Black Witch Death Abyss Mentor was killed. The Black Witch Death Abyss Mentor, who was beaten like that by Tucker's divine power scroll, must hate Tucker to death, and he would definitely find ways to fight back against Tucker. If he didn't die, Tucker would be the one who is worried and scared. Fortunately, that guy died. It's good to be dead. Tucker said with a smile. Indeed. Mentor Merriman nodded. 2 legends died in one battle. This is indeed the biggest victory that the Irumov demigod world has gained since the start of the God War. However, the projection of the origin of the divine power of Irumov demigod was torn up again. Irumov's origin projection was torn up once before, and it was torn up again this time, and the demigod was also seriously injured. It has just been repaired a little bit, so don't disclose this news casually. Tucker nodded. Such important things really can't be disclosed easily. You have made great contributions this time, so it goes without saying that the reward is generous. But you also know the situation in Irumov demigod world. The whole Irumov is not very safe. Especially those hidden places of inheritance, which are the key areas for the enemy to ambush. Last time, during the baptism of inheritance, the group of geniuses who could not resist were sniped by legends, causing Irumov to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, those places of inheritance are not easily open at present. It will take some time for the war situation to stabilize a little before you can go there to practice inheritance. Tucker nodded when he heard it. Teacher, what you said is true. Even if I were to go there now, I would have to think twice. Now, it has not been long since I was promoted to the Transcendent Master. I still have a lot of things to cultivate and settle down. I am not in a hurry to go to the Irumov demigod world to inherit those top resources. Tucker paused and asked again. Teacher, what is my reward this time? Merriman smiled and began to explain. The Chaos Angel armor, originally all 3 pieces were to be passed down to you. However, the Sun, Holy Light armor conflicts with your Star Crystal Wall defense, so it cannot be passed down. The Sun, Heavenly Kingdom boots are for short-range movement, which is a completely repetitive ability for you. Your legendary ring staff's shadow movement, phase walking, and wormhole jumping, you have no shortage of means of movement. So there is no need. The Sun, Light Feather Blade is an ability that can be integrated with your Steam, Light Feather Blade ability. So, I will give you a Sun, Light Feather Blade inheritance of the Chaos Angel armor. If the effect is good, it is possible to upgrade to the 7-star or even 8-star forbidden spells. At that time, your mobility will be maxed out. 7-star or even 8-star forbidden spells? Tucker raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but smile. This is really good news. Tucker himself has an astrological body, which is very suitable for the Steam, Light Feather Blade. Being able to upgrade the Steam, Light Feather Blade is indeed excellent news for Tucker. Merman continued. In addition, there are 3 more baptisms in the God Power Reincarnation Pool. It is used to increase your level. There are also 2 more qualifications for teleportation to the treasure land of the Chaos Ancient Continent. Listening to the teacher's explanation, Tucker nodded slightly. The rewards from the Arumov demigod world this time are indeed quite generous. All aspects are quite helpful to Tucker. More importantly, the legendary God Power Reincarnation Pool with extremely high energy level is an excellent place for development. Once anchored, the effect is more exaggerated than the Flame World Tree. After all, that is a professional upgrade place jointly created by the gods and many legendary strongmen over thousands of years. Maybe Tucker can also rapidly develop there. The reward for the baptism of the God Power Reincarnation Pool itself is the bottom of the 3 rewards. But for Tucker, who has a system, this reward may be the best and most practical of the 3. Before this round of war stabilizes, practice well in the 4-tusk elephant realm ship. At least you have to practice well for 7 or 8 years, or even more than 10 years. Once I become stronger and have the ability to protect myself in a large-scale war, it won't be too late to go to the demigod world of Arumov. Tucker pondered quietly and made a certain plan for his own training and development. Chapter 393 16 Years of Master's Cultivation. The lifespan of a transcendent master can easily exceed 2,000 years, or even 3,000 years. Therefore, after a transcendent master is promoted, there will be a long period of cultivation, which can be as short as 20 or 30 years, or as long as hundreds of years. This period of cultivation after being promoted to a master. First, steadily improve your level. After all, the higher the level, the more solid the sequence, and the greater the power of the source energy level excitation state. High levels are naturally powerful, and this truth of level sect is also effective in the Transcendent Master class. Second, improve your ability level in all aspects, especially the core ability. If the core ability has a level, at least let the core ability level reach and break through a level 100, and the higher the better. If it is a core ability without a level, then it must be cultivated to a certain height to reach the level of a Transcendent Master. Generally speaking, a level of 120 and a core ability of 100 are considered the threshold level of a Transcendent Master. Those who were killed by the Quasi-Masters were all Transcendent Masters who were not at a high level and liked to hang out outside. After level 120, continue to practice. If you want to become a strong master among the extraordinary masters, then you need a higher level, powerful forbidden spell abilities and methods, as well as the understanding of the rune mysteries. These aspects are indispensable. Tucker was practicing in the 4-Tusks world ship, and the situation of the God War was constantly changing. In the second year of Tucker's practice, the extraordinary people of Arumov's side who initially counterattacked and landed on the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck, found the hiding place of the Zerg legend Queen Gofu. More than a dozen high-level extraordinary masters joined forces to attack the legendary Queen Gofu. The legendary Queen Gofu was beaten to pieces, wailing continuously. In desperation, the legendary Queen Gofu asked for help from the evil god Giant Nest Pillar God. Then, the projection of the original divine power of the Giant Nest Pillar God descended and spewed out deadly poison. More than a dozen high-level extraordinary masters, 1/3 died in this divine poison. At the same time, the cabin world of the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck was extremely polluted and became a forbidden place of death. But that battle also destroyed the legendary nest that the legendary Queen Gifu had run for hundreds of years. The legendary Queen Gifu was severely damaged. The power of the demigod Arumov began to be qualified to compete with the Black Witch God Court and the Foreign God Alliance in the shipwreck side of the Blood Sea Ruins. In the 5th year of Tucker's cultivation, a large-scale war broke out again between the two sides. The cause was that 5 legendary powerhouses jointly attacked a branch of the academy in the world of Irumov demigod. Tens of thousands of teachers and students in the entire academy died tragically. The demigod Irumov was furious. He launched a counterattack in all directions. The counterattack lasted for a year and made some achievements, but the overall results were not great. The war entered its 8th year. Bad news came from the three-eyed god. One of the three-eyed god's kingdoms fell, and the ecology of millions of angel heroes collapsed. The three-eyed god suffered serious losses. In order to defend the three-eyed god's national defense line, Irumov once again launched a large-scale heroic expedition. This battle lasted for 3 years. During this period, Tucker only met Mr. Merriman once. This legendary hero of mankind almost died on the battlefield, and was carried out of the death zone by a hero angel, which was lucky enough to survive. However, many legendary heroes, master heroes, and steam spirits who went to support from Irumov were not so lucky. A large number of heroes died on the battlefield, and the battle was unprecedentedly tragic. The War of Gods has been going on for the 12th year of Tucker's retreat. The other 6 gods of the 7 gods have also sent various news of the battle. Although everyone tried their best to report good news instead of bad news. However, the losses were far greater than the gains. The degree of tragedy of the War of Gods reached an unprecedented height. Tucker's steam insects also continued to provide assistance one after another. But the steam sandworms only played the role of filling the front line. What really matters is the confrontation between the extraordinary masters and legendary strongmen on both sides, and even the confrontation between the gods. Black Witch God Court. Foreign God Alliance. Both of them are not the opponent of the three-eyed God Holy Spirit Empire. But when the two join forces, they are not afraid of the three-eyed God, Divine Spirit Empire. Moreover, there are many other star forces secretly involved. Although the three-eyed God Divine Spirit Empire also knows about the secret intervention of other forces, it is inconvenient to make it clear. Unknowingly, the war has entered the 16th year of Tucker's cultivation. Flame World Tree, deep in the wizard's tower nest. Breathe, inhale. As he inhaled and exhaled, Tucker slowly stopped practicing. At this time, a large amount of light that was distorted and gathered by Tucker's power restored its original light trajectory. Carefully feeling the heavy and glowing astrological body in his body, as well as the Chaos Rune Source Mystery with amazing growth effect, Tucker's mouth corners outlined a little smile. Huh? I finally reached 50 astrological phases. Tucker thought for a moment, opened his system page, and examined the results of his 16 years of idle practice. Superb sequence, Chaos Steam, Master Wizard, level 124. Dark Sea of Origin, level 115. Supernatural Powers, Critical Phase Walking, 1832 Fragments, level 100. Eternal Flame Heart, 34,000 Fragments, level 110. Forbidden Magic Exclusive Passage, 7,265 Fragments, level 100. Supernatural Talents, Precision High Dimension Correction, SSS Exclusive. 11,000%. Steam World Origin Spiritual State, SSS Exclusive. 11,000%. Chaos Cosmic Astrology, SSS Exclusive. 15,600%. Supernatural Witchcraft Ability, Steam Light Feather Blade, 5-star, Form Ability, level 100 Chaos Starfall Ring, 7-star, level 127. Space-Time Wormhole, 7-star, level 100. Annihilation Quiet Starburst, 6-star, level 110. Ancient Spirit Star Dragon Breath, 5-star, level 100. Barrier, Crystal Wall Armor, 5-star, level 100. The next level of Chaos, Starfall Ring has almost enough source energy experience, which is basically enough to upgrade it to level 128. Leave some experience for Steam, Light Feather Blade, its star level will be promoted to 7-star and 8-star, and its power is also extremely amazing. In these 16 years of cultivation, Tucker's improvement in all aspects is amazing. Tucker has upgraded all the abilities that should be upgraded to level 100. Other extraordinary masters can only be upgraded to level 100 or above with their core abilities. But Tucker has surpassed level 100 in all aspects. Tucker's level 124 is entirely due to Tucker's own practice and the baptism of the Flame World Tree. Tucker has reserved all the experience source energy for the various forbidden spells and magical powers. In 16 years, it has been upgraded by 11 levels, which is already a very fast improvement speed. As for the core ability Chaos, Cosmic Astrology Body, Tucker has even upgraded it to the level of Master 50 Astrology Body. Tucker now estimates the defensive capabilities of the star crystal wall constructed by the astral body combined with his own crystal wall. A mid-level extraordinary master may not be able to break through the defense unless he uses his ultimate move. The Chaos Rune mystery was raised to the height of 259 rings by Tucker. Even though it is more difficult to comprehend the Chaos Rune mystery as time goes by, Tucker still relies on his extremely high talent to steadily advance the Chaos Rune mystery. With the blessing of the 259-ring Chaos Rune, you can imagine the huge power of Tucker's forbidden spells, magical powers and other abilities. Now the growth rate is quite good, and the ability to resist risks has been greatly improved. It's almost time to go to the Arumov demigod world. It's just right to use the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck as a springboard. And during this period, Senior Romos, who is stationed at the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck, has been asking for help every once in a while. The battle situation at the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck is getting more and more intense. Even Tucker couldn't help but smile as he carefully recalled the information explained by Senior Romos. There are still a lot of good things over there. While thinking, Tucker stood up and walked out. This time I go out, I have to talk to Senior Gary's Lanai in detail and ask him to guard the boundary ship. After all, this trip may take a long time. Tucker carefully thought about many future plans and disappeared in the depths of the steam gray fog. Chapter 394, Divine Battleship, Hidden Treasure. Since the Purple Magnolia Supernatural World joined hands with Arumov Demigod World to counterattack the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck, the Purple Magnolia Supernatural World went to the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck and reopened the Spirit Star track train. It only takes about 3 days to reach the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck. At this time, going to the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck, in the white and empty Spirit Star track steam train, Tucker sat quietly in it. Half a month ago, Tucker contacted Romos. Romos arranged Tucker's identity at the defense point of the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck. As a medium to large supernatural world, Purple Magnolia has 1 or 2 breakthroughs, and has been practicing for many years. It is normal for the supernatural masters who have just come out now. Steam Wizard Andre, the new supernatural master of the Purple Magnolia Supernatural World, this is Tucker's new identity. Tucker, who was sitting quietly, was quietly comprehending the mystery of the Chaos Rune. Leaving the 4-Tusk Elephant World ship, the ecological zone of the old Starlight. Simply using the Starlight of the universe to practice is too slow. It is better to simply comprehend the mysteries of the Chaos Rune, and the harvest will come faster. As Tucker comprehends, the barrier of the 260-ring rune mysteries is being constantly worn away by Tucker. The 100-ring state is already the height of the rune mysteries that many senior middle-level extraordinary masters can comprehend. The 150-ring state is the standard of the rune mysteries that the upper-level extraordinary masters comprehend. The upper-level extraordinary masters who can reach 200 rings are already quite powerful. The power of the forbidden spell is the product of the rune mysteries and forbidden spell level. The high level of the forbidden spell, combined with the profound rune mysteries. The power of the forbidden spell will be amazing. During the practice, some information about Star Ivory emerged in Tucker's mind. After all these years of cultivation, Tucker naturally did not give up the exploration of Star Ivory. Every time he upgraded, Tucker tried to absorb the light in the Star Ivory to see if he could absorb the Star Sky Divine Mantra above the 10-star level. At present, Tucker's level of 124 is still not enough to absorb the light of the Star Ivory. Tucker estimated that it would take about level 150 to absorb it. Nowadays, the territories of the 3-eyed god and the 7 gods of the human race are in turmoil. The battle lines are almost all shrinking and defending. No one knows when this war will end. No one knows how this war will end. Therefore, Tucker naturally hopes that he can get more powerful means to protect his own safety. In the deep cultivation, I don't know how long it has been. Tucker, who is in the deep cultivation, heard the sound of the Blood Sea rushing. The Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck site has arrived. The Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck. It is an extremely huge ancient chaos warship. Although it is broken and sunk in the Blood Sea void, it is still a towering behemoth. It still has its own powerful ecology. Even its fallen wreckage can be rebuilt into a boundary ship by itself. You can imagine the ecological strength of the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck. The Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck. There are 15 floors, and each floor has hundreds of cabins. Each cabin is the same size as the entire world of the four-tusked elephant world ship. In other words, the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck is thousands of times larger than the four-tusked elephant world ship. It is hundreds of times larger than the Purple Magnolia Extraordinary World. And it is precisely because of this that the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck has become the battlefield of the demigod world. Leaving the steam train, Tucker raised his head and examined the behemoth in the depths of the universe. The huge cabin barrier that has gone through billions of years and accumulated a lot of time has not only accumulated the characteristics of the heavy master crystal wall, but also a large number of legendary crystal wall characteristics, and even some divine crystal walls, that is, the characteristics of the crystal wall of the kingdom of God. An ancient warship is like a kingdom of gods. Only gods can control such a huge starry sky giant. Tucker sighed secretly. But why did the ancient chaos civilization that could create such a great creation disappear? This is not only Tucker's doubt. It is also the situation that many gods have wanted to understand throughout the ages. Go inside, explore the ancient chaos continent in depth. Go outside, explore the foreign gray fog land. I don't know how many legendary strong men and gods have walked along these two routes, trying every means to explore the secrets. But there are very few strong men who have gained any clues. After examining for a moment, Tucker's eyes fell on the characteristics of the Master Crystal Wall, Legendary Crystal Wall, and even the God Crystal Wall on the barrier of the cabin world. The light in the depths of Tucker's eyes shone brightly. The Great Barrier is getting more and more stingy. The resistance I have absorbed from the Master Crystal Wall has become stronger and stronger. I didn't expect that a large supernatural world like the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck would have such rich barrier ecological resources. I can practice here for free. Ahem, I am enjoying the gift of the barrier ecology. Not to mention anything else, just absorbing the characteristics of the Master Crystal Wall and the Legendary Crystal Wall here can improve my defense capabilities a lot. It's a sure win. And the ecological world here is not as fussy as the Great Barrier. I can already feel the origin of the world here, and it has a slight resonance with me. Feeling the friendly will of this super large supernatural world towards him, Tucker rubbed his palms slightly, and his thoughts continued to bloom. In the future, after we build a steam ecosystem here, the four-tusked elephant realm ship will come over for ecological docking. Absorb the characteristics of the legendary crystal wall here crazily, or even absorb the crystal wall of the gods. Strengthen the four-tusked elephant realm ship in all directions. In this way, we won't be afraid of the legendary strongmen blowing up the four-tusked elephant realm ship. While observing the Blood Sea ancient relics shipwreck in front of him, which looked like a huge treasure, Tucker flew towards the outer wall area of the cabin boundary of the ancient relic shipwreck. At this time, Tucker's master state has changed to a certain form. It is no longer a dazzling astral body like a starry sky gem. Instead, it is a hazy steam shadow master state that is a mixture of steam and shadow. Before, Tucker used his astral body to snipe legends, and he was already famous in the Arumov demigod world. As long as Tucker dares to reveal his identity, he will definitely become the target of revenge and concentrated fire. Even the legendary strongmen will follow Tucker. Naturally, Tucker will not easily reveal his identity. Tucker just approached the fortress entrance point in the fourth layer outer wall area. After a group of high-level extraordinary people checked Tucker's whereabouts, their faces changed drastically. This unregistered extraordinary master suddenly approached the door of the cabin world passage. This was not good news. This group of high-level extraordinary people hurriedly reported to the stationed extraordinary masters. Soon, two extraordinary masters stationed at the cabin world door flew out of the steam tower one after the other. One was a spellcaster of more than 140 levels, and the other was a female swordsman master of more than 120 levels. The spellcaster of more than 140 levels had gray hair and was about 10 meters tall. She was wearing a light green life robe, and her face, neck, arms, and palms were covered with dry and wrinkled skin like an ancient tree. Tucker looked from afar and could feel the characteristics of some kind of ancient wood stream strange ability blooming. As for the female master swordsman who was over 120 years old, she was wearing a blood-colored legendary armor and was about 8 meters tall. She placed one hand on the blood-colored legendary longsword and looked at Tucker from a distance, full of vigilance. Her body was even filled with a layer of blood-colored master flames. While looking at Tucker from a distance, the spellcaster who was over 140 levels spoke in a very soothing tone, "Master friend, please state your identity first, otherwise please do not approach." Before Tucker could speak, a burly master figure flew out of the passage quickly. The person who came was Romos. He looked at Tucker from a distance. Romos and the two extraordinary masters stationed there immediately communicated. Not long after, Romos said to Tucker in the distance, "Brother Andre, come over." Tucker flew over slowly. From a distance, he could hear the old man who looked like a tree man communicating with Romos. "Romos, I didn't expect that your super world has another supermaster. In our super world, since the supermaster was born more than 50 years ago, it has been a long time since the supermaster was born." Haha, luck, just good luck. This time Andre came out of seclusion to gain experience and knowledge on the battlefield. Naturally, his strength is far inferior to that of Mysticless. Romos laughed. As Tucker arrived, Romos immediately said goodbye to the two and took Tucker to fly inside along the barrier passage of the cabin. After handing the identity token and other items to Tucker, Romos felt it for a moment and immediately lowered his voice. "Brother Andre, have you read the magic letters I wrote to you before?" "Yes." Tucker nodded. Romos nodded. "Just take a look. It's not like before. The fighting on the battlefield is very intense. If the extraordinary master wants to go to the Arumov demigod world, at least 2 years of guard duty must be completed here. Of course, if you have the merits of killing extraordinary masters, you can go there in advance. Brother, if you are in a hurry to go there, I and the other brothers of Zulon can lend you the merits first." During the flight, Tucker smiled lightly while feeling the rich master crystal wall characteristics and legendary crystal wall characteristics in the cabin barrier. "Don't worry, even if you can go to the Arumov demigod world now, I guess I have to return here to practice for a while. After all, this is a very good place for practice." "This is indeed a very good place for practice." Romos also nodded carefully. Gradually withdrawing his attention from the crystal wall characteristics, Tucker looked at Romos and asked, "Senior Romos, you said in the magic letter before that there are many good things here. Can you tell me more about it?" Romos thought for a moment and then slowly spoke. "In this Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck, the 4th floor is occupied by our extraordinary masters of Arumov. The Foreign God Alliance and the Black Witch God Court are in the cabin world of the 6th floor. The 5th cabin world is the fighting area between the two sides, and it is also a bloody battlefield and confrontation area. And the most critical resources of the entire Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck are from the 7th to the 9th floor. And the 7th and 9th floors are also the most fiercely contested areas by the strong. Although we are on the 4th floor, we can go directly to the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors below through the crack area, without worrying about the Foreign God Alliance and the Black Witch God Court intercepting us on the 6th floor." As Romos explained, Tucker also listened carefully. After all, the key resources of this Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck are related to Tucker's next choice of hanging up development. The 7th floor is the totem pillar area. The core totem pillar in the totem pillar area is even bigger than the Flame World Tree. By absorbing the Chaos Totem characteristics of the totem pillar, you can condense the Chaos power of the Totem Holy Mark, which can make your attack have extremely strong imprisonment and suppression characteristics, and even have the characteristics of curbing source energy casting. Romos's explanation made Tucker's eyebrows slightly raised, and he felt a little enlightened. "I see. I was wondering why those extraordinary people before all had good imprisonment and suppression characteristics. It turns out that they all absorbed the characteristics of the Chaos Totem here and condensed them into their own Chaos power." Romos nodded after hearing this. Indeed, many extraordinary masters who practice here will absorb the characteristics of the Chaos Totem and condense their own Chaos abilities. The Chaos Totem's confinement and suppression ability is indeed very magical, and this is why we are competing for these special resource areas. Sometimes the fight between the strong is because the Chaos ability is stronger, so it can gain an advantage and create an opportunity for victory. If the enemy has it and we don't, we will be at a disadvantage. The 7th floor is the Chaos Totem Pillar. The 8th floor area is the Chaos Storm area, where condensing the Chaos Storm seed, forming your own Chaos ability, can make your own speed extremely fast. This point, it is more suitable for you, brother. It's just, the Chaos Storm area is not easy to enter, you can only condense outside, and it is easy to encounter enemies outside. Therefore, the Chaos Storm is also an area where mid-level strongmen fight, and even high-level strongmen fight particularly fiercely. I dare not go there casually. At the same time, the core area of the Chaos Storm has a very terrifying storm force, even Legendary strongmen cannot enter. Oh. Tucker couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This place is so powerful that even legendary strongmen can't enter. Yes. Ramos nodded. You should have felt the characteristics of the crystal wall of the kingdom of gods here. As a kingdom once controlled by gods, it is not so easy to explore. The 9th floor is a more dangerous dark world. It is said that extraordinary people with the characteristics of the origin of darkness can enter it and seek the seeds of chaotic dark forbidden spells, so as to master the powerful chaotic forbidden spell ability. Once extraordinary people who are not on the dark sequence get close or go deep, they will be hunted by endless dark creatures. It is said that there are legendary beasts with the origin of darkness. This rumor is half true and half false. No one can be sure of the situation inside. But what is certain is that even legendary strongmen will not easily enter it. As for the deeper area below the 10th floor, it is submerged in the depths of the netherworld blood sea. It is not impossible to explore it, but it is quite troublesome. You also know that the ecology of the netherworld blood sea is very exclusive to extraordinary people from the outside world. Ramos's explanation made Tucker interested in these places. Tucker himself has extraordinary means of ecological assimilation and resonance. Tucker will naturally not miss the exploration of these special areas. While they were talking, in the deep mountains of Cayenne, huge tower barriers were like big bowls turned upside down on the ground, supporting one defense zone after another. Ramos took Tucker and flew directly to tower defense zone. When can we explore the lower floors? Tucker asked during the flight. Stay there for a month or two first, and you will be familiar with the battlefield situation here, and then it will not be too late to explore below. In addition, Ramos lowered his voice. You are defending with us here at Zyulan. When you go out to explore, I will also accumulate defense merits for you. After 2 years, you will naturally be able to go to the demigod world of Irumov. Tucker raised his eyebrows and whispered. Thank you, Senior Ramos. With the support of the power group, many things are much more convenient. After moving into the Zyulan Steam Tower defense zone, Tucker chose a small tower and moved in. He began his daily battlefield life of stationing and practicing. What surprised Tucker was the efficiency of absorbing the power of the Master Crystal Wall in the shipwreck side of the Blood Sea ruins is far higher than that of Tucker's opening of the Great Barrier Ceremony, which is about 5 or 6 times. This increase is already very exaggerated. Even the absorption effect of the legendary Crystal Wall is about twice as fast as the ceremony. In addition to comprehending the mysteries of the Chaos Rune, Tucker spent most of his time on the absorption of the Master Crystal Wall and the legendary Crystal Wall. However, since it is on the battlefield, fighting and killing are inevitable. Almost every week, Tucker will follow the captain of the Purple Magnolia Supermaster team to participate in various battlefield missions, either against local strongmen, or intercepting the opponent's altar material delivery, or invading the opponent's rear military camp barrier tower, etc. In the execution of some battlefield missions, there are many Supermasters who discover Tucker and others. Fighting is naturally inevitable. But with Tucker, most of the battles naturally end in victory, and even if they are defeated, everyone can escape quickly. In addition to fighting and practicing, Tucker also continuously collected information about the treasure areas on the lower floors. The more information he collected about these areas, the more interested Tucker was in the hidden treasures in these areas. There is no doubt that the depths of the 7th, 8th and 9th floors all hide quite unknown secret treasures. Tucker, who is proficient in extraordinary ecology, can judge that these external chaotic ecological characteristics are just the blooming of the core treasures inside. Whether it is the inside of the totem stone pillar, the terrifying storm forbidden land, or the secrets deep in the dark dimension, they are all worth digging. Even if no treasures are dug up, hanging up and developing in these areas will also have good gains. As time passed, Tucker became familiar with the battlefield situation. He also began to make arrangements in this Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck site one after another to prepare for the next exploration of the treasures on the bottom floor. Chapter 395 Treasure Stronghold. The Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck. On the 5th floor, in a battle zone, a fierce battle was going on. A series of chaos missiles flew across the sky. These chaos missiles were 3 meters in diameter and were in the form of hazy steam and shadow. They were so fast that they made sharp whistles in the air. These sharp whistles became the death warrant for the injured 138th level Dark Knight Supermaster in front. Boom boom boom. With a series of violent explosions, each chaos missile exploded on the body of the Dark Knight Supermaster, taking away the remaining master's life form. The legendary armor of this Dark Knight had already been shattered by the previous bombardment of the Chaos Missile. The god-breaking feature of the Chaos artifact was particularly effective in shattering these 100-level legendary armors. With these 9 consecutive Chaos Missiles, all of them hit accurately. Finally, this Dark Knight, the Transcendent Master, who was famous for his defensive ability and the master state of being able to fight and resist, reached the end of his sequence life, and the Transcendent Master sequence collapsed with a rumble. At this moment, at the entrance of the cabin in the distance, 3 masters of the Black Wizard, the Divine Court, entered one after another. When they felt the roar of the world where the Transcendent Master sequence of the Dark Knight collapsed from afar, the 3 masters of the Black Wizard, the Divine Court, showed anger at the same time. Damn, it's that Steam Shadow Wizard again. This guy succeeded in sneak attacks several times before. We caught him this time, we can't let him run away again. Go, join forces to kill this bastard. 1 upper position, 2 middle positions. The 3 powerful Transcendent Masters attacked Tucker at the same time. Tucker waited for a moment, and then quickly went through the shadows, collected the wreckage and relics of the collapsed Dark Knight, the Transcendent Master, and turned around to escape. Although the upper-level Extraordinary Masters are incredibly powerful, and the middle-level Extraordinary Masters are also strong. But when the fight really starts, Tucker is not afraid of these 3 Extraordinary Masters at all. But at that time, Tucker must use his forbidden spells, and his identity will inevitably be exposed. The gain does not make up for the loss. Relying on his powerful shadow-traveling ability, Tucker quickly escaped to the corner, and then disappeared with a jump. This made the 3 Extraordinary Masters blocked by the barrier jump in anger. A few hours later, in the cabin boundary area of the Arumov base camp on the 4th floor, Tucker quietly emerged from a corner. Feeling that there was no one around, Tucker then slightly restrained his body and flew towards the steam tower barrier area. In this Bloodsea ancient shipwreck, the Purple Magnolia Legion has been fighting and practicing for several months. He cannot expose his identity and his iconic forbidden spells at will. Tucker chose a 4-star Chaos sorcery of Chaos Missile, which is specifically used to participate in the battlefield killing. Don't underestimate this 4-star Chaos Missile. As a Chaos sorcery, its power is not weaker than that of a regular 5-star forbidden spell. And the source energy experience required is much less than that of a forbidden spell. It highlights the cost-effectiveness. Tucker practiced and comprehended himself, plus the system added points. This 4-star Chaos Missile, which is comparable to the power of a 5-star forbidden spell, has reached the level of 92. Every time it is released, 9 Chaos Missiles can be released, and the destructive power is quite strong. Tucker kills ordinary lower-level Extraordinary Masters as soon as he sees one. And it is precisely with this Chaos Missile. In the few months on this battlefield, 7 or 8 Extraordinary Masters have died in Tucker's hands. In the 5th-level cabin battlefield, killing people is not a skill. Being able to slip away after killing people is a real skill. The reason why Tucker was able to kill Extraordinary Masters many times and slip away is because of his escape method of crossing the barrier after matching the origin of the ancient ruins and shipwrecks. If others dared to follow Tucker's example and run to the corner of the cabin, they would be walking into a trap. Soon after passing through the steam tower barrier, they arrived at a low and thick fortress area in the defense area of the Purple Magnolia Tower. The high-level supernatural station there saluted when they saw Tucker coming. After a quick look, Tucker walked straight inside. Not long after, Tucker entered a rather messy warehouse area like an armory. At the entrance of the rear warehouse, behind a large iron long table, an older middle-level supernatural master, about 10 meters tall, was sitting behind the long table, flipping through the pages of a book with great interest. The book was 1 meter wide and half a meter thick. Tucker had asked before what this thick book was. The supernatural master, who is called Old Army Tooth by many supernaturals, responded. This is the Chaos Heroic Spirit Forging method. It can summon the ancient Chaos Forging Heroic Spirit to help forge powerful legendary equipment, and even forge powerful artifacts. Old Junaya. Tucker said calmly. This is the harvest this time. Tucker threw a supernatural storage bracelet directly over. The old soldier, who didn't even raise his head, took the supernatural storage bracelet and looked at it, and immediately smiled. He grinned, revealing the only remaining tooth in his mouth, which was particularly conspicuous. The name Old Junai came from this. Tisk tisk. I really didn't misjudge you, kid. The old Junior shook his head and said tisk tisk in amazement, and even threw the book in his hand aside. It's only been a few months since I came here, and there are 7 or 8 supernatural masters who died in your hands. If Romos could fight half as well as you, Ziyulon wouldn't have lost 5 or 6 supernatural masters to the enemy. Tucker didn't say much after hearing this. In this dangerous battlefield, there are plenty of people who can fight. But there are not many extraordinary masters like Tucker who have enough means to save their lives. With powerful means to back him up, Tucker dared to charge deeper. Otherwise, Tucker could only hide behind the battle line like ordinary extraordinary masters. I said, can you be gentler next time? Hiss, you smash all these legendary armors to pieces. You're only over 120 levels, and your means of damage are so powerful. The weapons are okay, and the combat boots, not bad. Not long after, the old soldier who had finished counting the materials looked up at Tucker and said, I have calculated the merit value for you, about 1,500 points. If you collect the 3 sets of these legendary equipment from 3 extraordinary masters, I can help you exchange for the 18-ring Chaos Source Energy Tower Ecological Seed. That is the top strategic treasure of the military camp's military merits. Ordinary people are not qualified to exchange for this thing. Thinking about the number of legendary equipment that needed to be collected, Tucker turned around and left the military merit fortress. As for the old soldier's nagging, Tucker ignored him. No matter who came, the old soldier would chat with him for a long time. As the place of war between gods and spirits, Irumov's shipwreck fortress has many treasures as rewards for military merit. Many treasures made Tucker jealous. Among the many treasures, the 18-ring Chaos Source Energy Tower Seed was particularly favored by Tucker. Tucker's hang-up anchorage place especially needs a high ring tower to carry out ecological circulation. The higher the ring, the more amazing the source energy Tucker can obtain. Tucker himself wants to use the magic cot as the foundation and upgrade the magic cot to the level of 18 rings, which will take at least 1,000 years. With treasures such as the 18-ring Chaos Source Energy Tower Seed, it is easy. Direct feeding can allow Tucker's Steam Chaos Hut to quickly master the source energy circulation characteristics of the 18 rings. After blooming in the right place, Tucker can gain amazing source energy experience. After returning to his 100-meter-high Master Wizard Tower, Tucker first checked the tower's energy barrier and then carefully explored the barrier. After confirming that there was no problem, Tucker entered the stronghold house on the top of the tower. Then, Tucker followed a spiritual network and directly contacted Romos's magic closet. Not long after, Tucker's projection landed in Romos's magic closet, condensing into the outline of a flaming human face. Tucker, what's the matter? Romos looked at Tucker, who came from the projected magic closet, and asked, Senior Romos, I plan to go to the storm area on the 8th floor below to explore carefully for a while. Hearing this, Romos raised his eyebrows slightly. Although Tucker has not been on this war front for a long time, he has performed very well. With Tucker's strength, he is indeed qualified to explore the storm area on the 8th floor and harvest the resources there. No problem, then you should be careful. The current battlefield situation is not stable. If there is any abnormal situation, I will inform you at any time. If it is normal, you just need to practice and explore there. After all, the purpose of our occupation here is to allow talented extraordinary masters to explore the treasure resources there. Thank you, Senior Romos. It's just a small matter. As the projection was cut off, Tucker took a deep breath and looked at the small soul screen on the side. With the increase of strength, this soul screen has gradually failed to keep up with the pace of strength. Combat means must be available, as well as various strange daily means as a wizard. All kinds of master-level means also need to be continuously collected. Immediately, Tucker closed his eyes and carefully felt the small gathering point he had built in the area of the 8th floor below. Possessing the means to cross the barrier of the cabin world. Being able to reach the 8th floor directly, Tucker was not idle. After getting familiar with the shipwreck side of the Blood Sea ruins, Tucker quietly began to build his own treasure base in the 8th floor area. The cycle of steam and barrier ecology. The cycle of steam and storm ecology. Tucker had already started these aspects of work. Now, the safe base is almost completed. And the effect of the ecological cycle has also begun to show results. Lock the safe base. Buzz. The space trembled slightly, and Tucker disappeared in this high tower. Chapter 396. The Blood Sea Relic's shipwreck. Its cabin crystal wall barrier has 3 phases of solid, liquid, and gas. It's just that the solid crystal wall barrier is stronger. If it is liquid or gas, other extraordinary masters can easily enter. Tucker is still a little worried that others will find his barrier nest. But the solid cabin crystal wall is a top safe place for Tucker. After all, even a legendary strongman cannot directly provoke the origin will of the super-large extraordinary world and destroy the barrier of the device world. That is, the outline of the world is slightly broken, and it is also not to be provoked. And adhering to the goodwill of the origin of the world, Tucker is a lone traveler of the entire world barrier and can travel freely anywhere. Arriving at a new place and building his own safe nest is Tucker's habit as always. Arriving at the Blood Sea Relic's shipwreck, Tucker is still the same. The 8th floor area of the Blood Sea Relic's shipwreck. Inside is the Chaos Storm treasure area, and outside is the depths of the cabin barrier near the direction of the Purple Magnolia extraordinary world. In the cabin domain small world about the size of a small town, Tucker's figure emerged. This small world has been initially transformed by Tucker. A steam tower of more than 50 meters has been built. At the top, the steam magic house has opened apart. At the same time, there is also a round of old stars blooming, with its endless light and a large amount of steam source energy. While providing light for the entire small world, it also provides the initial steam power for the steam ecology of the barrier. Under Tucker's enlightenment, the steam ecology has already begun to circulate with a heavy barrier ecology of the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck, and it seems that the effect is quite good. The first 2 steam rings are still in the town, and the 3rd ring has begun to penetrate into the cabin barrier. In this safe nest, Tucker's absorption of the Master Crystal Wall and the Legendary Crystal Wall is much faster than in the outside world. More importantly, about a week after the Crystal Wall steam ecology was activated, under the control of the Steam Spirit Wendy, the 4-Tusk World ship has officially broken free from the Blood Sea. Now, the 4-Tusk World ship is already a free extraordinary world. It is a world ship that can sail in the universe. At present, the 4-Tusk World ship is approaching the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck. Tucker estimated that when the 4-Tusk World ship approaches, Tucker will have almost completed the development of the crystal wall ecology of the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck. At that time, the 4-Tusk World ship can completely absorb a large amount of crystal wall power from the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck. Master Crystal Wall, Legend Crystal Wall, and even the Crystal Wall of the Kingdom of God can all be absorbed. Only by making the 4-Tusk World ship powerful enough, Tucker can go deep into the alien black fog, expedition to the Dark Sun, and drill through and even destroy the alien black fog ecology. The Dark Sun evil god is very cunning. He hides in the depths of the alien black fog dimension and maintains a huge Dark Sun ecology. He wants to destroy his Dark Sun kingdom and destroy its divine kingdom ecology. Building your own powerful ecological power is essential. The first step to killing gods. First destroy the ecology on which they depend for survival. Without the protection of the ecology of the kingdom of God, only then can the great expedition to kill gods be completed. However, Tucker's focus at this time is not the steam barrier ecology, but the storm ecology. Storm ecology. It is the key choice for Tucker to build a nest in this 8th level chaos storm zone. While thinking, Tucker opened the system. Click on the search page of the development zone and search. As the search was completed, looking at the few development zones presented on the page, it was completely unchanged from the last search. This made Tucker frown slightly. The steam ecology I built at the number 1 base before has obviously begun to merge with the storm ecology, but now it does not appear on the system page. Yes, this storm itself does not contain ecological resources. Or, is it too far away? Tucker immediately gathered his mind and went to the number 1 storm base to feel it. Even though he had vaguely guessed the answer, he still had to go over and take a look. Buzz! As the space-time wormhole was used, Tucker's figure disappeared again. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. So does Tucker. In addition to this core safe nest, Tucker has built 3 hidden and safe storm bases outside. Storm area, deep in a huge stone space deep in the storm desert. Looking at the cycle of the old star steam ecology and the outside storm ecology on the small altar. And there is no place to hang up the storm ecological resources on his system page. Tucker took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Tucker looked at the vast storm desert outside and the core area of the entire storm cabin world through the layer vision, the never disintegrating eye of the hurricane. the huge hurricane curtain that penetrates the sky. Even the legendary Strong can't get in. And in the core of the hurricane, it is often calm. Eye of the hurricane comes from this. I can't anchor the resources in this storm area to practice on the idling. What's the problem? Tucker rubbed his eyebrows, thinking. When he first came to the 8th level cabin world, he felt the eye of the hurricane area at the core of the storm. Tucker tried to see if he could use his system to directly anchor the core area and harvest. After all, Tucker had done this before. But Tucker used the system to search the surrounding areas for development. He found that this chaotic storm area was as vast, broad, and vast as a desert. It was like an ecological desert. Basically, there was no slightly better development site. Even if Tucker constructed a certain cycle of steam ecology and storm ecology, it still didn't work. Just when Tucker was at a loss, swoosh! A strange whistle came from far away. Although the sound of wind and waves in the storm desert area was loud, the whistle was emitted by source energy fluctuations. This made Tucker, who is already sensitive to the world, immediately perceive the source energy fluctuations of the whistle. When Tucker followed the veins to sense the source energy fluctuations of the whistle. What a fast speed! I may not be able to catch up even if I fly at full speed. Tucker couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. But Tucker has already determined what it is. It is a storm wing seed with hazy wings the size of a football. Feeling the storm wing seed, Tucker's heart moved slightly. Many middle-level and even upper-level extraordinary masters wandering and searching in this 8th level stormland. The main purpose is to obtain the storm wing seed. Once the storm wing seed is obtained and absorbed, the extraordinary master can obtain a powerful magical power, storm wing. Yes, storm wing seed is a magical power seed. After mastering the storm wing, the speed of the extraordinary will increase significantly. And it can also be perfectly matched with its own wing-like means. Let its own speed reach an incredible height. Since the magical power seed such as storm wing was born here, then there must be a magical power ecology. The storm wing seed only has limited magical power. And through ecological anchoring and hanging up, it is a continuous source of magical power fragments. So, Tucker would try every possible means to find the ecology of this stormland. However, now the divine power ecology has not been found. Instead, the seeds of the divine power storm wings have been found. Of course, they cannot be missed. In this chaotic storm area, it is rare to encounter the seeds of divine power storm. With his eyes slightly focused, Tucker immediately jumped through a wormhole. He landed on the path of the storm wing seeds. When Tucker was about to grab the storm wing seeds, swish, the storm wing seeds seemed to have eyes. A high-speed drift of 90 degrees directly threw Tucker into the surging wind and sand, leaving only large pieces of gravel, which hit Tucker's forbidden spell shield and crackled. Huh? Tucker raised his eyebrows and laughed immediately. Interesting. With such strong spirituality, if you say there is no ecosystem, I would never believe it. At present, it seems that this magical ecosystem should be restricted to the core area. After all, even legendary masters cannot enter, and the closed ecological characteristics must be fully utilized. Catch this little thing first and study it carefully. I have to say that the things in these chaotic ecosystems are extraordinary. Tucker's body shook slightly. Woo woo woo. With a blooming of steam light and feather blades. Flying at high speed, walking in phase, and walking in shadow. With such coordination, Tucker barely kept up with the incredibly fast storm wing seed. Just as Tucker was getting closer, a middle-level extraordinary master with surging blood and ki, as heavy as a mountain, approached at an astonishing speed. Such a heavy blood. Tucker felt it carefully. Blood, sure. Is it the time-space swordsman Isaac? The hazy and distorted space, the looming outline, made it impossible for Tucker to carefully distinguish the specific identity of the person coming. But Tucker roughly guessed it. The storm wing seed. It can change the speed of the transcendent master. It can make a stupid knight as flexible as an assassin. Naturally, this kind of treasure is sought after by many powerful people. Therefore, in the chaos storm zone of the 8th floor, there are many powerful middle-level and upper-level transcendent masters. And the Bloodsure Isaac from the Chaos Ancient Continent is such a master swordsman who pursues speed and the edge of time and space. He neither belongs to the Arumov demigod camp, nor does he serve the Black Witch God Court, and he ignores the Foreign God Alliance. A completely neutral and free faction. Although he is a middle-level transcendent master, he is extremely powerful. It is said that this Isaac seems to be a master of forbidden spells. His ordinary sword falls with amazing power. Many powerful middle-level transcendent masters have been defeated by his sword. Tucker knows that several human swordsmen have sought out Isaac for competition. Hey, human, you can't catch that thing. Even if you catch it, you can't catch it. As Tucker was running fast, Isaac's source power sound wave swept over. And there are two dark wizards from the Black Witch God Court chasing behind. You'd better leave quickly, otherwise, you can't escape at this level. Isaac used the common language very skillfully. Obviously, he has been here for a long time. Tucker turned his head and looked at the time and space swordsman Isaac not far away, and smiled. What if I catch that seed? If you can catch it at your level, it belongs to you. I won't compete with you at all. Isaac said very straightforwardly. That's what you said. Tucker's voice fell. His body hummed and disappeared. The fluctuations of time and space trembled, and the pupils of the time and space swordsman Isaac shrank slightly. Tucker, who appeared again, was almost close to the Stormwing Seed. It was too late for the Stormwing Seed to turn. Boom. A large amount of world power pressed down directly. Tucker didn't care much before, which allowed the Stormwing Seed to escape. Now Tucker is serious. Catching a Stormwing Seed is still easy. While suppressing it, Tucker made a move with one hand. The Stormwing Seed fell steadily into Tucker's palm. Isaac, the space-time swordsman, flew over quickly and landed not far from Tucker. He looked at Tucker carefully from top to bottom, revealing a slightly puzzled expression. Such a strong world power, who are you? Why haven't I heard of you before? Andre. Tucker said lightly. Andre. Isaac, the space-time swordsman, raised his eyebrows slightly. Andre? I seem to have some impression of him. He killed a lot of the newcomer of the Black Witch God Court in the battlefield area in recent months. Yes. Tucker nodded. Then, your trouble is coming. As he said this, Isaac, the space-time swordsman, quickly retreated and pulled a distance away. Obviously, he didn't intend to participate in this battle. Tucker looked behind him. The two chasing him were a middle-ranking and a high-ranking master, both of whom were wizards. Without any hesitation, Tucker collected the Stormwing Seed and fled without looking back. In this chaotic storm area, the power of the Black Witch God Court is slightly stronger. Many of the Black Witch God Court's supermasters are wandering here. There are even rumors that the legendary strongmen are entrenched in the depths of the storm. With a treasure in hand, Tucker will naturally not easily fight with these Black Witch God Court strongmen here. Escaped. Looking at Tucker's fast escaping back, space-time swordsman Isaac smiled. You have some skills, but only some skills. Not long after, one in front and one behind, two wizards flew over quickly, driving the power of the storm. They have all absorbed the Stormwing Seed and want to strengthen their own Stormwing's magical power. Isaac, the time-space swordsman who pursues speed, has naturally absorbed several of them before. Otherwise, he would not easily give up such a Stormwing Seed. Tucker rushed all the way. He used shadow walking and phase walking continuously. But the two people behind him were chasing him fiercely. Tucker could not pull away. Before, when Tucker and the Black Witch God Court strongmen sparred, they were constantly chased by the enemy. Although Tucker has a time-space wormhole, this thing has a long cooling time. Phase walking and shadow walking cannot pull away from the top masters. So, the speed of a storm is indispensable. The sun, Light Feather Blade armed by the Chaos Angel, is more of an improvement in the power of forbidden spell attacks. There is also an improvement in speed, but it is much worse than the Storm Wings, which is famous for its flexibility. Moreover, forbidden spell, sun, Light Feather Blade. Magical power, Storm Wings. The two are not only not in conflict, but also quite compatible. Naturally, both need to be fully utilized. When the forbidden spell space-time wormhole is almost done. Let's go. Tucker jumped and disappeared. The two dark wizards, one old and one young, who were chasing him, began to explore the surroundings unwillingly. Tucker's foothold was his number 2 storm base. After waiting for the forbidden spell to condense in the ecological magic network in the number 2 storm base, Tucker jumped back to his barrier-safe nest. Entering the barrier nest. After thinking for a moment, Tucker flipped his hand and took out the Stormwing Seed. Buzz buzz buzz. The transparent wind wings of the seed trembled rapidly, trying to break free from Tucker's restraints. Tucker has already felt it. This storm wing seed itself has the characteristics of magical ecology. Eating and digesting it directly can certainly allow Tucker to obtain the source of magical power. But activating its ecological power and raising it in this steam ecology may be a better choice. Of course, the specific situation depends on the subsequent results. If it really doesn't work, Tucker doesn't mind digesting this magical sequence seed. Chapter 397 Private Show. 9 Ring State, Magic Tower, Energy Experience. 28.8 Experience Hour Talent Fragment. 3.6 Fragments Day. Storm Wing, Chaos Magical Power. 0.1 Fragment Day. Horizontal Ellipsis. It really works. Inside the magical tower of the layer domain small world, Tucker examined the attribute page, and a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Today is the 7th day that Tucker has captured the storm wing seed. In the past few days, the storm wing seed has been flying around in the ecology of this layer domain small world. But this is a world barrier state layer domain small world. Naturally, it can't fly out. It wasn't until the day before yesterday that it settled down and hung on the wall barrier not far away. As it stopped, the unique ecological signs of the magic seed gave a feeling of being integrated into the ecological cycle. At the end of today's daily practice, Tucker opened the system page to check the effect of the magical tower he anchored, and unexpectedly found the 0.1 harvest in front of him. This effect is there, but it's a little unsatisfactory. Looking at the page, Tucker was thoughtful. 0.1 a day, 3 points a month, only 36 points a year. To be honest, even if this is a powerful, chaos divine power, the gains from this idle activity are indeed a bit small. Although I can get the 18 ring tower seeds as soon as possible, it can only double the income from the divine power fragments, to 72 points a year. Although I am good at development, the time it takes is too long. Unless. Tucker seemed to be thinking about something. Catch a few more storm wing seeds. If there are 5, 6, or even 7 or 8 storm wing seeds, then the effect will be quite impressive. At the same time, get the 18 ring tower seeds as soon as possible. My speed is not slow, and with the storm chaos magical power, even if the means of displacement are restrained, I can still rely on my amazing speed to deal with the enemy. Many spellcasters are restrained from displacement and are easily killed. When fighting with many extraordinary masters, I often get hit in the face. Even if I have extremely strong defense, I can't always be hit in the face. While thinking, Tucker's determination to obtain more storm wing seeds became more and more determined. This is a top-level chaotic ecological resource that allows extraordinary masters to complete the transformation in speed. The gods will open a battlefield here to compete for resources. You can imagine the importance of this resource. It is understandable that it is a little difficult to obtain. Then, how to get more storm wing seeds? Tucker rubbed his eyebrows and thought quietly. The sharp fluctuations of the source energy of the storm wing seed are very strange. But because of this, once it appears, it is easy to be discovered by many extraordinary masters. Just now, not only did I discover the storm wing seed, but the space-time swordsman Isaac also discovered it, and even the 2 powerful men from the Black Wizard Divine Court also discovered it. If I stay out for a little while at night, they will snatch it away or find it by more powerful people. It will definitely be a big melee at that time. According to the intelligence I have, in the past, in order to obtain such treasures, the fighting was very tragic, whether it was on the 7th floor or here on the 8th floor. Tucker took a deep breath and slowly relaxed his mind. It's safer to guard my 3 strongholds alone, but it's definitely not a good idea to just sit and wait. It's too inefficient. I have to play to my strengths. First of all, I have the ability to jump over long distances. I can jump over all the places in the entire Chaos Storm area, except for the Eye of the Storm, which is in a closed area and cannot be jumped into. Secondly, I can use the characteristics of original spiritual state to fully conform to the will of the world origin and carefully feel the feedback given to me by the world origin. If Tucker rubbed his palms slightly, thinking carefully, I deeply conform to the world origin and have insight into the Chaos Storm area. If I can feel the blooming of the storm wing seed, I can even perceive its specific location. In that case, I can be one step ahead and get the storm wing seed first. But the problem is, Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. Will the world origin give detailed feedback? Tucker was not sure, but at present, this seemed to be the only way worth trying. The general direction has been drawn up. That would be easy. Storm point number 1 is the location chosen by Tucker. It is the closest to Tucker's nest area. It allows Tucker to enjoy the harvest of hanging up here safely. In the following time, Tucker entered the state of perception of chaos rune cultivation and the origin of the world. In particular, when he entered the perception of the origin of chaos rune, the distance between Tucker and the origin of the world was invisibly shortened. About 20 days later, on this day, Tucker, who was practicing, suddenly broke out of the state of meditation. The color of surprise was still floating on his face. Tucker had already jumped out of the space-time wormhole. The sky was full of yellow sand, and the wind and waves were howling. I saw that in the surging wind and sand waves, the familiar sharp whistling of source energy came from far away. The storm wing seed seemed to sense that someone was trying to stop it, and it turned immediately. But Tucker had already secretly accumulated power and predicted its trajectory. A long-distance phase walk, while falling, the world power burst into bloom. Tucker caught this newly produced storm wing seed on the spot. Looking at the cyan-colored storm wing seed in his hand, Tucker's smile became more and more intense. This storm seed is not important. What's important is that this seed verified Tucker's conjecture. Tucker can indeed feel the fluctuations of the origin feedback of the storm wing seed when it is free in the storm area of the 8th layer by matching the origin. Although there are the fluctuations of the world origin itself, the whistling and agitation of the entire storm ecology, and the influence of other cabin fluctuations on this place. But, steam, world, origin spiritual state, combined with precision, high dimension, correction, can still accurately judge the birth of the storm wing seed and its trajectory. Thinking this way, Tucker couldn't help laughing. This is my unique and powerful talent. No one can learn it if they want to. In that case, Tucker looked at the flying yellow sands and the endless desert. Then I'll be unceremoniously booking the entire place. The chaos magical power storm wings is extremely important to all transcendent masters. For me, raising it to an extremely high level is a sure thing. Tucker, feeling relieved, was also relieved about the next AFK cultivation journey. In addition, steam, world, original spiritual state, combined with precision, high dimension, correction, to deeply perceive the entire world from the origin of the world may be further developed. I remember that the Queen of Sharks seems to be hiding deep in the shipwreck of the Blood Sea ruins. If I find her... Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Even some of their resource fortress areas, I can sneak into them. Well, now let's develop safely here and talk about other things later. Tucker quickly gathered his mind. After finding the correct general direction, Tucker began his own cultivation ecology AFK. About a month and a half later, Tucker felt the birth of a storm wing seed again. Tucker rushed over immediately and took it in again. However, this time, a 186-level upper-level extraordinary master who believed in the Star Corp's evil god discovered Tucker. His whole body was emitting filthy and strange evil light, and he chased Tucker relentlessly. Tucker released chaos missiles, which were all eaten by the grotesque human face skull released by him. Then the human face skull spewed out more powerful chaos missiles and attacked Tucker fiercely. Tucker's forbidden spell shield creaked. Tucker used some other methods, but they were constantly blocked by this evil upper-level extraordinary master who had practiced for hundreds or thousands of years. Even if Tucker hit the opponent's forbidden spell shield could block it. These upper-level extraordinary masters are really not easy to kill. Facing the aggressive evil master. If you break my shield before the space-time wormhole is restored, I would rather expose my identity than kill you. Tucker, who had already prepared for his identity to be exposed, held out for the last period of time, and the space-time wormhole condensed in time. Tucker escaped. Tucker, whose identity was not exposed, continued to hide steadily in the battlefield area, and continued to collect storm wing seeds one by one. Sometimes one came in a month, and sometimes one came in 3 or 4 months. Sometimes, no one found him, and sometimes Tucker was chased by a group of people. But no matter what, relying on his unparalleled talent advantage, Tucker steadily collected storm wing seeds one by one. Chapter 398 God's War Spreads Confidential Mission. Deep in the vast storm desert, on a sand dune, Tucker stretched out his palm and carefully felt the violent wind and waves passing through the gaps between his fingers. Wind. Like an elf, it lingered around Tucker's fingers lightly and naturally, and the resistance generated was minimal. And Tucker's 14-meter-long burly and thick astrological body also emerged with a very strong and agile, hazy storm breath. Not long. Woo-woo. The sharp whistling sound of the wind quickly spread over Tucker's body. A pair of invisible storm wings condensed and formed behind Tucker, which was a circle larger than the outline of Tucker's steam feather blade. With the emergence of the storm wings, even the surging wind and sand automatically bypassed Tucker. Huff. Inhale. After a long time, the whistling sound of the wind lingering around Tucker gradually dissipated. Even the storm wings disappeared without a trace. Open the system page and look at the system column. Wings of Storm, 506 fragments, level 90. Carefully examine the chaos magical power, Wings of Storm, which already had 506 fragments. Tucker showed a slightly satisfied smile on his face. In the Chaos Storm Treasure Land on the 8th floor, for more than 2 years, Tucker has collected 12 Wings of Storm seeds. Now the daily output efficiency of the barrier layer domain small world built by Tucker is 1.2 magic power fragments. The height of these 506 fragments is already very amazing. Tucker estimated that if a Wings of Storm seed is fully digested, it will only be about 20 fragments at most. Even if 12 Wings of Storm seeds are fully digested, it may not be able to reach the level of 200 points. Relying on the system to build an ecosystem. As time goes by, Tucker can collect a large number of Chaos Storm wing fragments without limit. The characteristics of sustainable development are most perfectly reflected in the system. Others get 2 or 3 seeds, and it's already pretty good to have 40 or 50 points. My 500+ fragments are already beyond the reach of many extraordinary masters, even though some of them have been here for decades or even hundreds of years. In addition, Tucker smiled softly as he thought. In the past 2 years or so, I have collected all the storm wing seeds born here, and others have nothing to gain. The extraordinary masters of the Black Witch God Court who compete with me for the storm wing seeds hate me. Now that I have more than 500 fragments and a level 90 magical power, those powerful upper-level extraordinary masters may not be able to catch up with me. As he thought, Tucker looked at the core area of the Chaos Storm Land, the Eye of the Storm. Go and try. Tucker stood up, and the storm surged behind him, and the hazy storm wings condensed in an instant. Tucker's heavy astrological body, like an arrow from a string, shot out. About 2 or 3 hours later, Tucker returned from the Eye of the Storm area. Even if I have more than 500 fragments, it still won't work. The barrier of the Chaos Storm Eye is extremely resistant and I can't get in at all. 1,000 or 2,000 fragments are needed to get in. Or does it need more? Tucker shook his head. When there are enough fragments, I'll come and try again. After more than 2 years of cultivation here, my storm wings have taken shape. Some time ago, Senior Ramos told me that the legendary strongman, Grover Wollaston, in the Bloodsea Ruins shipwreck land has begun to organize a counterattack plan. There's even an attack plan for the Void Fortress node. Counterattack is necessary. After all, simply being beaten is too passive. My 4-tusk elephant realm ship is approaching. Only when those extraordinary masters are scared, they dare not easily approach my 4-tusk elephant realm ship. Contact Senior Ramos for details of the specific situation. A few days later, Tucker followed a large crack area. Arrived at the 4th level defense fortress area. As soon as Tucker arrived here, he saw the passage of the high tower energy barrier fortress, and dense high-level extraordinary people kept pouring out and rushing to the front battlefield. Banners were everywhere, and the solemn and sharp intention was overwhelming. At the same time, an astonishing number of Zerg priests also led a large number of Zerg to the front line. The aura of the extraordinary masters, far exceeding the previous number, was either in the high tower, in the fortress, or patrolling in the sky. When Tucker appeared, he was immediately discovered by many extraordinary masters patrolling in the sky. Before this war fortress, the number of extraordinary masters was less than 200. Now the number is at least 500 or 600. And this is still the blooming aura, and there are still many who have not bloomed. That is, this Arumov shipwreck fortress, there are at least 1,000 extraordinary masters at present. This is already a very exaggerated number. What's going on? Faced with so many high-level extraordinary people and so many extraordinary masters who suddenly appeared, doubt surged into Tucker's heart. Tucker had just arrived at the Magnolia Tower Defense Fortress with doubts in his heart. Tucker, you are finally back. Romo's voice came directly, full of surprise in his tone. Come to the tower meeting room, I have something important to tell you. A few minutes later. Magnolia Fortress, Romos's War Tower Hall. The demigod ancient land, the Temple Council has joined the war. Romos spoke a very heavy news. Tucker's heart also beat when he heard it. Just now, Tucker saw the situation outside and realized that something was wrong. Sure enough, something big happened. The three top divine kingdoms within the human territory. Three-eyed God, Holy Spirit Empire. Demigod ancient land, the Temple Council. Black Witch, the Divine Court. Each force has a large area of extraordinary star fields. In the Divine Kingdom, the scale of the extraordinary world is as large as millions. All along, the demigod ancient land, the Temple Council has been in the neutral camp. Tucker didn't expect it. The demigod ancient land, the Holy Temple Council, actually participated in this God War. You know, in many previous God Wars, the demigod ancient land, the Holy Temple Council, was a neutral existence. In the past 10,000 years, this demigod ancient land was in a neutral state, but this time it suddenly joined the war. Tucker looked at Romo, his eyes revealing confusion. Such a neutral force, which has persisted for tens of thousands of years, suddenly changed. There may be a hidden event that Tucker is not aware of. Romos thought for a moment before speaking. Although the news I received said that the ancient land of demigods, their gods and legendary council criticized a Black Witch God court for cooperating with foreign evil gods, killing each other, not repenting, and having no bottom line. So, this is why they declared war on the Black Witch God court and the Foreign God Alliance. But this is only part of it. At this point, Romo's tone became serious. As far as I know, some time ago, the strong men in the ancient land of demigods had friction with the Black Witch God court. The projections of several demigods fought in the depths of the void for several days. After that, the two major forces completely tore their faces apart. Then it was reported, "We have discussed the cooperation between the demigod ancient land and the three-eyed God, Holy Spirit Kingdom." What exactly caused the fierce conflict between the demigod ancient lands and the Black Witch God court, which led to its involvement in the war, we don't know. But the Black Witch God court's behavior of joining forces with foreign evil gods to attack the human race is damnable. Now that the demigod ancient land has also joined the battlefield, it can just help us fight those damn foreign evil gods. You also saw when you came here that the demigod ancient land sent a large number of extraordinary masters and war legions to assist us. As Romos explained, Tucker nodded slightly. Originally, the three-eyed God and the seven gods had been overwhelmed by the pressure of the Black Witch God court plus the Foreign God Alliance over the years. The satellite kingdoms of the three-eyed God were destroyed, and a large number of heroes died. On Irumov's side, legendary assassins sneaked in and assassinated a large number of extraordinary geniuses one after another. Now, the demigod ancient land has come to help in time. This can be regarded as a relief for the three-eyed God and the seven gods. Irumov's kingdom of stars was often attacked internally, isn't it because there weren't enough legendary warriors to defend it? This time, the demigod ancient land, the Temple Council joined the battle. It's hard to say whether it can turn the tide. But it can definitely change the previous decline. It can stop talented extraordinary people like Tucker from filing the front line. At the same time, the rear can be more stable. Tucker, the teacher contacted me before and said that he wanted you to go to the Irumov demigod world as soon as possible to receive the baptism of resources, and then there will be certain tasks assigned to you. When I wanted to ask about the specific tasks, the teacher said that he would tell you in private. It is obviously a very important task. I guess it may be related to the cooperation between the demigod ancient land, the Temple Council and our three-eyed God, the Holy Spirit Kingdom. After all, it is no small matter to change the rules that have been in the demigod ancient land for tens of thousands of years, and to make the gods and legendary masters there willing to give up their neutral status. I have arranged the heroic spirit altar for you, and you can go directly to the teacher later. Then thank you, Senior Romos. Tucker thanked the heroic spirit altar of the high tower. After Tucker finished chanting the secret prayer, he waited quietly. Romos's previous explanation had already made Tucker realize that the situation behind this was unusual. The two major camps, the gods communicated, and directly tore their faces. Then the demigod ancient land gave up its neutral status for tens of thousands of years. There must be a huge change behind this that is enough to change their will. Unfortunately, Tucker is too weak now. He is not qualified to understand what has changed. Not long after, The legendary heroic mentor Merriman appeared on the heroic altar. Teacher. Tucker saluted. Did Romos tell you about the news that the demigod Ancient Land participated in the God War? I have already told you. Tucker nodded in response. The scale of the war will be further expanded. The face of the legendary heroic mentor Merriman became more serious than ever before. Listening to the teacher's explanation, Tucker was thoughtful. The future is not clear, and even more forces will be involved. But it is always good that the demigod Ancient Land, the Temple Council, can cooperate with our three-eyed God, the Holy Spirit Kingdom. But because of this, you have to improve your own strength as soon as possible. Before, I wanted to urge you to go to the demigod world of Irumov as soon as possible to inherit. But Romos said that you went to the Chaos Storm Land to seek the wings of storms, so I didn't let him urge you. How did you gain in the Storm Land? Looking at Tucker, Merriman asked slowly. The harvest is quite good. Tucker responded seriously. It makes up for my shortcomings in speed and flexibility. Hearing this, Merriman's serious face showed a little smile. The storm wings and the sunlight feather blade work perfectly together. One can greatly increase your speed, and the other can give your feather blade the ultimate destructive power. In that case, you can no longer stay in the Blood Sea Ruins shipwreck site. You need to go to the Irumov demigod kingdom and undergo 1 or 2 baptisms. Try to raise your level to above 135 within 2 or 3 years, but not more than 140. Tucker frowned and looked at instructor Merriman. Teacher, why is this? After examining Tucker for a moment, Merriman spoke in a low and soothing voice. This contains extremely important confidential information, and it is not easy to communicate at the heroic spirit altar. What you need to know is that there is an important task for you. There is a traitor among the heroes in the Irumov demigod world, and they may monitor our conversation. You need to go to the Irumov demigod world, and I will talk to you in detail. You decide the time to go to the Irumov demigod world. I will make arrangements when you arrive at the Irumov demigod kingdom. Yes, teacher. As the call at the heroic spirit altar ended, Tucker took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Under normal circumstances, the teacher would not be so serious. Since the teacher said so, it must be an important matter. I will arrange the time myself. It will be tentatively scheduled for 3 months later. In 3 months, kill more extraordinary masters and get the 18-ring seed. In this way, you can safely go to the Irumov demigod world. This day, Tucker walked out of the military supply fortress, thinking. As Tucker walked out all the way, many high-level extraordinary people who went to the military supply depot made way for Tucker. These high-level extraordinary people, especially those of the 9th level, looked at Tucker with envy. The era of the God War. High-level extraordinary people are just consumables. Only by becoming an extraordinary master can one have a certain degree of autonomy. This God War has been going on for 20 to 30 years, burying too many extraordinary people. These high-level extraordinary people naturally hope to become extraordinary masters as soon as possible. This 18-ring source energy tower seed is finally in hand. Feeling the strange source energy tower seed in the extraordinary storage bracelet, Tucker exhaled lightly. In the past 3 months, Tucker has accumulated enough merit points. Today is the time to officially exchange the 18-ring source energy tower seed. If possible, Tucker would rather be in this corner of the battlefield, silently participating in the battle and practicing, and if there is time, he will take the time to go to the storm area on the 8th floor to collect the storm wing seeds. Gather these treasures with ecological characteristics, and then store them in the steam magic hut to create a portable ecological treasure. Such battlefield years are quite comfortable. However, the reality is that as Tucker's strength grows, many important things require Tucker to participate in them one after another. Even when Tucker's strength goes further, Tucker needs to bear part of the pressure of the entire demigod kingdom. The division of each area in the entire war fortress is very strict. Transmission area, material area, training area, equipment area, military camp area, and so on. And each area is guarded by a supermaster. Flying all the way. When Tucker arrived at the high tower fortress in the transmission area, immediately, 2 powerful spiritual network fluctuations swept over slightly. Although it was very slight, Tucker could still feel it clearly. Immediately, a high-level super team with wings spread out flew over. The leader was a 9th-level female spellcaster, who saluted Tucker warmly. Meet Master Andre, the Transcendent Master. When he came here, He had learned Tucker's identity through the magic network and the feedback from Tucker's identity token. In the entire battlefield area, the status of the Transcendent Master will be treated preferentially in all aspects. The high-level Transcendents on the side can only take the Star Trek steam train. Even so, they have to queue up. Not only does it take a long time, but it is also quite dangerous. Tucker is greeted by a special team and takes a special transmission channel. "I'm going to the Arumov demigod world," Tucker said slowly. "Master Andre, you came at the right time. The master transmission array to the Arumov demigod world will be activated in a few hours after the original energy has gathered for half a month." "Yes," Tucker nodded. It's not that Tucker came by chance, but Tucker came here because he calculated the time accurately. As Tucker arrived at the huge world transmission array area of the underground fortress, the auras of several powerful Transcendent Masters emerged. There are more than one Transcendent Masters who want to reach the Arumov demigod world. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. "Andre." Tucker looked over. What came into view was the space-time swordsman Isaac with purple skin and a huge sword on his back. "Isaac." Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. "Why is this guy here?" After a little thought, Tucker instantly understood. This guy should be the extraordinary master of the ancient land of demigods. He was neutral before, and now he is a partner of the Arumov demigod world. Tucker nodded to him. Isaac grinned at Tucker. "Andre?" As Isaac spoke. Immediately, several extraordinary masters waiting here looked at Tucker. It seems that some of them know the reputation of Andre. After all, Tucker killed many extraordinary masters on the battlefield in the past few days. After a while, they retracted their gazes and waited quietly for the teleportation array to open. Soon, the light of the huge teleportation array condensed. The ultra-long-distance world projection beam penetrated the fortress defense and reached the starry sky curtain. The whole world rumbled. The extraordinary masters who had been prepared entered one after another. One by one, they turned into stars and quickly disappeared into the depths of the void. "Brother Andre, be careful. Those guys will use the star net to capture us." Just as Tucker entered, a voice from Isaac suddenly came from the side. Tucker nodded to Isaac's kindness. "You should be careful too." After saying that, Tucker stepped into it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Demigod Seed Observer. Like a brilliant meteor, it streaked across the void. The surrounding sky was full of stars, turning into starlight rays, embellishing the cold and empty void. Use space as a cannonball and send it out directly. And I am the passenger of this space cannonball. This method cannot be said to be simple and crude, it can only be said that great strength can create miracles. Well, I remember that when I was first sent to the Steam Star Trek train, I used the same method. But this super large cross-world delivery has a larger space. Tucker looked around and finally looked forward. It will take about 10 minutes to reach the Arumov demigod world. If you take the Steam Spirit World Star Trek train, it will take at least a month. This super long-distance space transmission is still very powerful. Tucker, sitting cross-legged in the space, waited quietly. Time passed by minute. Not long. Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged quietly, suddenly looked at the outside of the delivery space where he was. However, densely packed, black and white, coral tentacles appeared outside the space domain, completely covering the entire projected domain world. These coral tentacles, with suction cups at the front, kept clinging to the space domain, forcing the space domain to slow down continuously. Looking at the scene in front of him, Tucker frowned slightly. Just when Tucker was about to take action, a dark and deep giant mouth suddenly opened from the depths of space, swallowing Tucker and the space domain he was in. Crack, crack, crack. The space seemed to be bitten to pieces. Tucker's eyes condensed slightly, and a phase passed through and jumped away from the projected small domain world. Tucker in the depths of the void. Tucker's figure suddenly jumped and emerged. A few dozen kilometers away from Tucker, a huge, fierce, tyrannical, and bloodthirsty void beast was biting the space domain world that was projected to Tucker in its mouth. Its body is as long as 10,000 meters, and its diameter is more than 300 to 400 meters, like a long snake, with flesh wings on its back. At this time, its flesh wings spread out to cover the surrounding area of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, which is very majestic. Void giant beast, world, star-biting winged insect. Tucker naturally knows this kind of extraordinary void giant beast from the extraordinary starry sky. Generally speaking, this kind of void giant beast will run to a hidden corner of the void where no one lives. It will not be in the range of human extraordinary activities. And now it appears here, needless to say, there must be someone secretly driving it. Just when Tucker was preparing, a voice that seemed to be talking to itself and seemed to be speaking to Tucker sounded. It's just a supermaster of more than 120 levels. This is too weak. Even if there is no upper supermaster, at least there should be a middle supermaster. This lower supermaster, I don't even have the interest to take action. Let the winged insect eat this guy. In the words, this 152 level middle level extraordinary master didn't take Tucker, a 125 level lower level extraordinary master, seriously at all. Tucker had already felt that the world star-biting wing insect had locked onto him. Tucker knew that this huge world star-biting wing insect was a void beast that could instantly cross a long distance. But it was slowly swimming over as if it was teasing its prey. After thinking for a moment, Tucker looked at the corner of the void and said indifferently, "This green-skinned alien friend, you and your pet come together." As soon as Tucker spoke, the green-skinned extraordinary master of a strange race, who was more than 5 meters tall, green all over, with a big head and long tentacles on it, immediately became interested. It stared at Tucker with wide eyes. "Can you see me? It's just a means of hiding in the layer domain, so of course I can see it." Tucker said indifferently. "Interesting. Interesting." The green-skinned middle-level extraordinary master laughed. Kiwoo came out from under the world layer, and his movements were so smooth that even Tucker couldn't help but look up to him. "Since you can see me, it's better to die in my hands." He grinned, his mouth full of ferocious bloody fangs, and the breath of tyranny and madness surged. He raised his hand and pointed at Tucker. Swish! A ray of green light came at an instant. When the green beam penetrated Tucker's body, bang! The light and shadow bubbles burst. Woo woo woo! Large pieces of steam quickly filled the starry sky with the explosion of the light and shadow bubbles. At the same time, the starry sky was lit up by the blazing light. While dodging, Tucker had already fought back. A large number of meteors carrying flames came overwhelmingly. At first, the green-skinned extraordinary master didn't care much. Just as he was looking for Tucker's trace, bang! A meteorite hit his forbidden spell shield fiercely. Huh? Such a strong meteorite. The green-skinned transcendent master immediately became serious, as a large number of meteorites from the meteoric ring fell and attacked. The seemingly clumsy green-skinned middle-level transcendent master's body was surprisingly flexible in the void. He moved back and forth quickly, and almost every time he moved, he could leave a shadow. Even though Tucker's meteorite was extremely accurate, he still dodged the shadows one by one. After all, Tucker's meteorite falling was not a shooting method, but a falling method. It was not surprising that the opponent was able to dodge it. But from the opponent's perfect timing and the trajectory of the jumping and moving, Tucker has already realized that this alien transcendent master, with an extremely large head, like a green egg, is very powerful. Woo woo woo, clatter. Steam quickly sounded along with the storm, and then the violent steam began to fill the entire void. Killing intent gradually rose in Tucker's heart. Forbidden spell starburst. Tucker threw a small forbidden spell starburst directly. At the same time as Tucker threw it, the green-skinned supermaster discovered the danger. Damn it! A sharp and piercing roar of anger instantly sounded above the starry sky. Along with the roar, Tucker's small forbidden spell starburst also burst out. Boom boom. The terrifying explosion wave directly swept across the entire starry sky for hundreds of kilometers. With the annihilating destruction wave and the flames spreading and blooming, the angry roar, mixed with the terrifying source energy sound wave forbidden scroll came. Tucker's face changed slightly. This was the forbidden spell soul sound wave. The wings behind Tucker shook suddenly. Swoosh! Tucker turned into hazy steam, instantly pulling away more than 10 kilometers. But the radiation speed of the strange soul sound wave forbidden spell was obviously faster than Tucker's speed. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Tucker snorted coldly. His body shook slightly. Buzz! The roar of the chaotic steam sequence burst out violently. The soul sound wave forbidden spell first dispersed, and then gathered. Like a whale sucking water, it gathered on Tucker. The roar of Tucker's chaotic steam constantly counteracted and offset the forbidden spell sound waves. Ka-ka-ka. The barrier defense forbidden spell on Tucker's body was visibly attenuated in the attack against the source energy soul sound wave. Even part of the source energy sound wave with destructive characteristics penetrated into Tucker's body. Chi-chi-chi. The power of this forbidden spell was finally blocked by Tucker's star crystal wall on the surface of Tucker's body. Once this kind of attack is penetrated into the soul, the damage is small. If the opponent has a soul control method, it will be quite troublesome. As the roar of the forbidden spell star explosion echoed in the depths of the void, the green-skinned extraordinary master who was nuclear blasted by Tucker also emerged. The power of the green light curtain forbidden spell permeated his body surface. It completely blocked Tucker's forbidden spell star explosion. Is that so? Tucker, standing in the void, rubbed his palms slightly, thinking. In the void, the two looked at each other from a distance. At this time, the green-skinned alien master. His whole body was filled with blood, horror, and cruel foreign breath. It was as if he was a bloodthirsty creature born in the void. His arrogant temperament was blooming to the extreme, as if he stepped on the entire void. He said in a proud and indifferent tone, I, Jejashi, the great Green Star Clan Ascendant God, Demigod Seed Sequence 2-7 Observer. Human race in the Death Star disaster area, what is your name? Also, you are qualified to die in my hands. Chapter 400 Foreign Land. Green Star Clan God Ascendant? Demigod Seed Sequence 2nd to 7th Observer? The other party's explanation made Tucker ponder secretly. It sounds like the extraordinary master of the Taboo Star Curtain Society. The sequence there is more inclined to numbering, and the Taboo Star Curtain Society also prefers to observe many extraordinary geniuses in many extraordinary worlds. Before in the Augu Twin Stars extraordinary world, the Taboo Star Curtain Society has always wanted to see my traces. And this time the God War, the Taboo Star Curtain Society is obviously involved. But what is this Green Star Clan? I have never heard of the Ascendant God before. Could it be? Tucker thought quietly. Is it related to the expansion of the scale of this war? Deep in the vast void. The questioning voice of the green-skinned middle-level extraordinary master. Tucker had no interest in responding at all. The only response to the green-skinned extraordinary master was the roar of Tucker's steam and the increasing number of vast steam star clusters. Even in the steam star clusters, the outline of a round of stars emerged faintly. Woo woo woo. The densely packed feather blades of light behind Tucker bloomed brilliantly. The feather blades of light were like a meteor shower. The green-skinned extraordinary master also attacked at the same time. He blew violently at the void, and 3 extremely violent source energy storms came to strangle Tucker at the same time. Forbidden spell, space-time storm. The wind and waves swept through the void, directly stirring up a space-time vortex. The strangling force was so powerful that even if Tucker fell into it, he would probably be skinned. At this moment, boom boom boom. From the depths of the spirit world, 3 huge star-falling rings that were 100 meters long crushed the reality and the spirit world and entered the reality. As the 3 huge star-falling rings and the forbidden spell, space-time storm collided with each other, the whole void was rumbling and shaking. And the fight between Tucker and the green-skinned extraordinary master. Power fluctuations have begun to bloom in the void. Some hunting and wandering extraordinary masters have already felt the fluctuations of the battle here. There were quite a few meteor showers that fell into the void and immersed in the spirit world. In the continuous operation, the ring of meteorites blocked the 3 huge violent, forbidden spell, space-time storm that strangled Tucker. Tucker also carefully controlled the attack of the steam, light feather blade. Swish, swish, swish. The light feather blades poured down like a violent storm. The green-skinned foreign master's pupils flashed green light. His figure quickly moved away. Although his figure was extremely fast and his dodging ability was amazing. But this was a forbidden spell attack that Tucker aimed at and controlled directly. It was not the previous meteorite fall. Clang, 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 clang. The dense light feather blades kept slashing at the forbidden spell of the green-skinned supermaster. No matter how the green-skinned middle-level master Jejashi dodged, the power of the forbidden spell after image was brought to the extreme by him. But those light feather blades seemed to have eyes and could always hit him accurately. My Phantom of Wind can dodge many precise hits. How can his feather blade be so accurate? feeling the constant attenuation of the forbidden spell defense barrier on his body. Jejushi, who could not avoid the attack after dodging repeatedly, made up his mind and simply stopped dodging, and once again activated the forbidden spell magic net of the green star origin in his body. Buzz buzz buzz. As the power of the forbidden spell began to spread, the terrifying power that made the stars shrink and the starry sky tremble quickly condensed on him. At the same time, the legendary ring staff in Tucker's hand also turned at high speed. On his shoulder, the outline of the head of the demon flame Hedala immediately emerged. Roar roar. As soon as he appeared, Hedala spewed out a hot forbidden spell dragon breath flame at the green-skinned extraordinary master Jejushi. The hot forbidden spell dragon breath, like a starlight ray, penetrated a position of more than 10 kilometers and accurately anchored Jejushi. With the help of the light feather blade, this foreign middle-level extraordinary master was completely covered. During the attack, Tucker's various powerful visions also bloomed. Behind Tucker, in the thick steam star cluster, the outline of a magnificent and vast old steam star with a roaring steam sequence became thicker and thicker. The third stage of the 7-star forbidden spell Starfall Ring, the star tracking ring, is condensing. The vast power from the great star is arriving. In the distance, the forbidden spell shield is constantly decaying on Jejushi, and the terrifying forbidden spell power is constantly gathering. Roar, roar, roar. The terrifying roar that makes people tremble with fear is like an echo in the void, constantly gathering towards Jejushi. At the same time, Tucker also pushed the power of the legendary demon ring staff to the extreme. The mystery of the chaos rune that has reached the 266 ring state is fully bloomed. Boom. Boom. Suddenly the void exploded. In addition to the 3 huge starfall rings that were originally resisted. At this moment, Tucker once again condensed 2 starfall rings with a diameter of about 20 meters, one on the left and one on the right. The more forbidden spells that are condensed and released, the greater the pressure on the ecological magic net. Tucker's ecological magic net couldn't withstand this huge pressure. The starfall ring was condensed again and crushed towards the green-skinned extraordinary master Jejushi. Go! As Tucker roared in a low voice. 2 extremely destructive starfall rings also crushed Jejushi's forbidden spells. Crack, crack. The forbidden spell shield finally couldn't bear it. At this moment, Jejushi laughed crazily with a twisted face. Ha ha ha. I'm dead, but only partially dead, and you're dead completely. At the same time as Tucker's starfall ring crushed the starfall ring, the condensed strange forbidden spell was also released. An extremely bright green light ball-like object bloomed in front of Tucker. Tucker's face sank slightly, and he wanted to break free but found that it was too late. The time and space around him seemed to be frozen in half. Buzz! The green light ball spread rapidly, completely wrapping him in it. A terrifying force that seemed to disintegrate everything penetrated into Tucker's forbidden spell shield. Tucker's shield was quickly dismembered. Then the strange and terrifying green light ball power penetrated into Tucker's star crystal wall defense, Tucker's star phase body, and even into the depths of Tucker's chaotic steam sequence. After a few breaths, boom, the green light of destruction bloomed brilliantly in the void that had just dimmed. Like a brilliant green star gem. Even the steam star cluster condensed by Tucker was completely destroyed. When the green destructive force lingered in the depths of the void. Cough cough cough. The cough of source energy sounded in the void. However, the green-skinned middle-level extraordinary master Jejushi, whose master state body was crushed by Tucker and whose sequence was somewhat collapsed, still held up his master sequence state life wreckage. However, his translucent, unstable sequence wreckage also showed how serious his injuries were. But he survived after all. Hey, cough cough. I didn't expect that this sequence body of mine could still survive. I thought this sequence was going to die. Sure enough, the demigod sequence seed is powerful, and the sequence life frame of the goddess Ender is also strong. Otherwise, I would have basically died under that guy's forbidden spell. No matter what, the one who died was that guy. Cough cough. At more than 120 levels, he has such terrifying strength. More powerful than those geniuses of our Green Star clan. Huh? Just when Jejushi breathed a sigh of relief. In the void, the green light with extremely strong decomposition and annihilation power quickly disappeared. Huh? Jejushi looked over immediately. The annihilation and decomposition power will last for a long time after destroying the enemy. How could it disappear so quickly? Just when Jejushi was still confused, a stream of energy like a majestic star burst out. The huge outline suddenly stretched out a large area of steam, like a scorching sun suddenly blooming in front of Jejushi. Rumble. For a moment, the light of the stars was suppressed by Tucker. This. Feeling the terrifying breath like the stars. In an instant, Jejushi's face was extremely distorted, and his hoarse roar was full of disbelief. This is impossible, aren't you dead? That's the origin annihilation forbidden spell, your sequence tree can't bear it. At this time, Tucker, who was holding up the star tracking ring and the steam was swirling in a ring, had a figure of 140 to 150 meters. The star tracking ring condensed the powerful star power, combined with Tucker's own astrological body. The star power he mastered was amazing. With one hand, he grabbed it. The seriously injured spellcaster Jejushi, who had no defense power, was caught in Tucker's hand. Your forbidden spell is really powerful, and it even annihilated 1/10 of my master state. Tucker's explanation was like rolling thunder. The shaken Jejushi's fragile body was on the verge of collapse. But that's all. Tucker said indifferently. So what if you kill me? This is just a part of me. I will come to seek revenge on you sooner or later. The twisted and crazy Jejushi roared in a low voice and threatened. Killing your whole body will not completely destroy you. Tucker looked at the fearless Jejushi coldly. But it is enough to weaken your sequence origin, right? Tucker's words made Jejushi's face twitch slightly. Obviously, what Tucker said was right. And Tucker looked at this fragile spellcaster and exerted force with his palm. The huge body supported by the magical flame and the power of the stars directly crushed the Gargamel, who kept making small movements. Boom! With a burning heat, this green star Jejushi from the mysterious country disappeared. Tucker raised his head and looked in a direction. That was the direction guided by Tucker's high-dimensional sequence veins of Jejushi. You have been anchored by me. Tucker whispered in a low voice. If you dare to seek revenge, you're almost going to die. After carefully anchoring and gathering these veins in his hand, Tucker quickly sorted out the information revealed by this green-skinned extraordinary master in his mind. Green Star Clan, Ascendant. Demigod Seed Sequence 2-7 Observer. And his sequence power is different from the many sequences I know. There are so many secrets hidden in the depths of this vast starry sky. After examining the void for a long time, Tucker slowly retracted his gaze. Fortunately, I have the talent of the astrological body, otherwise it would be really difficult to resist such a terrible method. Then again, as long as the blood bar of my astrological body is thick enough and the defense is strong enough. What if I take the forbidden spell hard? High talent still has the advantages of high talent. After thinking for a moment, Tucker gathered his mind and began to use the space-time wormhole to gradually jump towards the direction of Irumov's demigod world. Although Tucker's long-distance efficiency is not as fast as space-time transmission, but it is much faster than riding the Spirit World Star Trek steam train. However, for the current master state injury, Tucker needs to repair his injury while moving forward. Half a month later, buzz! As the void trembled, a burly figure appeared on the periphery of Irumov's demigod world. Tucker looked around the void. The scattered Zergs were spreading in this void. At the same time, the Zerg soul network was already very weak here. After feeling it carefully for a moment, Tucker murmured in a low voice. It's just as the rumors say, the giant nest pillar god has coveted Irumov's demigod kingdom for a long time. A large number of Zerg networks almost surrounded Irumov's demigod kingdom and the surrounding demigod satellite kingdoms. It seems to be true. After the outbreak of the War of Gods, the Void Kingdom where the gods are located is more dangerous than ordinary places. There is no safe place in the entire extraordinary world. After feeling it carefully for a moment and making sure that there is not much danger here, Tucker then took out his own special pyramid-like altar of heroes. After being promoted to the Master of Transcendence, Tucker also improved many of his ritual parts. For example, the Great Barrier Ceremony, the Soul Curtain Ceremony, and the Heroic Altar Ceremony in front of him. Even the ritual of summoning the Steam Spirit, Wendy, from a distance is the same. The previous simple and crude platform of small wooden boards had long been broken due to the ravages of time. Now it is a small pyramid ritual platform made by Tucker. As Tucker chanted the secret words of the heroic prayer, the figure of the legendary heroic mentor Merman emerged soon. After looking Tucker up and down, the legendary heroic mentor Merman asked calmly, Tucker, why did you disappear for so long? Were you stopped when you were teleporting? Merman still believed in Tucker's strength. This journey, which was not long or short, would not trap Tucker. Yes, teacher. Tucker nodded. It's hard to say the specific situation, Teacher, I will lock your position later, jump over directly and explain the details. Hearing this, Merman raised his eyebrows. I am in the satellite kingdom of the gods, where the origin barrier is very strong. Can you jump over? It shouldn't be a big problem. Tucker smiled and said, well, you should reach the Kizzy Star realm first. After Merman left, Tucker followed the veins and jumped through a space-time wormhole. A few hours later, Kizzy Star realm. In a heroic spirit steam tower that is nearly a kilometer high. There are 3 layers of defense barriers inside and outside. Tucker and the legendary hero Merman sat on the floor in the wide hall. After listening to Tucker's detailed narration, Merman fell into deep thought. After a long time, Merman looked at Tucker and spoke slowly. Tucker, you guessed right. This man is indeed related to the Forbidden Star Curtain Society, but he is not the power of the Forbidden Star Curtain Society. He is the power behind the Forbidden Star Curtain Society. At the same time, Merman paused and said in a slightly low voice, they are also the power behind the Foreign God Alliance and even the Black Witch God Court. The strength of this Green Star clan is very, very terrifying. It is precisely because of their arrival, or because of their formal intervention in the war, that allowed the ancient land of Demigod to officially join the war. If they don't join the war, after our three-eyed God Holy Spirit Kingdom falls, they will be the next. In addition to the ancient land of Demigod, many other forces are also openly or secretly fighting against the war invasion of the Black Witch God Court and the Foreign God Alliance. The kind of Green Star clan with the green skin and huge heads you mentioned. Based on the intelligence we have, they are from a higher order extraordinary civilization country deep in the foreign dimension. At least, in terms of the sequence process, they are more powerful than our sequence civilization. The sequence path of their race is a multi-phase sequence state. Specifically, we humans and the various many civilizations are walking on the path of the sequence tree. The sequence tree is our core. What they are walking on is the sequence vine, which has multiple forms. Every time a sequence root is rooted, an independent differentiation sequence will be generated. You can understand that every member of their Green Star tribe has the characteristics of a clone. They can have multiple sequence bodies at the same time. And the cultivation of these multiple bodies will jointly catalyze the improvement of multiple vine sequences. Even, they can add other sequence seeds within the framework of multiple sequences, such as adding legendary sequence seeds and even adding demigod sequence seeds. It's like building blocks, adding them first, and then slowly absorbing and digesting them, so that they have extremely strong combat capabilities. The use of higher forms of sequences is also the reason why their civilization is stronger than our human sequence civilization and the newly opened steam sequence civilization. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.